Testing, 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 testing.
Yes, this one's on.
That one's on? Okay, let's try this other one. Jason and I had tried, but I didn't have a recording. Testing, testing. Okay. I think we're good.
Do it on this one when you get home.
Yeah.
He says, so you're not having to come back twice for physical therapy?
Yeah.
Come in and try this and see.
Try this
if it's
thing.
any
Yeah,
better.
labor.
I don't know if it goes up any
Yeah.
higher though.
He said, no, because it goes up.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, because I didn't want to.
Any more surgery?
He said, I'll do this one.
Yeah. Any more,
Morning.
morning exercise I get for one side?
It might be too low.
That's what I told him. I said, honestly,
Yeah.
it hurt so much in the beginning. I said, I truly believe it's from
That's better.
That's better?
use. I
Okay.
said, since everything that I
This, I
really,
got this out.
like when I do it, I can't just do one arm.
Right.
You gotta,
Why would
It
you
folds.
do
I said, I've done.
Believe it or not,
physical
the bottom
therapy
part
for the
folds.
whole time.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen.
Just remember, I got to take it back.
Let's get ready, just, yeah, right?
I don't want to forget.
Like, where did you go?
Oh, I'm telling you.
I did do it.
I was sitting, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to plan on standing half the day because, which I probably still should anyways.
Hopefully, I don't know how to do nothing.
It's the one by his table.
I didn't realize it folded.
I think I'll sit for 8 hours. How about that? 9 hours maybe? I don't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing that I took a little break from sitting yesterday and went and ran around with a bunch of 13-year-olds. It probably was a good thing, but that's part of what I'm feeling this morning too. It's like all the sitting and then a sudden running, jumping, diving. I don't think. Oh, good. Yes, I see this. That's good.
I forgot to label it. I saw that when I put it in this morning.
Good morning.
I knew I was gonna forget some part.
Welcome
I
back.
think that,
What do you mean that you forgot to label what?
just so to label the document so they'd see is.
Oh, I see.
We at 100?
Good morning, James.
Yeah.
I'm all right. 3 people in my choir have come down with COVID. After Wednesday night rehearsal, I feel fine.
Uh-oh.
I was like, who was I sitting next to?
Maybe I should sit down here. Move down a few.
It was not, actually, it's the director. Maybe it's just 2. Director and one other person.
I remember during the heat of COVID, everyone being like, that's like the worst thing you could do is like
Go to choir.
like sing.
Well, we,
Yeah,
and we
because you're
didn't.
like,
We
yeah,
didn't.
yeah,
I mean,
so-
and then we sang in masks for a long time. What's that?
As I'm doing fair partly cloudy this morning.
Very partly
I'm
cloudy.
definitely not a morning person, but it's, I'm so happy to see y'all.
Likewise. Okay. Hey. You gonna walk some laps? Thought you were just starting to walk laps.
No.
Is there a power strip you can reach?
Gotta give it up when Jim Ring gets here.
I was gonna say Jim will be,
Yeah, that's Russ.
Friday night we have like all kinds of friends and Margaret
come in.
and
Don't take away his, that's like his,
So I didn't
he's
bring
an
anything.
ICU man, that's his
Today,
respirator.
not there.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know if I have anything. Dang it.
I sat here the other day looking at my nameplate for a little while, and then I'm like, why is this pointing at me? I know my name. Turn this thing around. How are you, Stephanie?
I'm great, it's Friday.
It is Friday.
And that don't even mean nothing this weekend, but
Do y'all have events, or do you have personal stuff?
if we have a debate here, so.
That's right, that guy.
That guy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's like 8 to 10, we're gonna debate. But, I mean, they're bringing in their own software and everything, so they were dead set on it.
Have you heard anything like what he's expecting or?
He just told me it would not be more than 162 because of the, one. But he's got security, 2 deputies and stuff, so.
Where he's putting that out at.
I
How
s-
cute those are.
Friday,
Yeah, they match your vest. That's adorable.
You said social security camera, right? I know I've, around June, and everybody else has to.
Yes and no. I saw it come through.
You do, or you don't?
Because I went through and said what I thought was overkill. And I have some updated stuff that, well, he sent me a picture of the actual one they installed at the Bramble Park. Like what it looks like, the view you can see of the actual solar camera.
And you're still saying that they don't have anybody that we can talk to about that.
No, nobody uses solar. I put it out there on that forum, and they said, yeah. Somebody said, yeah, we put up cameras and it deterred, but it won't solar.
Are you able to
They were just regular cameras. So, but I do think a lot of parks is having the same issue with break-in vehicles. Because I got,
Probably was a big, because a lot of times when you post on that, you see your response. It's a hot topic. I will look at it. I think what we our strategy of doing minimal.
and that's what I'm thinking. Put hardwire at all the buildings where the power is, you know, and then do 2 solar panels. Then you can add more. I thought you wanted to get like the details.
It's just a funny slide to walk in.
Yes.
I think she was trying to find something.
Because I think all of them are strong minimum number of people.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Well, Patrick did definitely overkill. I mean, he had like 3
Hold it up
cameras.
and I'm like,
He had like 3 cameras right there, but I guess that's so he have options, and it's like, we don't want this one, we don't want this one. And then he can do based on what we want instead of what they want. He gave us all the possibilities.
So we're gonna need to find some time to look at that, because I wanna keep that moving, but try to get on my calendar right now. Let me see if there's a time next week if you can come up to the office, early in the week, okay? I'll send you something.
Yes, sorry, I know you already agree, but then taking a break, you're punished because.
You're punished. That is so right.
Miss Karen, you good? I think I'm gonna change it to Mira. Yeah, there we go, now. I couldn't see it on here.
Those were some of the major, like, early
I look at
spending
this
events.
shit. So let's see, the sound is not like too loud. I'm about to, and so you were telling me. This is pretty down. Okay, so I'm gonna press it and see. I don't wanna blast people.
Like, I saw your, the slides, they're your.
Oh, my body. That might help.
People may not like what you do.
So that function key was up. Okay, mine's up to like me. I hear the beep. So I'll turn mine on.
Good morning, Russ, how are you?
They call you the deputy.
The call volume is not as bad as I believe my whole but it's not.
How you do. You can start off with eating weekend breakfast in the morning and making sure you finish everything for the day prior to.
Well, Stephanie helped me a whole lot, I didn't get out here.
Most of that has already been expended. You can see on the screen where it's only a few people left. And talking with some of those chiefs, it's basically getting the equipment in. It's a struggle. A lot of this fire equipment, actually getting it in is taking some of them up to a year to get the equipment built or made. So the part-time firefighter funds, when we started this, we've been tracking this closely, how much each department's been working and how much has been expended as of now. So this is, as of February 21st, this is all the money that was expended in that fund. However, there's a little bit of misconception here, because if you look, you see Antioch, Brassfield, Cornwall, and Virgilina showing none as of 2/21. Two of those departments, Cornwall has started the process of part-time funding, as well as Antioch. So it's really two departments we have as of now that has not started the part-time firefighters in there. We just have two of them that started in the month of February.
Jason, I know that we don't have a huge amount of data yet, but the early data I'd heard about kind of improved response times sounded quite positive, which was the whole point of this investment. I don't know if there's anything you could say about that.
Yeah, it is, and we can see it. Once this was very enacted, I'll go back to a call in Granville Rural. It was day one, I believe the Granville Rural started their part-time staffing. They had a house fire not too far from the station, but by having that person in there, they were actually able to get there, put the fire out, and basically save a mobile home, which if they wasn't there, it's a possibility it may have been a total loss. I mean, it's great things happening with this. We've seen where, you know, sped up the times, and even on the departments who had the first responders, you know, improved times with the amount of calls they're running more of them and getting there faster.
I think that's important feedback loop. I think a year from now, we probably ought to have even better data on how that investment is changing response times for our fire departments. Thanks, Jason.
All right, so the change in the staffing of the part-time staff, which I brought in front of y'all, I believe 2 commissioner meetings ago, maybe 3. So this was, as I said in that meeting, we're going to reevaluate this, or the fire commission is going to reevaluate this in their April meeting. So far, as of the January timesheets come in, so basically the 1st of February, we've only had 2 departments that have taken advantage of this. Providence had 6 days where they had 2 people working, and Granville Rural had 1. So it's not a whole lot of time that they're doing 2 people, but there is a few times now. We don't have no way of telling as of February, you know, how far it's gone. We won't see this information until they actually turn their timesheets in.
Does everybody remember what that additional flexibility was that we granted them? Okay. Thank you.
All right, pending base fund. Right, as of this slideshow, when this was built, there were 4 departments that have not received their base funds at that moment. And this was as of Tuesday. Since then, Brassfield was approved Wednesday night. And so we've sent the voucher into finance for them to be paid. So we're down to 3. Most of it is, as you can see, it's very minor stuff. They're just working with the fire commission to pin down their budget. It's just minor errors they got to fix, and once they fix that, we'll be able to send Virgilina and Cornwalls in. Butner is usually late in the game on this, so it's usually not time for them to send, but I'm expecting their request for funding to come in sometime probably in the next month. Anyone have a question?
The delay in the budget, that was not because there was no funding available. Can you explain the process?
No, some of them were just late to turn their budget into the county. Some of them have taken a while going back and forth, but it was just the time frame that we received the budget to where we uploaded it for the Fire Commission Subcommittee to go over it and review it and work with each department to get it straight.
But the funding was available?
Yes, yes, sir.
And if I could add, since you asked that question for the audience, I think under the new fire contracts that they've all signed, right, a more detailed annual budget has to be submitted to the county. I think that helps us ensure that we're spending, you know, a significantly increased pot of fire protection funding wisely, and to have some insight into how the departments are spending that public funding. And so this was a requirement of the base funding to get that budget in, and we're very close to being fully there.
And this is something they're not used to doing, right?
They had always submitted a very simple budget. This is significantly more detailed, and, you know, Excel spreadsheets and so forth. And so it has been a little bit of a learning curve, but appreciate that the departments have worked hard to kind of get up to speed on that, and that there have been members of the Fire Commission who've been going out and sitting with them and helping them kind of, especially this first time through, to get all that information in.
Well, then I'm very impressed that we've gotten back as many as we've gotten, because it's different. And when you have to start out doing a budget that's totally different than you're used to, that's a hair puller. And I really appreciate the ones that have gotten it done, and even the ones that are working on it. Like you said, the couple of them got sent back for minor errors. So, I mean, they've tried,
Yep.
and it just, I think that's awesome. Thank you, guys. You're doing great.
We're getting there, yep.
Yes.
So we're going with the medical first responders. Y'all know we revamped the whole system. We're in the final stages of revamping the whole system. So, you know, working with Dr. Bailey, we had to get off OEMS to approve the set of protocols that was created by Dr. Bailey. So that's done. We've got the state to sign off on it, so that aspect is done. The training has been approved. There used to be a 16-hour training class where it was held on a weekend. They come in, they could take that class. However, now that's still an option. They can go in and take firefighter 1 and 2 emergency medical care, which is basically the same amount of hours. And it just gives them 2 avenues to become a medical first responder in the county. Like I said, the curriculum, that's what it's talking about, has been approved, and we're just now, I will get the training set up where we can hopefully do a train-the-trainer where I'm not having to go train every department that's first responder. We'll try to get, their training officer from their county or from their department, or whoever's over their first responder program will come in. I'm gonna go over the protocols and all with them, and they'll go back and train their own department. So hopefully this will be live by the 1st of April. That's, again, my hopes.
So they move it up a notch now.
Yeah, so we're changing it, and a lot of it is outdated protocols. Mr. Vord started these protocols years and years back, and the state in general has just changed how they do things. A lot of it is dealing with spinal mobilization. For example, we don't put people on spine boards as much as we used to years ago. So that's a lot of change, and the protocols were heavy on spinal mobilization, where we kind of backed off that on some.
Oh, okay. I just want to know, cause I know they used to do something like, only thing they mostly really did was help with the, EMS when they get there for the loader patient and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
there's a few extra things.
And help with, and most time do the paperwork, that's the same thing that they, help them up with the paperwork when they get it.
There are a few added things they can do, like one of them, like giving oral glucose to a diabetic patient, or assisting someone with their EpiPens, or their rescue inhaler for the asthmatics. So there's a few more things they actually can do that could potentially help save a life.
Okay.
Yes, that's absolutely.
And you also completely revamped the pay schedule for becoming a first responder program, right? On this?
Yeah.
Okay, that's him, okay. Sorry.
Chairman Carver, for
You want
going
me
over
to
that.
jump ahead?
Yeah, he'll go over that in 1 second. So as this, in this recommended budget, the Fire Commission approved it on the 12th, the last meeting we had, to bring it in front of y'all today, and it passed by a 5-2 vote. So with this budget, just want to reiterate, how this budget is set up. It is set up that the fire tax rate will remain at 6%, and at 6%, that should bring in around $3.5 million in revenue.
6 cents.
6 cents.
Yeah.
So, that being said, this whole budget that Chairman Carver is fixing to present is all contingent on this.
Good morning, everyone. As you can see on this slide here, by the contract that the departments assigned, the workers' compensation was included in there for the last couple of years. So it was rolled over into this year's budget session, since it is in the contract. This right here, as far as the different figures, is basically different because of different amount of personnel on each department. So it's hard to be equal across the board. So if one department has 25 people and another one has 20, that is the difference in the numbers there. But again, for the contract that was signed, it was in there that we would pay for the workers' compensation. On the stipend, that is a benefit to the departments for those that are into the retirement system through the Volunteer Firefighter and the State Firefighters Association. Again, it goes back to the amount of people that are on the department who is elected to actually join the pension fund. And again, you have some, once they get to 20 years, you no longer have to pay into it because they are vested in it. But again, it goes back, this right here, since it is different figures, it goes back to the quantity of people that each one has on their roster per department. The base funding, this is what the proposal by the contract of, I believe I was just told by Jason, CPI index was 3.4 this year, and that's what the contract that was put in place of what this current year's budget is with 3.4%. This is what would be the increase per department. Also, as you can see, can you back up one slide, please? The base funding, again, as you see, is different. That is due to the ones that are first responder providing that service. Again, also, since we have seen the benefits of the part-time firefighter, we are still recommending this to stay in there so the departments can provide the best service they can to their respected areas. The state matching grant, I would like to say thank y'all from your last work session approving the state matching grant for this current year. Next year, we are requesting that the $20,000 goes back toward the departments to maximize what they can do on the state grant next year on the 50-50 deal. Another silo that we have been speaking about and we are submitting is other grant match. Basically, there are multiple grants that a fire department can apply for. They are not really guaranteed. As we, as the Fire Commission, felt that we can assist each fire department to be able to search and have money to apply for these other grants that will be available to them. So this particular column here could be maxed out and it may not be maxed out. It's just one of those things, depends on from the FEMA grants all the way down to local grants from some of the electric companies. So this is a way we can continue to help support the fire departments. The medical first responder, that has been a subject of contention for a while. In some of our meetings here recently, it was brought up of trying to entice all the departments to go to first responder. As you can see, the ones that are highlighted in yellow, they're the ones that are currently providing the first responder service. So I ain't doing the math in my head real quick, but the difference of the $14,280 to the $20,000, it was mentioned in the Fire Commission meeting to entice other departments to give $20,000 to each department to provide that service. That is to help cover the additional cost of maybe a first responder vehicle, the additional supplies, because it used to be we could get stuff off the ambulance through budget cuts and time change, price increases. We're not able just to grab stuff off that truck any longer, so we have to buy it. But the $14,280 for what those departments are already receiving, with the additional $14,280, that would give them additional $20,000 to run the first responder program. With the additional $20,000 for the other departments, again, that is in hopes of enticing them to start providing that service. The enhanced funding. That has been a hot topic in our meetings for those that have been present with us. You can understand the passion that has went behind it. Each fire department is fighting for what they feel is best for their respective territories. Mr. Gregson had come in and done the study that prompted this whole ordeal. And once we got all the other stuff down the best that we could, we felt that this right here would be the best use to go ahead and get money into the department's hands to start being able to be utilized. So this basically is what the enhanced funding, I think we used a round figure of $850,000 of the remaining budget to basically divvy it out by Greg's formula and give to each department. So what each department could receive, you can see the breakdowns for yourself there. That is a lot of money that a lot of departments hadn't had the opportunity to deal with. With that being said, those total figures, that includes the part-time personnel. It includes the $20,000 for all fire departments doing first responder, the additional $20,000 for a state grant, the other $20,000 for additional grants. So that is not a true guaranteed total figure, but from a budgeting standpoint, in my mind, I would say, worst case scenario, this is what each department could be possible receiving.
Best case scenario.
Yes. Any questions for you on that before I turn it back over to Jason?
One quick question.
Yes, sir.
This is funding from the tax, the 6 cents tax. Are we asking the fire departments, everything that they raise on them, stew, barbecue chicken plates, those monies are going into their separate funds? Is that the way that works?
Yeah, I mean, it still remains in their accounts. I mean, that's
Are
just,
we asking budgets for that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's part of this budget process we spoke on earlier. They're providing all that information.
Okay. And they use that as they see fit?
Yes, that, basically through the budgeting process, the submittal sheet that we spoke about earlier. I'm gonna speak for Cornwall, as y'all saw, we were ones that are late to get our money. One, we normally done our stuff at the end of the year, but at the same sense, we had a change in the chief's position. So it took a while to get things back in place. I actually spoke to one of the fire commission members last night. It has been submitted and it is in review, so it should be hopefully this week approved or sent back. But yes, all our funds as far as fundraisers are submitted on our plans. That way, again, it's an open book where y'all can see justification.
So each department was gonna get this amount of figure, contentious, if they have fundraisers.
No.
No.
Well, is that, their fundraisers is in this figure?
No, sir. This is strictly going off of the 6 cents fire tax that the county has implemented. The fundraiser process, that is still up to the individual fire departments. If I don't want to say a fire department chooses not to continue doing fundraisers, that would be their choice. It would be my hopes and recommendation they will continue because that is part of serving their community. I know at Cornwall, we got a horse ride coming up here shortly, so you're welcome to come and attend.
Oh, yeah. Can't ride a horse, rode a mule long enough.
I would just add to that the fire commission and the commissioners have committed to not kind of touch that money. So departments, especially, I think the budgets will help everybody kind of help them segregate and account separately for that fundraising money, but that's really the department's money, and it's kind of we are getting more information about that, but it's really not a part of kind of these public funding formulas.
I think it's important, all understand that they are a contracted service. They're a private entity. They're not county. We're paying them for their services. So it's their choice on how they wish to do fundraisers or anything like that. We're simply not simply, but as far as these funds go, the fire tax is a funding stream that the county provides to pay for contracted fire services, and they're an independent operators, entities, and they control the governance of their fire departments, which will include fundraisers. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this information. The slide on the enhancement funding, and you are correct. I know there was quite a bit of conversation about that. At the appropriate time, could we get just maybe like a spreadsheet that shows all of those factors that played into what each department got and how that was equated, be it rooftops or whatever consideration, calls and so forth? Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, since I got both of you here, there, are we, I know in the 6 cent budget, the 6 cent budget for the fire departments and everything right now, are we also looking ahead of setting aside some of this fund to go toward them gray areas we got in, looking at the gray areas we got in the county?
One thing that I think you may be noticing, and your deputy county manager also noticed, is that this looks like a fairly tight budget, right? I mean, we're basically putting into play on paper 3.4 million out of 3.5, over 3.4 million. So that's a pretty tight budget. We talked about this in the fire commission meeting, the last one. I think in reality, if you look at these different categories on this sheet, right? For example, medical first responder, we're budgeting as if every department participates and gets that 20,000. That will likely not be the case. We're budgeting as if every fire department fills every available hour for the daytime firefighters. That will likely not be the case. We're budgeting as if every department fully utilizes $40,000 in grant match. That will likely not be the case. So in reality, I think this budget too, and future budgets as well, I hope we'll continue to put money back into the reserve fund that I think will, in the medium to long term, will help us start to figure out how we want to fill those holes where there's not adequate fire response. Does that help?
It's, yeah, I'm just looking at for those ones in the gray areas.
Right.
That if we're looking at something, you know, I'm paying this fire tax too,
Right.
but I'm looking for, my gray area that someone along the line to help me out.
And in the background, I'll say too, I mean, there's a lot of interesting things going on. You know, I've been in discussions with the Person County Manager. In some of those gray areas, for example, there may be a department, Mariah, for example, right, that is responding, Commissioner Jay, Mariah may be responding over from Person County into that area. So in fact, right, it may not be that all of the holes are exactly as compromised as they look, but they are certainly in the long run. It's our goal to make sure that those are filled in appropriately with Granville County fire protection. And I think even though this budget looks tight, I think it will also contribute to the reserve that will enable us to address those holes.
County Manager, am I correct? This doesn't include funding that will be left over from this past year?
Correct. We're already carrying, even a year and a half in, we're already carrying a significant fund balance from the fire tax. And that was another reason, right? I think that was, when we're talking with 12 volunteer fire departments that in reality have been kind of starved for funding for a long time, it's kind of painful for them. It's a pain point for them that we've been raising money with the fire tax that is not being put into circulation, that is not available to them. So certainly in this first, what I would consider really a full budget, we're attempting to kind of make more of the money for next year's budget available to the departments, help them realize the benefit of this fire tax a little bit more fully than has been the case thus far.
I just want to let you know, because I can stand in my front step and see where the line stop at and throw a rock at it on east side of my driveway, because I'm the one that's in the gray area. That's why I'm talking about it. That's why I'm gonna let's keep figuring out is we setting aside or figuring out a way to cover me someday.
So are we looking at eventually, probably not in my lifetime, but eventually looking at being paid fire departments instead of volunteers?
That's way, way down the road.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But are we looking and talking and thinking?
I mean, I believe at some point in time with the decline in volunteerism, and I think you feel the pain on that. Eventually, it probably will go to that, but when, I don't know. And that's just my personal feeling.
Okay,
Well, are we looking at going to a second person? Are we looking at that on a truck? Because what I'm saying when I say a second person, if you get a fire call, and that person is driving that pumper to the fire, he's got to make sure that truck is running and get it set up so they can get water out. And if nobody there there to man the hose, so it looked like
So the board did approve adding extra workers to the truck. If the departments hire the people, they have $50,400 this past year to do that. The enhancement funding, which we'll get to, can also assist in doing that. But if you look back, and it's unfortunate, but I know they're trying, but if you go back to the slide of what they have spent, Jason, and full-time and the part-time firefighters.
Yes, toward the beginning.
Go back further.
Keep going.
Earlier than that.
It's like on slide 4. Keep going back.
There you go, right there.
If you look there, and these funds were available, that's what's been spent out of the $50,400 per department. So the opportunity's there. It's not easy hiring part-time people. And so with the enhancement funding, they can do a number of things. They can look at how much they're gonna pay them. They can do all kinds of things. Remember, they work for the fire departments, so that funding's available to do that if they would like to do that, but it's also, not all of the money that's there has been expended. So, in looks to the future, and the conversations, with the fire commission, is that we do know we have some spots that we need, and we set aside, I think, Commissioner Karen, we set aside some money in last year's budget as restricted funding for both the north and the south for, potential, fire service funding. And then we've also know that down the road, we're gonna have to, and again, that's why we're building that, funding balance in the fire commission funds. As the county manager said, though, is that these departments are very aged. The average fire truck in Granville County is 23 years. And so it was important that we get the funding out as quick as we could. And then, of course, the enhancement funding is all based upon a formula that is considered to be best practice by the consultant and the fire consultant. And so that enhancement funding goes to where it needs to go. So, and there's criteria to that. It's a formula. It's not this. It's a formula that's designed and has several criteria to it. Thank you.
So that's a great synopsis. And are you all set with your presentation? You good at the end?
So with the last slide, I just kind of wanted to kind of show where we come from to where we are now, or where we have the potential to come. And again, like Chairman Culver said, these numbers on the right for this fiscal year coming up are potential. They could receive up to, but the middle numbers is where we were 4 years ago. So I'll take Antioch since it's their first one. So they're going from 76,519 to having a potential of getting 265,000.
Very significant. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to remind, I know Commissioner Jay and I in 17 launched this on paper. And this is a process that we've been looking at and talking about and beating it with a stick. And the fire departments have gotten this 18 months ago. This is coming to fruition. So we're in the infancy of this, and it's going to take a lot of work to get the head pressure up. We get the steam going, but our volunteers are really, coming up to near where they should be, and then we'll talk about and are talking about where they're going to be. And this is a trajectory. We put 6 cents on a dartboard as a starting point. We're actually raising it this year, obviously you can see, from a percentage standpoint by leaving it there. And if the fire commission deems that they want to do more people, because as you said, 2 sets of turnout gear and the additional training and so on and so forth, we all know that. Equipment is expensive. If it needs to go up, it goes up. This is a service fee. If we want to have service, we're going to pay for the fee. We're going to pay the fee to get the service. So it's going to come to.
Yeah, if I pay for it, I want my service too.
Yes, sir. And it's getting there. And we'll do a percentage increase on your taxes here, and that's coming up in the next segment.
That's my case. I want a piece of the pie too.
Yes, sir.
I want that too.
Next up, sorry we're a little behind schedule, but we will make it up, I guarantee it. At some point, we will give and take all day. Human Resources. We've got our Human Resources Director, Angela Miles, with us. And she's gonna
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I just want to talk to you briefly today about the status of employment in Granville County. Just so that you know that Granville County Human Resources, our focus is on recruitment and retention, compensation, benefits for the employees, performance, legal compliance, and also various other areas to support employees in the county. Some of the highlights from this year, 23-24, we had some important and exciting highlights to cover. We had an elimination of employee health insurance premium copays, so our employees now have zero cost for their insurance coverage. We also reduced the dependent coverage by 25% for any dependent coverage. We saw a slight increase in enrollment because of this, probably about 5% in our enrollment for health insurance, which is really good. We also increased the employer match for the 401k from 1% to 2%, and this is for non-sworn positions. The sworn positions receive 5%, which is required by state law, so that was standard for them. They didn't receive any type of increase. It is our goal over the next few years to increase for all employees to 5%. So that is our goal for the next few years. Also, we have a continuation of countywide training opportunities. We have platforms like LinkedIn Learning. All of the employees receive library cards to access the LinkedIn Learning, which offers training. We also have training through the NeoGov platform, which is a free safety training platform that's sponsored through the NCACC. And this past fall, we also participated in a 3-day leadership academy offered by Chatham County for our department heads and supervisors. And it covered issues such as state and local employment laws, also supervisory skills, communication skills, various skills. And we had great participation with that. Also, we're continuing that Leadership Academy training with Chatham County throughout the rest of this year, that some of our employees have the option to attend that training if they choose. So we hope that, we have a few that have signed up to participate in that. So that's the ongoing training for our leadership. We did an implementation of the mid-year adjustments for social services due to their critical turnover issues, and we also had recruitment and retention for that. The employees in DSS, for the lower paid employees, they received about a 14% increase, and for the higher paid, it was about an average of about 4.5% increase. So that was a good benefit for our social services department, who we all know that has difficulty in staffing employees there. And we also implemented the new HR and payroll software, and we transitioned to the electronic time and attendance. So that has been working well for the county as well. And we then hosted our first annual Granville County Employee Appreciation Banquet. We had great turnout for that. Approximately 200 people attended. And who would have ever thought Drew was a dancer? But we did, we enjoyed that.
Guess you haven't known me very long.
Only with the glasses.
Angela, could I make a couple of points on here? I think it's conceivable to me that some folks sort of see us improving employee benefits, adding to 401ks, making significant pay raises in certain parts of the organization, and say, oh, county is kind of living high off the hog, and this is costing us a lot of money. It is costing us some money, but I want to point out, we very nearly lost an absolutely critical hire because of our very low, unusually low 401k match, and we did lose another one because of health benefits. So the cost of having, at least in some respects, slightly subpar benefit package is real. Same thing with pay, right? Neighboring counties will have a job fair, and they're offering 5 or 7 or 10,000 more for the same kinds of positions we have. People drive up and down I-85 all day long for $5, $10, $1,000, especially when they're only making 35, 40, or 45, right? That's a huge difference to them. So we have to compete. We do compete, and we lose when we're not comparable and competitive.
Well said.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to talk a little bit about the demographics in Granville County, we have a very diverse population in Granville County. As you see on the right-hand side, 60% of our population is female, 40% is male, and of those, 50% are white, 46% are black, and about 4% of other nationalities, Hispanics, Asians, and American Indians. And then on the left-hand side, about the years of service. We're kind of dwindling a little bit with our individuals with longevity. They are taking advantage of the retirement. We've heard about that great resignation going on, so people are taking part of that. But then we look at the bottom of the spectrum. We have less than 2% of our employees, 42% of our employees have less than 2 years of service. And that, yes.
Is that all county employees?
That's all county employees, not including part-time.
Okay.
That's all full-time employees, yes. Yes. So, and are you talking about in the demographics or in the years of service?
I apologize for interrupting.
That's okay.
The years of service.
Yes, all full-time, yes, full-time employees. Can you go back just one?
Commissioner May, it's significant, or it signifies sort of the churn, the employee churn that happened, I think, especially during COVID and after. It's also related to just that wage competitiveness, right? The kind of bidding war that we were in for law enforcement, right? The bidding war that we're in for other kinds of classes of employees. And so, you know, what it's interesting that this doesn't necessarily mean that they're younger, but they may be on average than they have been historically. But it takes a lot to hire somebody. It takes a lot to train somebody. And so, again, to get back to that previous slide, it's important for us to hire good people and to hang on to them, right? The conveyor belt, the sort of quick turnover is very costly to the organization, the kind of service we can offer to the public.
Yeah, studies have shown that the pandemic has changed the way people view local government, and they're looking for more things like flexibility, opportunities for advancement, inclusion. So that plays a big part in that number there. Okay. So as far as the countywide turnover, this is a 5-year turnover for the county, and as you can see, between 2021 and 2023, we kind of had an upward trend with the turnover, and that was partly due to COVID, the pandemic. A lot of people leaving the workplace and not returning due to that flexibility and those opportunities for advancement. But currently, we are holding below the 25%, and we hopefully, and that is mainly due to the increases in salary and benefits changes that we have put in place. And we're hoping that we can remain below the 25% by the end of this fiscal year. So here you see the turnover, and this is in reference to the larger departments in the counties. Those are those departments that have 20 or more employees, and which tend to have the larger turnover because they have a larger number of employees. And so we can see that DSS had approximately 21% of a turnover rate, 22% turnover rate. And the sheriff's office had 39%. And then detention, which is typical for our sheriff's office in detention to have high turnover. And that was at 19%. And then we had,
Angela?
yes.
I think those in the parentheses on the bottom, those are the raw numbers. The columns are the percent. So I think sheriff's office is in the low to mid 50%
yes.
turnover.
I'm sorry, yes.
And close to 40% on detention.
That's correct. And then we also, for emergency communications, they have faced turnover as well, high turnover this year as well. And then the green column is a reflection of all other departments within the county for the turnover rate. We currently have 33 vacancies in the county. A large amount of those are in DSS, and that's mainly due to them receiving 7 additional positions this year. So they're working to fill those positions. And then this slide is a separation of the turnover month by month from January 2023 through December of 2023. And we had lower rates at the beginning of the year, and then it started to trend upward. And then we had a high peak in September. I'm not sure what happened in September, why we had such a high turnover, but it was not retirements, it was all resignations during that point. And then we started to trend back down, so we're hoping that we can keep that trend and stay down for the remainder of this year. So how can we establish Granville County as a preferred employee and stay in line with our 5-year objective plan for number 9? So an ongoing review of the salary and benefits offerings to ensure that Granville County remains competitive in today's labor market, and we have done things in place. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, the DSS salary schedule changed last year. We put the public safety salary schedule in place, so that has helped our labor market as well. Increased recruitment to reach efforts to attract and diverse and talented job candidates. We have now have a human resource recruitment specialist in place this year who we're working to make sure that assist the departments in recruiting staff, getting our jobs posted, so we hope we can benefit from that position as well. To continue supporting professional and personal development opportunities, Remain committed to addressing employee feedback obtained through the workplace climate surveys and the quarterly manager-employee listening sessions. We're anxious to get those results back. We did that survey last month, earlier part of this month, and the results should be in next week. We had about, not including the sheriff's office and detention, we had 84% participation in that workplace climate survey. So we're interested to see the results for that. With the sheriff's office and detention, it was a 63% participation. Also, to foster continued employee appreciation and recognition programs, we have established an appreciation committee who will help us increase employee morale and get employees engaged in different activities. And then to promote internal growth opportunities through succession planning. In our last staff meeting, there was a discussion about, for the smaller departments where there's not an opportunity to advance to leadership positions, being that maybe there are only 2 or 3 people, we talked about maybe offering levels of advancement for positions, maybe a level 1, level 2, level 3 mechanic or something of that nature to help with that planning and allow the opportunities for advancement in the county. Okay. So do we have any questions?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for sharing this. And this world in HR in recent years, things have really just become so different. I've had the displeasure of having to see good talent walk away because we just couldn't compete. And you're right, it ends up costing the organization when you can't bring in top-level talent to fill positions. And, you know, I just have this good feel for where we are. I do have conversations with people outside of our county, and I just think we have positioned ourselves, and I'm sure there'll be things as we go forward to be able to bring in that talent, because if we don't, at some point the organization suffers. I am very interested in the appreciation and recognition program. We're committed to look at that, because I think some of those things mean a lot as well. So I'll look forward to talking with you more about that. Thank you so much.
My question, do you think we are now getting out of being the training ground for the surrounding counties now?
Our turnover is not, yeah, I do. We're bringing employees in from other counties in that area. So I don't think we are the training ground anymore. I think actually because we are improving our benefits and our salaries, employers are now coming to Granville County.
Okay, good. I know for a long time we've been the training ground for other south surrounding counties.
Yeah, because we weren't very competitive, but we are moving in that direction now.
Good, good.
Commissioner Ray, do you have something?
Chairman. I just have 2 questions, thank you. Do you have the percentage of employees that actually enter and retire? Like
that retire?
Yeah, so you got 4%, and then I'm just curious to see how many
of those numbers are
what would be the
retirees.
ratio of number of employees that enter then actually end up retiring.
From here?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Spend their entire career here.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just, and finally, the cost of turnover. Is there any way to put a, I mean, some of those numbers are astounding. So you gotta do backgrounds, you gotta do, all the other things you gotta do to get folks hired. How is that figured in? Is that, whose budget does that go in?
It's in the HR budget, and I can tell you to hire a sheriff's office or detention employee, it costs $1,100 to bring one employee in. So that turnover cost is very high for those areas, yes.
I would say that is sort of the bare minimum way of thinking about the cost of turnover. I mean, there's some direct costs in HR, but there are operational costs in departments, right? Paying overtime to everybody else while they've got X number of vacancies. There's the The actual cost of training, could be, I bet the sheriff's office could quantify this pretty clearly. I know that DSS can as well. There are a lot of the tasks that they have people doing that take 9 months, 12 months, 16 months to train the people to do. And there's a further cost in the sense that while you're in trainee status in DSS, you can't bill the same reimbursement rate back to the state. So while you're in trainee status, the county is picking up more of the tab as opposed to what the state might pick up once they're fully trained. So, I've seen estimates sort of in general, the cost of turnover can be in the tens of thousands of dollars when you take into consideration all of those different factors.
That would be a good metric to have. So as we decide compensation packages and things of that nature, it would balance that approach and give it a better understanding of why we're making those decisions rather than people are just leaving. It's also a net cost associated with it.
Absolutely, and it's a big one.
Yep.
Commissioner Wilford?
Just a quick comment, as a former small business owner, just if I could weigh in, and now the steward of the county's finances, I will say that in majority of the cases I saw where as a small business owner, if you have a compensation package, 401k was a big thing in our store, and it was amazing the number of people that took advantage of it. If we can offer that, those items, gradually increasing, health insurance, we paid 100% of our employees' health insurance.
Right.
So that kept a lot of people there. Now, it cost us, and I understand that, and again, we have to weigh out the cost to the taxpayers, but there's also a cost to the taxpayers to have to hire new people.
Ultimately, they're paying for the
So
turnover.
There's a balance there, there's a balance, and I see that now.
And
So-
thinking of the sheriff here, right? I mean, you remember kind of after the election, right? And there were all the concerns about when our patrol squads were a little thin, right? That is the cost of turnover, right? The cost of having fewer people than we would like on patrol, for example, is a good example of the cost of being understaffed, right? There's a real cost to that.
So there's a real cost to the citizens.
Right.
For having that turnover versus increasing some of these packages to attract and retain good quality people, personnel. My 2 cents
Right.
worth.
So-
Offsetting the consequence of the turnover.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm very glad that this board sees the benefit of a good benefits package. I mean, talking about, from healthcare to 401k, this group of folks are the ones that put the 401k in place in the first place and moved it to 2%. Now we need to keep going. I think that's a huge thing. You get what you pay for, and you get what you pay for, and that goes for employees. Our employees are very important to us, this board, speaking for this board when I say this, but recognition and appreciation. This board employs the manager, the attorney, and the clerk. Everything that an employee may have to deal with comes through the people on this side of the room right now. Our HR manager, I don't mean to point, I'm sorry. HR department, our assistant county manager, and our manager. We're here for moral support. We set policy. People want to share their business with us, but it doesn't reflect, and I hope that this board, it's an employee-employer relationship, and it's none of this board's business, and I hope that you all stay with that.
But we also need to remember the.
We need to know what's going on.
employees that we have also.
We appreciate them, we do, very much so. But when folks start coming and putting the commissioners in the line, remember, we're not in that line. We're here to make sure we have good benefits packages. We're here to foster a good employee appreciation and recognition programs. We're here to make sure that they're safe in their jobs and that they're adequately being provided for. But we're not in the line. This is right here is your team. So just for the folks in the back, I just want to make sure that I'm, as a chairman of this board, support our manager.
And just speaking to one aspect of the benefits package, the 401k, it's good that we're moving forward with it. But we've got a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, we do.
Because when you're offering a 2% match, and you got the next county over offering 5%, no match, they contribute 5%. It puts you in a bad position when you're hiring people. And that can lead to people getting the training here and moving somewhere else. And I feel like it's a very important part of the total package that we need to look at and we need to address.
Absolutely, yeah, and we have noticed that as well. As Drew said, that we oftentimes lose individuals because of the 401k. So moving in that direction is definitely positive for the county.
And if you remember in our budget discussions last year, we had shown you all the regional jurisdictions, all the counties around us. We are surrounded by counties that are doing a 5%, whether it's a match or no match required. And I've also began noticing in recruiting efforts, they're getting very creative. I mean, the talent pool is what it is, right? They're getting very creative. And I saw something come through yesterday that was really pointing out that they have a 5% with no match. I do believe that employees need to have skin in the game, and I think it's good for our program that they're contributing as well. But that is something that employees really do look at, and it does attract them to come look and discover further what we have to offer.
You didn't apply, did you?
I did not apply.
And if you look at it kind of in another sense, when you've got a competitor offering 5% no match, they're basically out offering 5% more pay.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that's something we have to be careful of and in moving forward.
It's actually a little more than that.
Yeah, that's true.
What is our total employees that how many people are we employing in the county right now, not including the school department?
358 full-time employees and approximately 82 part-time employees.
Give that number one more time.
358 full-time employees and approximately 82 part-time employees.
Just curious, County Manager, what would 1% be for the county budget?
On 401k?
Yep.
If I remember correctly from last year's budget, it's sort of like $240,000 or something like that.
A year?
Yes. 140?
I think so.
Okay. We'll get you the correct
So
number.
where are we at? We're at 2 now, right?
We're at 2.
2.
Plan would be to put a third percentage in the budget for this.
$720,000, right? 3 times 240?
Let us check on that number.
Okay, all right.
Make sure we know what it is. It wasn't a gigantic amount, right? But again, there are all kinds of things happening in every year's budget. But we're moving, and we'll continue to move, I hope, in the right direction.
We're moving in the right track, because for to keep good employees, we need to support our employees and do the best we can for our employees, because they are the one doing the work for us here in doing the work for Graham County.
All right. Any more questions? We're all good on this topic?
Yes.
Do we want to take one more before we take a quick recess? Do we need 5 minutes? 5-minute break? All right, we'll take a 5-minute break. And then we'll come back and hit the fleet management. Presentation before the board.
It is.
Outstanding. David's first presentation before the board.
I want to give a quick introduction to this item. This is a meaty and interesting topic coming up. And so I wanted to give commissioners a little bit of a deeper dive into our kind of 2/3 of the way through our first year with this new fleet management effort that we're in. And I also did want to take this opportunity to allow David to start presenting to you. And we intended for this position to take over the bulk of the fleet management sort of responsibilities from an administration point of view. David has done that very well and has, so he's already just in his first, I guess he started beginning of January. So not even 2 months yet. He's already made himself extremely useful and become more of a master of the fleet related information than I ever was. So I'm grateful for that, and there will be parts of this morning and this afternoon where other key staff will be presenting to you kind of on behalf of administration. I'm happy that we're moving in that direction I don't have enough bandwidth or energy or hours in the day to kind of do all of that. And so I feel lucky that I have people like Terry and Karina and Angela and David to kind of help carry that load. I wanted to give, before he dives into the fleet information, just give David a chance to introduce himself. He's not a totally typical freshly minted MPA. I ran into a bunch of those at our state managers conference a couple weeks ago, and they look like kindergartners running around. David does not look like a kindergartner. He doesn't act like a kindergartner. And again, really happy to have him, and hope he'll take a couple minutes to introduce himself before we talk about fleet.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, commissioners. I'm excited to be here. This is a kind of a completion of a career transition for me. As Drew mentioned, I did go back to school to get my MPA. I worked about 12 years in industrial distribution, private sector work. And then I kind of got that call for public service, and this is the first full-time role of that. So I'm really excited to be here for you. You know, as Drew mentioned, this has been going on, this fleet transition has been going on over the course of this last fiscal year. And all this is to say, I'm about to present other people's work as if it were my own. So a lot of thanks to Monique for getting me up to speed, especially, and Drew. So overall, I just want to kind of reset where we were when we were talking about this enterprise fleet transition. We had kind of a case-by-case basis of when vehicles needed service. We weren't really sure what to do. Should we replace the vehicles? Should we do the costly repair? It was kind of handled as at the department level, and really no centralized decision-making or thought process. So we were hoping to kind of bring that all together in a more centralized way, in a way that we could have a kind of a process that makes sense and can be forward-thinking. So that led us to these main goals of the transition, and that's to develop those procedures for how and best to replace fleet vehicles. And then also to modernize our fleet. We wanted to make sure that we can maximize driver safety. Newer vehicles are safer vehicles. They're also more fuel efficient, and they have fewer maintenance costs. And we are hoping to do all of this while maintaining our previous funding levels, not add any extra money to the budget for fleet-related activities. We spoke with Enterprise when we entered into this and thought that that was a possibility. So I'm happy to report, if we can go to the next slide, that we have either achieved or are on our way to achieving all three of those goals. The first year of this, we are pretty significantly under our budgeted amount. Now this total number here we budgeted about 1.5 million for all things fleet, and that includes new leases, that includes maintenance costs, fuel, tires. As in projecting out our year to date and what we expect to spend on the rest of the leases and everything going forward, we should be a little under $1.3 million total. So within that, you know, there are some successes, there's some struggles. We're definitely spending a lot less on acquisition than we thought we would, which is really good. The enterprise system has really helped us get that under control. We know the sorts of vehicles that we want to buy, and they help us figure that out. We are spending a little bit more than we had anticipated on maintenance, and I think a lot of that has to do with the way the program has been implemented. First, it's our first time doing it, so we didn't even know what to start with on some of these cost estimates. But also right now we have this kind of hodgepodge of county-owned vehicles that are maintained by like direct billed to the county. Then we have county-owned vehicles that are maintained through Enterprise, and then we have Enterprise leases with the Enterprise maintenance plan. Eventually that's all going to shift to Enterprise leases, but until we finish that transition, we're going to have a little bit of variation in our, if we could go back, sorry, a little bit of variation in our maintenance costs. So, and then gas and tires, we're actually doing pretty good. We're right on track for what we had anticipated there. As you can see, we've also replaced, as of actually, this is now 45 new vehicles. Since the slide was developed, we got 3 new vehicles. So we have succeeded in modernizing the fleet and taking advantage of all those safety features and fuel efficiency. As new vehicles come in, the process is to surplus the existing vehicle that it's replacing. We're lagging a little bit behind on that. We are in the process of improving those procedures, and I think we've made some real progress, especially this week on that. Ideally, you would have that number be the same. As a vehicle gets replaced, it gets surplus, and there's a little bit of lag, and that's something we are hoping to improve on. And then when you sell the vehicle, we do get a little bit of revenue back into that fleet line. So it's not a ton, but it does help kind of offset some of these costs. We go forward. So in summary, as I mentioned, we are under budget, and I do expect more savings going forward, especially as we get a higher percentage of our fleet on enterprise leases, on the enterprise maintenance plans. There are some areas of improvement, and we're going to really dive deep. Now that we have a year's worth of data, we're going to have a better idea of what the repair costs are actually going to be, so we'll have that a little bit more buttoned up. The surplus process, as I mentioned, we're going to get that faster. And just a little aside on that, one of the areas of expertise that Enterprise helps us with is kind of understanding what our vehicles are worth, and they're going to help us sell our vehicles for a higher return value than we were doing in the past, because they are fleet experts and we are not. So that's going to get cleaned up. We're going to get more revenue from those surplus sales. And then finally, I think we just need to do end user training for the operators of the vehicles. This is a major change. For some people, it's a major change. For some people, it's a minor change, but it is still a change. We have to get them to understand what the process is for getting their vehicles serviced. And once all that's buttoned up, this is going to be even more fruitful and lead to more cost savings. In the next year, going forward, in addition to those maintenance savings, we're going to try and turn on this feature of the fleet monitoring services. So we have these devices on the cars that let us monitor speed and how they're being driven, and give us a lot of preventative maintenance opportunities so we can really stay ahead of the game. And so those capabilities exist. We haven't really had the capacity to monitor those as we've been transitioning everything, and so now we're going to switch over to that. And all in all, I think that the trajectory of all of this is that we expect even more cost savings going forward. So that's pretty much all I have for this, but if you have any questions, I'll take a stab at them before Drew corrects me.
What is the time frame for us to be 100% fleet maintenance management, completely all vehicles?
Sure. I don't know that we have a definite time frame, because for county-owned vehicles that are operating well, for county-owned vehicles that are still working well, there's no real need to transition that to an enterprise vehicle. So it's kind of, as something comes offline, we'll replace it with an enterprise lease. I would guess probably 3 to 4 years, you'll see the vast majority of the fleet, if not the entire fleet, under a lease.
How many vehicles do we own or do we have in the county that are ours, or being leased or being whatever?
Drew might have a better.
So I think we started this whole process with 133, 135. I think you saw the difference between the new leases and the number of vehicles that had been surplused and sold. So we're probably at the moment, in terms of the number of vehicles that we actually own, are probably up in the low 150s, for example. But the goal is for those surpluses to catch up and to settle in close to that original number. Yeah.
There are a couple vehicles that we're looking to add. It does creep up as the organization grows, but I think, that 130, 135 number is about right for what we expect to be operating once everything's sold.
Okay.
We're retiring some vehicles too, or recognizing, I should say, for example, finance in the manager's office, right? Historically had, let's see. I don't know that the manager's office did it. We had that old CRV, right? And finance had a vehicle. Neither of us drove the vehicle very much, so we're sharing a Camry now, right? And that's a new fleet vehicle. It's still not getting very many miles on it, but we don't need to be carrying 2 vehicles for 2 low mileage administrative departments, for example. So I think we may kind of expand a little bit in some areas, but the data we're getting will enable us to contract in some other areas.
That's right. The analytics that the enterprise system offers flags those sorts of opportunities. So whenever you have something that's not really being driven or being overdriven, we'll know. And so we can do a better job of balancing out where our vehicles should be.
So what the mileage on it? That, is a certain mileage you had to get before you transfer it out?
It's a pretty complicated formula and it's department by department, vehicle by vehicle. You know, we'll switch out the sheriff's office vehicles faster than we would other departments, the more heavily driven ones. But there's also what is the maintenance cost going into this? As that starts to tick up, then it'll say you should look at retiring this. But they're 4-year leases, so that's kind of where for the new vehicles they'll be on 4-year leases.
I would add to that a little bit. The way we prioritized where we would start with the new leases from Enterprise was kind of a historical rule of thumb that we had, which was 100,000 miles or 10 years. And we had, I think, something like 35 vehicles in the county's fleet that met both of those criteria. So those have been the top priority for switching over to Enterprise leases. It's why we haven't gotten on average very much money for the vehicles we've sold thus far. Now I think we're moving into the category of vehicles that meet one or the other of those criteria. But as David was pointing out, moving forward, right, the way these leases work is what we want to be doing, the way we minimize maintenance cost, is to only be driving vehicles that are in warranty. So really the only cost that you have for those vehicles is maybe a set of tires, oil changes, and possibly a brake replacement. Then you sell them after 4 years for good money, and lease a new vehicle. And that's kind of, it seems a little counterintuitive compared to kind of what we've done historically, which is, you know, drive them until the wheels fall off and they've got 250,000 miles on them, and the, you know, shuffle them around to different departments, you know, who are lower priority departments until they really don't run at all. It's a completely different model than that. But so there's sort of two answers. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
So it's the same thing as if you treat an employee well, they're going to stay with you. If you treat the cars well, then we'll have the better cars.
And then, Commissioner May, you had a comment you want to make right question?
I did. Good morning, David, and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
The fleet monitoring system, is it active on any vehicles now? Or if not, when will it be active? And then the other component of that is, will you be able to use any of the metrics or data to be able to assist in fuel, estimating fuel costs for this upcoming budget, other maintenance costs?
That's right. It is active. I would say probably the limitation is that I have not had the expertise on how to read it and use it yet, and that's going to be part of my role going forward. So we have historical data, and there are also alerts that are set up or can be set up. This vehicle is, you know, using more fuel than average, and you can kind of look into it on a case-by-case basis. You know, if it's a sheriff's vehicle in pursuit, that's not going to be as big a deal. If it's somebody in, you know, inspections or something that's flying down the road, then we might take a closer look at that. But we will be able to kind of both see areas for savings and predict future fuel consumption with that.
Okay.
Yeah, we have very specific granular data on fuel use by vehicle at this point.
Mr. Gooch. Now, right now we have county-owned vehicles and we have enterprise-owned vehicles that we're leasing. So the enterprise vehicles are technically not our vehicles. We're just paying a fee for the use of them.
It's a little more complicated than that. These are modified leases where we are building up equity in the vehicles so that when they get sold after 4 years, we are recouping a lot of the value that we've put into the vehicle. So it works more in our favor than a typical lease would.
Yeah. So any kind of monitoring of those vehicles that are owned by Enterprise, Enterprise actually has control over that. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand exactly what we can see all of that information.
But they have control over, they can monitor and see when it needs to be serviced.
The system itself sends up alerts. So I don't actually know, I don't think that folks at Enterprise, maybe they can, I don't get the sense that they're looking up our vehicles. We're looking up our vehicles. I've never had Enterprise or Geotab or anybody call us and say, hey, we're worried about our vehicle because Deputy X is driving it too fast or anything like that.
Yeah, or vehicle.
Not that a
certain
deputy would
vehicle
do
is
that.
So many thousand miles past due for,
I think the
for
vehicle
service.
in this day and time frame tells it on itself through that telemetric system.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are definitely getting alerts, right? When vehicles are due or overdue or coming up on being due for maintenance, for example, it flags that and tells us.
Very interesting stuff. Any other quick questions right before we move on to this topic?
Curiosity, the other day, Mr. Baker and I were at the Campo meeting, and we discussed Wake County and go Triangle, am I correct, Mr. Baker? And, we saw on there was a tax on every leased vehicle, from that area. I'm just wondering if we're paying a Wake County tax, within our lease agreement, because Enterprise,
Yeah.
there is a tax on every leased vehicle out of Wake County. Is our contract out of their corporate headquarters, out of Wake County?
So I think there is,
Government has it.
I think public transit in the Triangle is, one of the funding sources is a rented vehicle, leased vehicle tax that is paid there. We're not paying that for leased vehicles in Granville
Good, very
County.
good, because I was asked a specific question afterwards if we were paying it, so that's good to know. It's like a 5% tax.
Yeah. It funds transit, public transit in those counties.
Was that on lease vehicles or was that on daily rental vehicles?
It was,
I'm more familiar with it being on the rental vehicle tax.
yes. I kind of read it both, but we're not paying it, so I'm glad.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hibbett?
So we on lease, not rental.
Yeah.
We are leasing. They're modified leases too. They're not even what you would typically think of as a lease at the local dealership.
Okay.
I am not a yay for electric cars, but are we looking at any electric cars? And if so, where are they charging them?
We do not have any electric vehicles in the fleet thus far, but if we were to look at that, we would of course have to think about where would they charge up, right? It wouldn't make any sense for the county to lease electric vehicles if we didn't have places to charge them. I do know that Enterprise they can help us get any kind of vehicle we want, but that would be an obvious kind of question if we were thinking about electric vehicle.
I just don't know them all at Walmart.
Right, there you go. David, thank you for your presentation. I know, as part of our affiliations with different associations, whether it be NACO at the national level or at NCACC, when we have our annual conferences, companies like Enterprise are there to tell us all about the wonderful things that their companies will do. And my former military experience tells me that, preventative maintenance and care of vehicles is very important. Ride around in them. If you don't ever check your oil, you're going to wind up in trouble someday, air pressure and whatnot. So the telemetrics that are built into modern day technology was what sold me on coming to a lease agreement for Granville County. The cars of today can tell you when it's time for oil change comes up. They can tell you about a driver that's, not driving appropriately. And I know that policies and things that are in place, knowing where your vehicles are and who's using it for what and at what point is incredibly important, especially for a fiscal hawk. Keep an eye on the budget. We need to know where our vehicles are at all times. And this will allow us to come into this century. And I think, again, knowing how they're being driven, where they're being driven, what they're being utilized for, all that stuff will come back to us. I think it should be secure data that we only have 1 or 2 touch points on through the manager's office. We'll decide that policy-wise, but it's imperative for me that that feature remain available on all of our leased vehicles moving forward. It'd be nice if we had it on all our existing vehicles, but we don't, but moving forward.
Actually, they are in all of the existing vehicles
Is
too.
it?
Yep.
Okay, absolutely. That's outstanding. It's data that's will save us in the long run, but from a taxpayer perspective, I don't know what that vehicle I'm paying for, all my constituents and my friends and family are paying for. I want to know what it's being used for. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item here. We are a few minutes off a time schedule, but next we've got our High Sheriff, Sheriff Robert Fountain. There he went. Morning, sir.
Morning. How we doing?
Good.
Good.
Press that? Oh, okay. I don't usually use these things. If you could. Yeah.
People may not like what you do, but guess who they call when they need you? They call you the deputy.
The call volume is not as bad as I have seen my whole career, but it's not going to be a quiet day.
There is no typical day. You have
People may not like what you do, but guess who they call when they need you? They call you the deputy.
The call volume is not as bad as I have seen my whole career, but it's not going to be a quiet day.
there is no typical day. You have that completely right. You never know how your day is going to start. It could start off with being able to catch breakfast in the morning, and making sure you finished everything from the day prior to, because none of us are perfect. It always helps to go over your paperwork a second time.
And the ability to work under pressure, I'd say, because things can get tense sometimes when you're serving warrants on an individual, but you have to be able to still maintain your professionalism, but be able to execute your duties. But there again, they're knowledgeable in their job, so they're able to explain to the individuals or to the people in the public what the paper is and why they're here to serve it.
So it's incumbent upon us as an intelligence gathering from the Special Operations Unit to disseminate security briefs. So you can grow into those positions, but you start at the bottom and you work your way through. But you will be able to shadow some of these individuals and you will understand the complexities of what we have.
Most people need to start out on patrol to kind of see where the investigations start. And you learn how to write a report and be detailed, because as an investigator, you have to be real detailed in your report writing. Well, Graham County has the same type of crime as any other county, any other city. We have the same type of crime. We have our assaults. We have our B&Es. We have our homicides. We have our fraud cases. It's a gamut of crimes. We all have to work together. We all have to work there. You have a missing child, we call school resource officers, because they probably know who that kid is. I mean, they can probably lead us to some of the friends or who they hang out with. So everybody works together.
If you're a certified SRO officer, there's some things that you can do that the normal officers cannot, regular certified officers cannot. So that class teaches you those things, and it puts you more along the lines of what you can and cannot do.
You can search cars, you can search bags, you can search person, you can search lockers. You can act on reasonable suspicion. You can go to a bathroom, you see some wrongdoing going on, you can act on it. You don't have to have probable cause like a deputy that doesn't have the certification. They have to have probable cause to act. We just have to have reasonable suspicion to act on school grounds.
We're up to 7 certified K9s. Graham County Sheriff's Office has the first woman K9 handler in its history now. And we have taken an approach not to do drug interdiction and worry about 85. We've taken an approach of the arteries and veins of this gateway community to see what those things are like.
So he's gonna be training narcotic detection, tracking, and apprehension once he, eventually. So he'll do the whole 9 yards.
So our K9 units are in specialized units and on patrol and in the warrant squad. We have apprehension K9s, we have bloodhounds, we have a cell phone detection dog that we're training now to get trained up to where we can check contraband in the jails. My vision is to have at least 10 K9s, 4 on each rotation, and then the specialized units will have some as well.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Oh, Lord. Nope, that's the mother load. Number of tennis balls in there. Yeah.
I think it's only incumbent that we start to look at what we really have, and for you as a community and the commissioners in this board to start to see the people that actually serve this community. That is a small snippet of what we've put together. The actual video is about 17 minutes. It will be released on social media and on our website in the next couple of days after we get some more revisions done to it. But all the staff participated in it. We have some detention officer stuff that we're getting together. Courthouse stuff will be added to it. So people in our communities get a real representation of what we have and where we are. So let's go. When we started talking, when Ms. Angela was talking about the vacancy rates and the turnover rates and those types of things, yep, we had a high vacancy turnover rate initially, but knock on wood, I don't think we have no vacancies, Ms. Angela, on the LEO side. We got two pending, because we got 2 people leaving, and we have 2 on the detention, if I believe I'm correct, as of today. So those are our vacancies as it stands currently, 4 total out of our entire agency. So we're continuing aggressively recruiting folks, even though we don't have any vacancies, because you have to have a pool of applicants to fill those slots just in case someone leaves. So we are going to the communities, we're going to community colleges, I'm going to different places, trying to show ourselves welcoming and show ourselves in such that we are a progressive law enforcement agency that does things the right way. And we also just brought back one of our former deputies who went to Butner. He came back, and then I found out this morning Butner did a pay study, and they're gonna be starting people off around 60,000. I'm like, wow, okay, the bidding war continues. So currently, I think, like I said, we're pretty much staffed up, but we started to do a deep study into what the vacancy rate or population per capita per deputies were. Normally, over the course of this whole presentation, when we started looking at it, the national average for deputies per capita at the highest level was 3.4 deputies per 1,000 residents. The lowest was 2.0 deputies per capita. Granville County is operating around 1.75, somewhere around that, 1.725 per 1,000 residents. So when we started doing this, we started looking at what is it with the growth that's coming, why do we need more staff? We have more residents, more civil papers, we have more calls for service. We are looking at having more staff. I'm making sure I keep up with you. Keep going, cool. The agency demographics as it stands right now, we are probably one of the most diverse agencies in this community, in Granville County as it stands right now. Of course, we historically, because it's a male-dominated kind of agency, but we started looking at how do we bring in different people, different colors, different ethnicities. So right now, we have 56% Caucasian, 37% African American. We have an Asian. We have 2 actually Asian brothers that I stole from Apex. It was a good steal. They lived in Durham, so we took them from I think Apex, Morrisville. The Sock brothers. One is left and one is right. Some of y'all might catch that. Their actually names are Sock. So and we have our Hispanic Latino population where we have some Hispanic Latinos on our agency as well. We did a comparison of counties such as our size and what it looks like, what their counties look like as far as their deputies. And we just want to make sure, again, that we're competitive. So when we start talking to people at other agencies and we go to these recruitment fairs and we go to these trainings, every conference or training I send my folks to, their job is to recruit. Their job is to sow seeds. Their job is to make sure that we not only get the training, but we are identifying people that we may could poach. I call it what it is. I poach them. Because that's what they do to us, even in BLET. BLET question. I think somebody had a question of how much does it cost per deputy? $1,200. That's $1,200, not including uniforms and stuff like that, right?
So for the school, it's about 1,200. And then you got to look at the overtime that was attributed to last year. And I think Steve and Drew and we worked together to start our county attorney to where we're not paying overtime for BLET anymore. They signed an agreement as a trainee. So our overtime has been eliminated. They get comp time, but we're trying to stay within the range that they are able to, as far as the comp time, the compensatory time they can create. So I think we started this class. So that's where we're trying to rein in some of the overtime, because the community college can actually change the curriculum anytime. They can change it, they can raise it, no matter what the basic state law is, or the state requirement, they can go above. So we did that. We did a comparison of what other counties are doing, what their metrics looks like for deputies per capita that are similar size to where we are. Go ahead, ma'am. I'm gonna get away from this thing. I'm sorry. All right, so we also have now, we are looking at how we utilize our staff in the jail system to utilize and backfill at the courthouse. Our deputies, well, detention and bailiffs are old. I'm just being straight with you. They older. If you go in the courthouse, you're gonna see those older folks. Bob Pritchard, I think, just left. Bob's about, what, 75, 80 years old? So, go ahead one time. Ma'am?
Did he get his gun?
Yes, I think Bob got his. Did? Cool.
Thank you.
Keep my money man right there. So, no, go to the courthouse one. I'm keep going. So what we did was the general statute says that the courthouse is an extension of the jail. Because we have 3 holding cells upstairs, 2 holding cells upstairs, so we utilize detention staff to backfill the bailiffs. But the bailiffs are such an age that we're gonna have to phase them out. They're gonna be retiring. They're getting paid $16 an hour. So with $16 an hour, we have to look at strategies to get a little younger. We gotta get a little better in how we staff up those. So I utilize detention staff as well at the courthouse. So we make sure that we're safe as we move and work with Drew and the administration to get these things done. I don't know why fleet management is on there. I will say something about fleet management. Great process, newer vehicles, tracking systems we're working through. David and I sat for a while last Friday to get everything kind of shored up with our vehicles, how we know the resources, where they are, how they move, so I can be able to assist in him in what we do and explain if there's some issues. Joe Trot, our maintenance man, is working with Chrissy from Enterprise as well on how these vehicles are supposed to be managed, and even with, when people say, and Russ probably can attest to this, we have to have special brakes on vehicles. So when a Dodge Durango says it's performance rated, those brakes, tires, and those things have to be replaced a little faster because of the way that the vehicle's driven. But what we found was those vehicles, some of them didn't have performance rated rotors, calipers, and brakes. So as we burn them up, then our providers or our vendors, I think we have 5 vendors that we utilize in the sheriff's office, we'll replace them as they go. They're gonna go a little quicker because we drive them a little more than anybody else in the community in our county. But the process is a great process. I highly encourage us to continue to grow it. So we're great with that. You can keep going. Drew pop up again, I'll be up. Our school resource officers, we always want to make sure the schools are safe. What we're doing is we're making our investigators, our SOD units, everybody checks into a school. We have schools positioned at the high schools. We took 2 vehicles that we're going to surplus and put them at high schools. We had a contest where art contest, our vehicles finally got outfitted with the school themes of the students that won. And they were sitting at different schools. We move them to different schools so there's a presence and people think that somebody's there all the time. So we still have the check-ins going all the way around the county with our 17 schools, but we've stationed one like in Stovall. We got one at Stovall all the time now. So if somebody thinks somebody there, even though that deterrent is visible. And I think we got one at Crown Central, and every week, every few days, we're moving. So we're moving it using a vehicle that's gonna be pretty much a spare that we can utilize and activate if one of our SRO vehicles go down, we have a spare vehicle to use.
miles, but they still run good. They still got the lights in them. They just did them. We did something for the kids, again, with this relationship building kind of concept. We're losing one SRO, Mr. Sledge from Webb High School. He's going to another agency. And again, with the general statute, I can have deputies just work in the schools for a certain amount of time before they have to go be SRO sworn and certified during the summer. So we're working those things to make sure we fill in those gaps as we recruit other folks. I think I got one SRO from another agency that we're kind of working to come on board with, I should say. But school resource officers, again, what they provide is a safe environment. We're working with Stan Winborn, Ms. McKnight, and some other individuals. And Keith King, I think he was just hired as a school safety liaison. We're working with him, former chief. But we have a parent accountability kind of thing we do now. Any student that disrupts a learning environment, those students are brought to the Graham County Sheriff's Office. If it's more than 3, they're brought to the Graham County Sheriff's Office. The parents have to come get them. Juvenile justice is involved. Mrs. Yarborough, I think her name is, with teen court. We bring them in. The juvenile justice come in. Probation, parole will come in. They will all have a sit-down conversation, and then they move forward so we can get those dollars into the teen court and the JCPC through our SROs and these disruptive inmates, disruptive students, and future maybe, into our with the school resource officer. Currently, population density, I'm not gonna bore you guys with that. Graham County SROs overview. We got 6,300 students, we got 17 schools, we got 12 SROs, a breakdown. We have 7 at the Graham County Sheriff's Office. Butler has 2 because they picked up schools in Butler. Creedmoor has 2, and we're talking to OPD, but Chief Pat Ford have 5 vacancies. She's losing 2 more within the next 2 or 3 weeks. So Graham County Sheriff's Office is in conversation with the mayor and with Chief Ford to how we can help respond to calls inside the city limits as well. Because she'll be down 7 officers. So somebody has to help, and it's gonna be us working with Chief Ford to help them and back them up as well. So that's where we stand as far as our SROs. We've got 1 at Granville Central High School, we got 1 at Webb, we have 1 at Phoenix Academy, and at Granville Academy, 1 SRO at Oxford Prep, 1 at Northern Granville. He'll be going back and forth to Webb now. And then we got 2 that float on the southern end. I've got 2 in BLET. 1 came from Wake Med as a police officer, and then I have 1 as a Hispanic female who's in BLET right now, Ms. Cruz. More comparisons that are in your packet that you have from Lee County. Again, what SROs they have as far as the students comparison, and how they'll break down theirs as we move forward to understand that, I didn't want somebody to say Beaufort County on the beach, where they got a lot of money, had the same population, it doesn't equate. So we had to go and look at comparisons with areas that are similar to Granville County as we look into actually budget expansions. Keep going. This is where we got our information from as far as somebody want to know where I got all this stuff from and my staff. We got it from accredited places as they was doing their research. Our Special Operations Division, we're cranking our Special Operations Division up. We are starting to go after low-level, low-hanging fruit that the feds don't want. And we're working with our partners with the DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshal Service, and I spoke to Glenn McNeil, the U.S. Marshal, yesterday on some stuff, how we're gonna clean up housing more federal inmates. I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit, and I know, Rob, you're gonna ask me this. The revenue from the housing federal inmates went down. We're averaging around 20,000 a month, somewhere around there. Steve, it bounces back and forth. So what happened, the feds, I stopped saying feds, U.S. Marshals and the Bureau of Prisons fell out. So with them falling out, they didn't have nowhere to send inmates and nowhere to house them. So they pulled all the inmates from Franklin, Warren, Granville, and about 4 other counties sent them all down east. Because that's where the judge that was prosecuting the cases was, down there. So I got with Glenn McNeil, the marshal, and then I started talking to the warden at the federal prison. I said, how can we become a hub to get these inmates back? So we just got them back about two or 3 weeks ago, probably somewhere around there. We started getting them back in. Brown County is a hub. So we'll get inmates in on Friday. Federal inmates come in on Friday. We transport them to USP Butner on Mondays. So we routinely house some, but then we transport others. So we have temporary stays that'll last Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then we'll have some that stay the whole entire time. So we're trying to get that number up to 30, and we're still in the bidding process to see if we can get it at $120 a day. So that's the goal. That bid probably gonna bump down to about 100 a day. I think now we're around 70 or 80, somewhere around there. But we're trying to get that number up because we're so close to Butler. I think Franklin County just got their inmates back around the same time as well. And the sheriff over there is in the same process of how we work, get our money up. Detention staff, we are fully staffed except for 2 vacancies. Our chief, I need y'all to pray for him. He's in the hospital, so I've been in the jail a lot and in the community. He's been out about a week or so. We have a capacity right now, 117 inmates. The Gideons, male and female. We have 117. Our Bible studies are still on Tuesday nights, empowered services Tuesday nights. We just partnered with the art department at Webb. We took old ceiling tiles because they didn't have noise cancellation in the building. We used these ceiling tiles that the Webb High School art department is drawing murals on. So the inmates will come up with a picture or design, and the students at Webb are painting these ceiling tiles, and we're using them as noise cancellation, and we use it as a visual component for mental health. Because if they can't physically go somewhere, mentally they drew something or had a concept or theme, we put it on the wall so those guys can see some stuff. So we have these partnerships going. We also just partnered with Vance Graham Community College, cosmetology department. That was Tuesday, I believe. So where they're gonna start letting the women get their hair done so they can feel better about themselves. We started talking to local barbers to come in and do haircuts for the male inmates. So we're working. Now, the thing with the barbers, for the men, they're gonna be charged a fee and a service fee, and I gotta get with Steve on that, and me and Rob have been kind of bouncing around this idea, how to take money and put it into the indigent welfare fund for the inmates, so their families can pay for a haircut, $3 go into the indigent welfare fund, then those inmates that don't have funds, that money can be withdrawn to make sure that they're whole. We're doing the same thing with vendors. We have a concept where the state prison system, we're gonna model ours after theirs. They're allowing food to be delivered to the jails or to the prisons, then the service charge is placed on top of that. That money will go back into the general fund as we move forward to do different things in a more progressive way. I think a pizza at Central Prison costs $20. $20, the rest of that money goes to the general fund for the state. We're not gonna price gouge anybody. If we get something from Little Caesar for $5 and they put $3 on top of it, but the inmates will look to know that it's service fee, the parents are paid, it'll go straight to accounting, to finance, and we'll just make sure that all the numbers are right with Steve, and Rob keeps track of stuff we're doing. Right now, we have a need for a new transport van. We are working with Chrissy to find one for next budget year. I think we're fully tapped out. We're not asking Drew for any more vehicles. We've had those conversations where we are. We're gonna utilize the resources that we have. Our accomplishments, we have all new uniforms, so you'll see people looking different, wearing a different uniform. All the vehicles have been striped. All our K-9 vehicles, I think we only have 2 that we're finishing up. They'll get done, and I'm all over the place. All right, go ahead. So that's 187. We have hold up to 30 inmates. We have 49 detention officers. Like I said, but we're trying to increase that fed bed spacing. So those numbers should grow.
I don't wanna get tied to a phrase of convict leasing or making money off of it. Because that is a touchy subject for a lot of folks, but I'm going to increase that number. Reverend Green from the County Line Baptist Association, came in on, Tuesday night, we were over there. I think we were at the meeting at First Baptist Church in Butner. I had to leave, because Bible study was at 7. So I met with the county line. There are 22 churches that are gonna come in. They're gonna do an adoption process with the inmates to where they can start looking at adopting inmates. Mr. Royster came in yesterday. He wants to start donating, items for these inmates, hygiene items, which again, the things we can reduce our spending on if we get volunteers to help this process of donations to the inmates to make sure that they are taken care of. We just had a new kitchen manager. We had a new kitchen manager just started on board today. I cut out all staff meals. Because normally the staff, for some reason, were getting meals, but they weren't charging us for the meals. Then Oasis decided, Airmark, they said, hey, we're gonna charge you for your meals. I said, cool, you can charge us, but we're not buying. So we're not gonna increase our cost or expenditures to feed our staff. That's gonna be something that's a no-go for me, and it's a no-go for everybody down there. So last year, I think, working with Trent, we kind of figured that Granville County Sheriff's Office had about 17,000 calls for service. Right now, we're pushing around 300 to 350 calls for service every week. I release those every Monday, Tuesday when we get all those data compiled. We're going to continue to release the numbers that we get out. This is the same stuff that we had, I think, at the last commissioner meeting. Same documentation. It gives you all the assaults, major crimes, minor crimes, the whole way through, stabbing, gunshots, those types of things. Breaking and entering. We have domestic violence, sexual assault woman investigator now. Miss Heather Cruz, we poached her from Bun Police Department. She'll be driving Miss Sue's purple car. So if you want to ride Miss Sue, whatever you want, she come get you.
There you go.
Okay. So I talked to the sheriff and the chief of police about ShotSpotter, because we're starting to get reports of shots fired. We get there, there's nothing. I think we had one yesterday that somebody 5 or 6 shots from somewhere. We get there, no shell casings, those type of things. But that technology is too expensive. What we are doing, and our SOD unit is looking at how do we grant fund flock cameras or even put flock cameras into our budget. Those cameras, we got 2 license plate readers that are federally owned through HIDA on 85. So those license plate readers is one, as soon as you get you get right at 206, it's sitting there. The other one is on the southern end. If you come into Granville County, your license plates are being scanned and read. So we got 2 LPRs on the highway, but we want to put cameras throughout the communities in Granville County. Those flock cameras are very useful when you're trying to track vehicles, suspects, and I think they run in $2,500 a camera with the service fee. So we're looking at those types of things to make sure that the safety and security of our communities increase. Keep going. I think other calls for service in 911, again, came from 2023, just for Granville County, 33,553 calls for service through our 911 communications center. And that data, Trent, if I'm right, that's the one we pulled together.
That's countywide, right?
Countywide.
All municipalities, everybody.
Everybody. Granville County itself was 17,000, a little over 17,000 just for the sheriff's office. So,
Can we, I guess here, why are we not getting a sheriff department, unincorporated?
we broke that down.
Okay, got it.
So our calls for service, I think, is further in this information as well. Keep going.
Okay, that's fine. I'll wait.
Okay.
I apologize.
Again, just a major amount of care calls for service. Keep going. I don't know if we took it out or not. Oh, back. That's property crimes. Keep going. We may have pulled it. There's a time frame that I'm not gonna talk about. But I'll get that to you. And we do have it, I think it might be in the other presentation that we got back there.
I got another presentation that's fully, another demographics in there. I can get those to you, they're broke down. Through the sheriff's office, Butler PD, OPD, and Creedmoor, we broke them down. I think Trent does some of the information we went to, everybody's cost for service, but I know ours came out to around 17,000. Go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going. More about detention center population. We're staying over 100. You keep going. Our turnover rate, when we first got there, a lot of people didn't see the vision or direction that we were going, so it stayed high. So 2024, we're kind of low at where we are as far as our turnover rate. Retention still is high because a lot of people don't want to work in a jail, but our vacancy rate is down because of the fact we're moving in a different direction. People now have a different expectation of what the jail is like. Just like when you go in and you, when Reverend Green went in Tuesday, the first thing he said was, "This don't smell like a jail." The county commissioners from Halifax County have come up, Warren, Bertie, other county commissioners are coming to view our jail. Our jail now has a DEA certification, which is one of the major accomplishments because we never had a DEA certification to maintain narcotics. Thank you to Rob Bayless and our Southern Health Partners for making sure we were not operating illegally. And that's been done. The DHHS certifications are done. All that stuff is done. But our staff are now, LEO side, I think we have 10 in BLET right now. We have 10 deputies in BLET right now, and we're fully staffed. When they come out of BLET and our current vacancy rates, we will have 7 deputies per rotation. They've never had 7 per rotation. We also have a crime suppression unit that is encompassed with 5 other deputies. Sergeant Mark Harrison's in charge of that unit. They work a flex schedule on hot calls, calls for service that are immediate, and we need to increase our response time. So when you have 7 deputies that run this county, the county will be broken up into 3 districts, north, middle, and south. And it'll be 2. We're gonna open up the satellite office in the northern part of the county community, and start utilizing that. We have talked to Trent, and we kind of washed out the idea of using the 911 communication center that's in Wilton, because I had a concept of putting 2 deputies that could run out of there, and we could have one of our admin staff go down there once or twice a week to take care of administrative stuff, pick up concealed carries, those types of things. But we do still have the office in Creedmoor that Ms. Becca runs, and our deputies out of there. So she still does those same things, pick up conceals and do administrative reports down on the southern end and the service of papers, and to have those papers tracked when we do it out of the southern end, so it's split. But we will further split it once we get these individuals out of school, north, middle, and south. So our coverage will be greater, the response time will be better, and we're gonna continue to recruit.
Sheriff, where are you looking at putting up north?
At the fire station, at the EMS station.
At the EMS station?
EMS station.
There is,
Well, that's right.
we're already paying for that building, it's already office, there's already Wi-Fi there, it just hasn't been utilized.
Now there'll be somebody to talk to, so maybe they'll bring the ambulance up there.
But the office been there for years, and the only thing doing, been doing is collecting dust.
They got nothing to do with me, sir.
Why not?
The same original desk you put in there, and the ink pens and the paper.
Well, I'm just a new commissioner. I've only been here 3 or 4 years.
What's that, Russell, got to do with you?
Maybe you could have resolved that a lot sooner than now, but the fact of the matter is that, it's gonna cost if that's what you want. The taxpayer's gonna pay for what you want, so you keep complaining, but at some point, you're gonna have to pay for it.
Sheriff's office,
I got some questions for the sheriff.
We got, Commissioner May, go ahead, what question?
You had a slide that said you had, in the county comparisons, again, not being picky, but just wanna make sure, cause I know you have, being the sheriff, not an easy job. 63 personnel and 7 admin.
66 personnel, 6 admin, 72. Slide was wrong.
Okay. And you're gonna correct that before it goes out to the public? Okay. There's a study that was done, and it's been done by the ICMA and also done by the Center for Public Safety Management. I just want to make sure you're not using the 1,000 ratio as a template, because I'll read you, I'll quote to you, officer per thousand in deployment miss, and Center for Public Safety Management is an outstanding organization. Police routinely speak about recommended officers per 1,000 or a national standard for staffing or comparison to other municipalities. There's no such standard, nor are they recommended per thousands, nor is it useful to make comparisons with other communities. And then I was looking at some of the other comparisons with the other counties.
Well, let's do that one first.
Huh?
Let's do that one first. So, because of that study, there's 1,000 studies, so your study may be different than what I do. The information from the sheriff standards and what we're looking at could be different from yours. So as long as we're clear, not one source of information is correct and complete. So we have to look at it from a broad perspective, not just say, oh, this is my study, this is yours. So we can put it together, but the population density is what I look at.
Well, this is a narrow study because the actual International City and County Management Association basically did the study and stated that workload was the key factor to look at, not population or density, or as you have listed.
What was, I didn't read,
Workload.
Basically, like the cost for service.
Right.
So if we did cost for service based on the number of deputies, we can break it down and put it back into it, the
Well,
population.
I was looking at that, and looking at your call for service at 350 a week from the last one, based on 168 hours, not counting peak time, not narrowing peak time, because that would increase it. It's 2 calls an hour. So I just want to make sure that what we're doing is, and when I looked at the budgets, county budgets of some of these other counties, for instance, Lee County and Pender County, I think it was Pender, we're talking counties that have $100 million budgets. Our budget was 82 million last year. So just to make sure we're making right comparisons.
That's why we took it out of there. I think we took that one out. And that's why I said.
No, it's still up there, because I actually, it's what I looked over last night. So I just want to make sure we're making fair comparisons, understand that you need the right metrics, and I think you're attempting to do that. Is the chief of staff a new position?
No.
Okay, who fills that position?
A lieutenant, that working titles are what they are.
What is the,
That is
what
a
is,
lieutenant's position.
what is the role, chief of staff?
Accreditation, helping maintain the admin staff up there, up front. Because the accreditation, we just hired, we got the funding, the approval for a accreditation person. So they will manage all the admin staff, they're taking care of the accreditation for the jail and for the detention facility.
Yes, sir.
The same thing that y'all had Bonnie Lemons doing before we got here, that person now would do that and work on our policies and work on those types of things. Then you gotta add into your equation, Russ, is how many 50Bs we do. How many civil processes we kinda kick out.
Well, that's-
So that workload study.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. That's how you're gonna get, I think, at least convince me that the appropriate level of staffing is met. When I see the totality of the workload, for instance, what's your current investigator caseload?
We got right now, they're working 10 apiece, 8 to 10 apiece.
8 to 10 cases. What's the solvability rate in the county?
It's probably like 75 to 80%. Only thing we're working now is like a missing persons case, that's a big case. We did something down south yesterday, we were all out at 7 o'clock yesterday morning, off of Gulf Wilkins Road, people waving a gun that was on 4-wheelers that broke it. So we're doing active work and a lot of stuff.
Those are the metrics that help commissioners make decisions on budgets when we look at the totality of the calls. Not just sheer call volume, because as you know, a typical call could be shots fired and you roll out there and there's nothing.
Exactly.
So.
You still gotta respond.
Yes, sir. Have you developed a vehicle policy yet per previous discussions?
Yep.
Okay, does that include the transportation of civilians and patrol cars?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that means?
No one can transport a civilian in a vehicle unless it's prior approval through me. No one can travel outside of the county more than 40 miles unless it's approved by me. If you go outside of the county more than 40 miles, your vehicle has to be parked at a remote location that has to be approved by me. We also, that went in line with the situation with the BLET, how we changed that to narrowing folks in their money to make sure we're fiscally responsible. So we've done all that. And I'm working with the North Carolina County Association of County Commissioners. They came and sat with me, and their policies, which have already been through legal, are the ones we're adopting. So, I think her name is Miss Oxendine, is one of the she's one of the North Carolina Association of County Commissioner reps. It was two that came and sat with me. We are taking all of our policies, laying them on the table beside theirs to make sure that we can blend them together. And then they've already been vetted through a legal process. And then I will give those to our county attorney, make sure they're good with him, because Drew and I have already had that conversation.
Is the 40 miles starting from the county lines, or
County
is it
line.
starting from the?
County line.
Okay. So, north at the Virginia line, south at the
They
county
can't go
line?
to Virginia at all.
Sir?
Ain't no vehicles going to Virginia at all.
Okay, so everything on the county lines
Yeah,
from
west,
south,
south.
west, and east? Okay.
East, west, and south.
South.
You gotta go west, you gotta be in-state.
Okay.
No, Halifax County is in North Carolina.
No, Halifax County is in Virginia, the north, where he's talking, correct?
It's two
Two
different,
Halifax
yes,
counties.
Yeah.
One is way.
I'm talking about the one in North Carolina.
Yeah, we, 40 miles
but it's basically county line,
to that
east,
destination.
west, and south.
East, west, and south.
All right.
I just got a few more, and I apologize for the board, but these are questions that have come up, so just thank the sheriff for answering them. Do you have a training policy regarding, new employees when they attend BLET, and what's the condition of employment, regarding BLET and the successful completion of BLET?
What do you mean?
If you,
You mean field training?
I can only tell you what, from my experiences, is that when a new applicant comes on board, one of the bases to maintain employment would be able to successfully complete BLET. If they fail to complete BLET, do you have a policy that addresses whether, in other words, is a condition of employment based upon whether or not they successfully complete BLET?
No, because here's what we do. As the authority that I have an opportunity to recycle somebody. Because people will look at things from a standpoint of not knowing what goes on in my agency and make a decision or they'll make a judgment of why I do certain things. Like if the question was asked that I had 2 people fail BLET and I sent them back through to recycle, it was based on the fact that somebody took a test and she didn't get a chance to complete a section. But she was competent in all and was not subject efficient in any of the tests. She took too long to take the test, she ran out of time. So I talked to the director of BLET and got his thoughts on this individual. So she went back. Another male that did not complete it was in the hospital a week before, which encouraged him not to take the test. But he said, Sheriff, I think I can do it. I said, cool, let's go. That was Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards only failed one section that made him not qualified. Take Gerald Latta. Gerald Latta did not complete anything. I took his certification and moved him to detention.
I don't wanna know the name, but all I'm saying is that.
That's my decision.
You're making decisions based upon circumstances in which they could not complete the training.
Correct.
And I just wanna know if there's a policy on that, because what if there was no reason, what if they failed because they did not meet the scores and there were no reasons, for
I
them?
will take that into consideration. I talked to the director, Bishop, and he will be like, look, this person's gonna make it or not. If they're not gonna make it, I don't waste time.
And the reason I say this is to go back to our earlier conversation about cost and all the other stuff.
Yep.
The braking cost, I may have misunderstood you. So if you need high performance brakes, is that something that additional cost is gonna come to the county?
No, because if you put them on a vehicle, you put, like performance rated tires or those brakes on a vehicle, you're gonna pay for 2 sets. So when I met with David, I talked to Chrissy, so if we get these vehicles and they don't have the right stuff on it right then, we will utilize them until it's time to replace them. Then we upgrade after that.
But that's done through the leasing company, right?
That's done through the leasing.
Okay,
Right.
okay, good.
If I could add a little bit there, the pursuit rated vehicles are supposed to come, they do come kind of outfitted that way. They're also handled a little differently in terms of the monthly maintenance charge that we pay per vehicle. There is a difference between that, what that fee looks like for a pursuit rated, law enforcement vehicle versus a standard our Camry, for example.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Because Enterprise knows that they cost more to kind of keep those up.
Yeah, kind of follow up, good point on the training and recycling. Most of agencies have their own in-house where they can monitor progression and make a graduate or not, and make the call right then and there. Most agencies, the majority of agencies do recycle for various reasons. I think where the gap is, we rely on BLET, so we probably need, to your point, we'll look at that. I think, what is the determination of BLET? Because ultimately, as the sheriff said, he will make that decision. But I think that's where the gap I see is because we don't have an in-house training that we maintain. We rely on BLET to tell us what that candidate is doing, rather than monitoring that candidate whole process. We would say, hey, this person's having trouble with firearms, with recycle, person having trouble with driving, with recycle. Because most federal agencies, state agencies, once they make a determination to hire an individual, they feel like that person's gonna be a good fit for the agency. Now, there are gonna be people who go into those academies that just aren't gonna fit the bill. And I think that's what we're talking about. You know, we gotta make that decision whether we cut bait or not. And certainly, I think that's a good point to look at that, so we don't have those gaps there.
I just think it helps to have a standard set in writing so that down the road, if someone should be dismissed for whatever reason, that it can't be ruled as an arbitrary decision, that you have a policy in place that identifies what you may or may not do in certain situations, whether you're in BLET or you have your own BLET. Otherwise, what we're gonna run into down the road is that, well, I got dismissed for doing this, but this other person didn't, and did the same thing. And that's my concern from the county's perspective.
There is and I think we get caught up in different types of law enforcement because there is a different statute. I don't have to go through I'm HR, right? I don't have to go through the whole process. So the sheriff is an at will, at the pleasure of by general statute. I can wake up today, go into the office and say, I don't like the shirt you're wearing, to myself, and say your services are no longer needed. There's no argument when employees come to EEOC, anybody else that want to talk to the sheriff,
I would defer.
No, I'm just saying.
But the EOC, you still have the EOC, so you still can have plaintiffs come before EOC. Still, the authority can still be challenged.
It can.
And you still have to abide by the federal rules or regulations that would supersede any authority that the sheriff has.
Right, the sheriff still is an at will.
No, I get that, but I think it's a really broad statement to make that you can have your way with an employee.
Not have my way, that's illegal.
Well,
I'd rather they not do that.
We ain't going
there. We're gonna have Commissioner Wilford, then we're gonna go to Commissioner Kozar, and then I'm gonna say something, and then
Thank you, Sheriff.
I got just one thing.
Yes, sir.
I just, Sheriff, I have a couple of questions, and it shouldn't be in depth, should be easy, and a couple of comments. The first question is, in the deputy population ratio, why do we use a national average instead of a state average? Just a very simple question.
That's why we went to counties.
Okay, that's why you did use the county.
Yes.
Okay, great there. Next statement is, I'm glad to see the increase or the potential increase in the safety of the courtrooms.
Yes.
I think from the national things that we've seen over the past months, that is important. I happen to be friends with one of our local judges, and that has been expressed. I think upgrading that quality will put in ease to some of those judges as they, and district attorneys and lawyers. So I commend you on that, and I hope we continue to see that. I think you're in the beginning stages.
Yep, to your point, we went to 6 different courthouses the size of ours in this area. We've got quotes from 3 or 4 different companies. So when we put the proposal together for the security checkpoints and how we get people in and out of the courthouse, looking at how we can reinforce the bench, the access to the bench, those types of things. So Judge Burnett, me and Yancey have had conversations. The DA, I think we're all meeting about the new processes for Brazos and electronic tickets and stuff, but that's still stuff that I'm gonna continue to ask them about, how can we work together to get that done? Because the safety of the judges in the courthouse is paramount, even to the point where people are trying to smuggle drugs into the courthouse. Was it last week, Rob? You arrested that lady? The lady was trying to smuggle drugs into the courthouse for an inmate last week. We arrested her, charged him. So we
Well, I'm glad to see that. I hope it continues, and we need to follow through on that.
Yes, sir.
Along the same lines, the SROs, I'm a big proponent of that.
Yes.
I hope and I think Chairman, sorry, not Chairman May, but, Commissioner May also, all of us, I think, agree with that. So we'd like to see that continue. I think we need them all the schools. That's,
Actually talking to, Representative Sossaman now.
right.
Because there's some more stuff that he and I have been talking about funding that's out there available. And we're gonna have, Chief Newman is the representative to make sure that we look at any source of funding that, Representative Sossaman may can point us in that right direction with. So he and I spoke, last week, and I think Chief Newman is supposed to be getting with him to see what we can use and what's out there available that Wake County particularly did not use.
And I think the board individually has also spoken to our representatives individually about the same topic.
Yeah.
So moving right along, I'm glad to see us getting some revenue
Yes.
from the detention center. What are you doing with that revenue?
Nothing with it. Go to y'all.
You go, okay, so we're getting the revenue, is that correct?
That is correct. It goes, at least the amount that we have budgeted, we kind of put a chunk towards debt service. We could pay it down more quickly if we had more, but actually in the current year, we're kind of running behind the budgeted amount of revenue. So at the moment, I mean, that's always an estimate that we have to make each year. Sheriff sort of spoke to kind of how the numbers have fluctuated and so forth a little bit. Debt service on the law enforcement center.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank
We're
you.
in conversation now, to your point, with the new vendor for our commissary. I think that's supposed to go out, Rob, in the next.
It should be by, it's out today, by the next week.
So we're looking at a new vendor that can put vending machines inside the pods, which means that the offenders will have more access to generate revenue because they have to eat so much. So we're trying to increase that too.
Can I follow up with ours? I think this is something the sheriff has talked about in the future. Based on the Uvalde study and the shooting that just came out and all the metrics that were there, the sheriff is looking at possibly trying to coordinate a comprehensive policy amongst the other law enforcement agencies within the county to better respond based on the practices that were, poor practices that were kept out of that report. So that just came out from the last. That Uvalde shooting? Yes.
Okay.
So I think that's something, there's a gap here in this county. When I say we can talk to Dr. Winburn also on how to let's look at that, but just basically a comprehensive response, how to manage, and the sheriff I know has mentioned that to me, and moving forward, I think it's something in this year that the sheriff's gonna lead.
The incident command module, Russ, that we looked at, we understand that, our response has to be coordinated because Creedmoor has SROs and we have SROs. We have to have the same training or the same responses when this stuff comes together. I've met with all the chiefs that have a countywide SWAT team incorporated. So it comes down to whose insurance is it gonna be, who's paying for the training, who's paying for the equipment. But when the bullet goes off in a school, the commissioners don't wanna hear that, they wanna know what your response is. So that's what we have to work together, and, the chiefs and I met, we have another meeting coming up, that we're gonna have that conversation about our response. I had my SRT team go ahead and review the Uvalde report, and that was something we started last week. We actually have to do a report to me on what their thoughts are on the response to the Uvalde shooting. So we're doing that too.
One more thing, and this is it. Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the first two things really, one dealt with the courthouse security and the other one was federal inmates. Sheriff, I really want to just say a word of thanks to you for your concept of everybody checking to a school. And I must tell you that the mindset of young people and these relationships that you're trying to build with young people through the sheriff's office will pay big dividends for us. I say this because in a county not far from us, we had 2 young suicides within a month, 119, 123. And so I know that any relationships we can build be good. I guess my question is, what kind of a strain has this placed on you? And I really hope you'll be able to continue to do this on your staffing. And if we have a shortage of SROs going into a new year and you continue that concept, would it be helpful if you had additional staff to help continue that? Because I think it has been very positive. The staff in the schools really appreciate the deputies being there, and it means a lot. to the whole team. It means a lot for the security of our kids. So just want to let you know I appreciate it, and going forward, you know, if we can do that, what impact it might have on your team.
I think we're gonna continue to do it regardless. We're gonna continue to do the check-ins. If we get staff or funding, we're gonna continue to do the check-ins. We're gonna continue in schools. To the point, we're doing Read Across America. I was at West Oxford with Miss Bonham the other day, and I went to Cradle. I learned that y'all wear y'all sneakers the wrong way.
What?
The kids taught me how to wear sneakers. So I took a picture with the kids and how I supposed to wear my sneakers. Those are the types of things we need to have, right? And now our community engagement folk, yep, don't look at his sir, he wearing the wrong too. So the community engagement stuff, we just started our first listening sessions. District 1, I think, or District 2 is next. We're doing listening sessions. We're going into the schools, and that's the whole purpose. Even taking the K9 so the kids can use the dogs being in the schools. We're gonna continue to do it. Everybody from the top to the bottom all have to go check into a school. They're gonna continue to do that. And the only thing it may do is it may have some influx on some overtime, but we're gonna try to make sure we manage that, depending on how short we are. But it's imperative that we have people go to SRO training and are specifically for the school population. The general statute does allow for us to have them in, a deputy in school for a certain amount of time, and then we have to have the SROs be certified in that school. So that's what we're gonna need to look for that funding from outside.
Okay.
We've got an
Thank you.
offer-
Thank you,
offer
Sheriff.
Schedule. I know Commissioner Hemmon indicated, Vice Chairman Gooch had indicated, and I had indicated, so let's go quick.
I'm gonna pass.
Sue?
Okay, I've got just two quick things. I want to thank you for getting the parents responsible in the schools and for these children. I think that's going to save so much money in the schools with teachers. I mean, just the whole 9 yards, making the kids and the parents responsible. So thank you. The other thing is you said you have 12 in BLT right now? 11.
Well, actually, it's 10. One towards hamstring.
Okay,
So he's
but we only have 2 vacancies?
Right.
So why the big difference? I mean, because of the cost, why the big difference? The cost?
We have to hire them before they go to school right now.
Oh, so they're already in the numbers of your people that are employed?
They
Okay,
are employed.
that's all my questions.
Sure you want to defer?
Yeah, yeah, we're already approaching 20 minutes past.
On your canines.
Yes, sir.
Even in the video, it said going to be trained, going to be certified.
No, what it said was I got a couple being trained in different disciplines.
Okay.
So basically, they're all certified. Mr. Baker, that we buy our canines from, they're all certified in narcotic detection.
Okay.
But we want to expand that. So we have a cadaver dog, but we want to expand the capabilities of the canines. So a lot of places, because like Virginia went to this, I don't believe that they should legalize marijuana. That's just me. They don't train their canines for marijuana. I want mine to be able to smell marijuana. So we are getting different things attached to the canine. So the cell phone detection dog, it'll be a dog that we already have certified in 3 or 4 disciplines, but then we'll have them be able to do that too.
Okay.
So that's the more that the dog, the working dog will do.
Right. Even in the video, it did indicate that he was already certified in one area and going to be trained in others. It was, in the video, he said that he was going to be trained in 2 different things when he showed the dog.
Chavez.
One in the tennis balls. And Sue asked my other question about the 10 individuals in BLAT. We hear that we're full, or close to full,
Yeah,
but then we always hear about, we got this number in BLAT, that number in BLAT, and it just seems to be this, I'm glad you're close to full. So, Rob?
Yes, sir.
You said 2 things, but you had 7, so we got one quick last one, and then we'll wrap it up.
Hey, Chair, he just keep going.
I would, one thing, and I don't know if it's my place to, Mr. County Manager, but it may behoove you to look at, an internal finance person.
We're
Just
looking
my
at that.
opinion.
I want to take a position, I think that may be coming vacant. Use a vacant position, reclassify it, and I talked to Drew about this the other day as well.
We can't afford to fund it for you, but you need to
No,
find it
I'll
within
use a
the
vacant
department.
position.
Okay.
So I'll take a vacant position, reclassify that position, so we have our own internal accountant to where we can then work hand in hand with Steve to make sure that
Good.
all the i's are dotted, t's are crossed before we send anything.
I think that would be
Rob
wise.
has been a great job of trying to help get this thing together, but I need somebody that's specifically our person that does our finances. We're $11 million business.
Correct.
There's no $11 million business in this county
I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to say thank you for, your sheriff SROs and sheriff department, how things at our games and stuff, I know I attend Webb's a lot.
Yes, sir.
And I thank you and appreciate the service, how y'all handle things with the children, over there at the games and stuff.
And I'd like to commend y'all because with STEM and what they're doing, one of the best maintained games that I saw was Lead played Grambling Central. And I'm glad to shake it. That was one of the most disciplined parents, students, faculty games I've ever seen. And if you should have been there, it was great.
So, appreciate you being here, Sheriff. We're here to support you. Obviously, we have with the things we've shown historically. On your vehicle policy with transportation of non-sheriff personnel or detainees, when does that go into place?
It's been in place since last year. We got the individual up in Warren County. Only ones that can do it if they have approval from me.
Okay, so from a community perspective, when we see children being transported to school, how do we know that you're given authorization prior to that as citizens? Because when I hear it from citizens or when I'm standing in the subline at elementary school and I see a sheriff's car pull up with a child to get out of the back seat, how do I have assurances that that's been pre-authorized by you? So
Somebody want to know, they can call.
Okay.
But the thing is this too, the same people have the same thing. We're glad to see that vehicle there. We're glad to see that interaction that a parent is going to work at the sheriff's office and can drop their children off. And they're appreciative to the county to say, hey, they take care of the kids, they go into city schools, because that same parent's gonna come back during the day.
So you know that it's still occurring on social media and it's being flagged that, your folks are still having folks
I think it's on
in their cars.
I think we got two, one in the south and one in CG Freight.
Here's my concern, here's my concern as a commissioner, and I'm sure other commissioners, I hope sheriffs are feeling. If there were an event to occur and that deputy was in between, he's out of service.
He's not on duty anyway. When a child's in the car, he's not on duty. He's just going from his house to his duty station, and his house to.
So he's transporting the child whether he's on duty or not?
No, he's not on duty. They cannot be on duty with a child in the car. They can't go clear in 10-8 on duty if the vehicle has an occupant in it. So they're just like a ride-along
So you're
process.
saying while that person is in the car,
They're not on duty.
they're not on duty?
Correct.
When they are on duty, I mean, are they checking off duty to do it?
They don't check on until after. So if somebody leave home in our county vehicle on the books, so Benji Laws, right? If Benji Laws was taking his child to school in Mount Energy, then he is not on duty until that vehicle doesn't have an occupant in it.
The perception of the public is when an officer or a deputy is when the deputy's in a vehicle, that they are capable to respond to an emergency.
Not if they have an occupant in that vehicle. That's just like if I have somebody from finance that I gotta pick up and take to the bank. I'm not gonna take them to a car. Right? So we pick up people from finance and take them to.
I feel a lot easier, it's a lot better about dropping off someone at finance at a corner and say, I'll be there, than I do a child that you're.
So is the consensus that y'all don't want staff to take children to school, their children to school?
I think it's a liability.
Yeah, it's a liability issue that that should be discussed with the county attorney.
You may be the sheriff, but ultimately if it becomes a civil litigation, it's gonna come back to the county and the county taxpayer.
If there's an accident of any type.
And we saw that happen the other day on the news.
It's not that we're trying to
I'll take it
put
over
any
my-
kind of Arcadian.
County attorney?
You know,
I'm happy to, I can discuss it now or offline, whichever the group prefers. I guess my biggest concern would be if someone's in uniform driving a car and there's a serious crime in progress.
How do they
I
respond?
would think they would be expected to respond, and that's a concern from a liability standpoint.
I think that's why we went away from it. And because if they're in the capacity, I think Benji and the one at Cradle are SROs and Benji covers those schools, and the one at Cradle covers those schools, they were going to those schools. So that was the whole thought process to approve I'll take that into consideration of just yank the whole
Okay.
part.
Yeah,
the turn
okay.
it, yeah.
And again, they're not taxis, it's not like they have an in-service, out-of-service light on top. All right, sorry to get us off track and get us behind schedule.
Thank you. Answer your question.
Just one question.
One
It's-
more.
After lunch.
I'm
She's
through,
been
I'm
failing
through
it.
it, I'm
It's
through,
okay.
I'm through, honest, I'm through. I just want to know, when I know our old cars, we had the crimes, stopper number and number on, are we on the, since we go on to lease,
I think we got
are we,
some of
are we
those.
putting them on those too?
Yeah, I think we gotta wait for, the Crime Stoppers meeting to get some more, some have them on there already.
Okay.
And even I talked to the lady in charge of Most Mad. So we're gonna put mad stickers on some of the vehicles as well, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers and campaigns we're doing. So, yeah, those things are in play. So we just, once they got striped, we peeled everything off of them.
Okay.
Now they go back, put stuff back on.
All right, thank you very much, Sheriff. We're
Thank
gonna
y'all.
hit the
Thank
planning
you.
folks next. Barry, you're up. I suppose you're coming up on that one, Mr. Barry Baker. We'll take a look at our 2018 comprehensive plan. Feels like we just did it. I remember standing in this very room, as a matter of fact, during some of the public breakout sessions. Come to think of it, a bunch of you were out here too.
Yes,
So,
we were.
Barry, sorry you're behind the 8 ball on keeping us from lunch, but
Barry's middle name is Speed. He's gonna get extra points for being efficient with the comp plan.
Well, I understand,
Presentation.
speaking right before lunch, I'm sure everyone is hungry. It is always important to, as a reminder, to think about our comprehensive plan, and give a little backdrop. As of 2021, even before 2018, when we adopted our comp plan, since 2021, if a jurisdiction in North Carolina wants to enact and enforce zoning regulations, you have to have a comprehensive plan. So that is a statutory change that's very important, and I think everyone needs to know that. And so our comp plan in 2018, really speaking as a reminder, I think it's important to be reminded about the comp plan. The 2018 comp plan replaced a comprehensive plan that was adopted in 2002. And that 2018 plan incorporated several transportation-related, recreation-related plans that had happened between 2002 and 2018. There was considerable community input during that time frame. Surveys, open houses, meetings. A lot of input came from the citizens of the county in 2017. The comp plan took a year and a half to get to adoption. The community concerns was the impact of development on schools and a desire for a larger commercial presence in the county. The vision that came from our comp plan was to maintain our rural character and be a place for vibrant destinations, have a healthy economy, and have sustainable growth. Our goals were to protect rural atmosphere of the county, expand economic development, partner with municipalities, infrastructure and community services, a mix of housing opportunities, recreational open space assets, and well-designed and interconnected communities. I'm going to talk today a little bit about implementation of those goals. Goal 1 is protect the rural character. The county has enacted about 4 years ago voluntary ag districts. The county has adopted subdivision regulations that have preserved open space in subdivisions, required rural, a buffer, vegetative buffer along highways and secondary roads when subdivisions are approved. Actions that have, in regard to our second item of expand economic development, as everyone knows, Triangle North is going to be developing in the very near future. Our Economic Development Department has done an excellent job of maintaining our existing industrial base and is constantly looking for new employers. And again, the Triangle North development is going to develop in the very near future. Partnering with municipalities, goal number 3. We as county, the county interacts very often with the municipalities in transportation related boards such as the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization that's based in Cary and at Carter Rural Planning Organization. We also work with our municipalities in the southern part of the county in regard to the Falls Lake watershed at Upper Neuse River Basin Associations, and we also have many municipal representatives on our recreation boards. Infrastructure and community services. Everyone knows about the South Granville Water and Sewer Authority efforts to expand its capacities. It's expected through their maintenance work that they are doing that those capacities will be online about 2027. The Spectrum Communication Project will expand broadband into many areas of our county, and we are always working on transportation planning at those regional planning organizations. Just Wednesday, CAMPO, the Capital Area Planning Organization, approved our Northwest Area Study that's going to be looking at the southern part of the county, the roads NC 56, NC 50, 96. There will be a land use component and water and sewer infrastructure component. Planning is putting in or asking that those components will be a local match. So we are asking the county to fund that, but they did approve that project Wednesday, and it will kick off after July 1. Very excited about that. It's going to be it's very impactful, an opportunity for folks that you've heard in the last 2 years or last year especially about that are concerned with growth. It's going to give them an opportunity to be involved in the very near future in the Campo area. Mix of housing implementation steps. The county is always allowed in its residential zoning districts single wides, double wides, modulars, and site-built homes. That does offer a mix of housing, affordable housing. We've also added to our zoning regulations the ability to have accessory dwellings in site-built dwellings in the county, and that's been taken advantage of by a few folks over the last few years. Recreation and open space, as you know, we've added open space requirements in our subdivision regulations for new major subdivisions. Angela Allen does a great job. The cities do a great job in hosting the festivals Oxford, Creedmoor, Butner have festivals every year. There are a number of wedding venues. At the Granville Athletic Park, we've added tennis courts and frisbee golf over in the last several years. Tar River Land Conservancy has added walking trails throughout the southern part of the county. Approximately 5 or 6 of those exist. And the county enacted through our subdivision regulations recreation fees, which in the next year the county will start seeing some of that. Want to take an opportunity, planning staff's been working with an NCDOT consultant to look at the East Coast Greenway path that will go from Oxford to Virginia. I've been working on that since about last July. There's going to be an open house on March the 27th at the Orange Street Community Center from 5:30 to 7. Again, that's March the 27th at the Orange Street Community Center. And it's looking at the East Coast Greenway direction through our county, which will have economic development, tourism benefits as that occurs. Step back, the East Coast Greenway is an envisioned greenway all the way basically from Miami to Boston. In regard to well-designed item, Goal 7, vegetated buffers have been placed in our subdivision regulations. Since 2018, we've added the conservation cluster subdivision option in the rural part of the county, and we've added open space. And we do work, and our comp plan does encourage the municipalities to grow in a good way. I will state that our comp plan does encourage what's called annexation agreement. That is not something that requires forced annexation. What an annexation agreement is, and really it's applicable to the southern towns that have grown together. An annexation agreement basically is a municipal agreement between two towns that state if a developer comes to them and wants to develop in a certain area, they will know who to talk to in regard to future development approvals and who would annex them. It is not a requirement. You still have state law. Involuntary annexation is very difficult in North Carolina, but it is a good planning tool for municipalities to have so that they don't compete, and it gives developers the ability to know who they are going to talk to. I can think of 2 different areas that people have talked to me that have that their land is in 3 different jurisdictions. They should be able to talk to one. And so I try to encourage that. I encourage that here. I encourage that amongst municipal staff, but it really is a good planning tool, is something that the comp plan encourages. I want to talk a little bit about continued work needed in comp plan implementation. The comp plan encourages the limitation of retail leakage, and what that is that folks that live here may do their shopping out of county. And so Granville loses that sales tax revenue. And people have to go out of county to do their shopping, where they may want to shop here. So that's an area that really we need to continue to work on, is to try to increase our commercial base. Enhance water and sewer capacities in southern Granville. Saguasa is doing its work. It's anticipated their capacities will be available about 2027. When I'm in meetings and I hear municipal planners and others talk about what may come, those capacities could be used up very quickly. If the economy stays good, and that the folks that have plans and have talked, especially the municipal folks in southern Granville, comes to fruition. And so we need to really think about how do we continue to increase those capacities. Protect agriculture in rural areas. There's been a lot of discussion. I've heard it at planning board meetings, telephone calls, I know y'all have too, about the growth in southern Granville. There are land use tools that can seek to decrease density. It may very well be in this Northwest study what you hear. The county's Environmental Affairs Committee has talked to me a little bit about the possibility of there being a second or a different residential zoning. Those are items that are going to be discussed. And so, yes, sir.
I just wanted to chime in here briefly. This reminded me of a presentation I heard from Wake County Soil and Water Conservation District at a conference. Actually, it was the NCACC conference. They have annually there what they call the Keep the Farm Day, where they work with soil and water, they work with cooperative extension, planning, the tax office. They all come together and share resources for people who are, make sure that people who have agricultural land would like to keep it that way are aware of all the different resources and programs available to help them do that. And so I've challenged those departments in Granville County to come up with some kind of similar, to work together to come up with a similar kind of concept, just to make sure people know about present use programs, voluntary ag district programs, different kinds of grant programs that help them do things that they need to do to stay in those programs, that kind of thing.
I think that's an excellent point, Mr. Cummings. And it is not a Granville County. The whole farmland is being lost all over the United States, and anything that can be done to preserve agricultural land, our comp plan encourages. Preserve the other areas of our comp plan. Continued work needed, preserve mobility on key thoroughfares. We will continue to work with Campo and our RPO and the NCDOT to try to increase, preserve mobility, try to reduce congestion. The county has been successful in the past with congestion mitigation walkways through, especially our southern part of the county, that connected Butner and Creedmoor, but also in Oxford. But also to try to encourage the use of, when road widenings occur or pavings occur, that they allow for bikes and bicycles and whatnot. I live in an area that I see bicyclists, I see them all the time on Saturdays and Sundays. You go down Brassfield Road, Bruce Garner Road, they're there. And so again, to step back, the Northwest area study is going to be very important. And I hope everyone gets involved. I feel like they will. So that's an exciting, for a planner, that's something exciting to look forward to over the next year and a half. And again, the last item is just to continue to encourage annexation agreements. They are not forced annexation. State law has procedures in regard to involuntary annexation. Annexation agreements, that's what they're called. They're just agreements between municipalities that say, if there's going to be an annexation, it's either in municipality A or municipality B. Talk to them when you want to develop your property. And it gives some certainty to developers. Who are they talking to? And not 3 different jurisdictions. Implementation in the upcoming year. Again, we've talked about work with Campo on the Northwest study. Begin implementation of our recreation plan. One item, land use related, is to investigate a new rural commercial district. It may be a conditional zoning district. There's some language in our comp plan that talks about, that encourages rural commercial zoning that limits the size of buildings. And so that's something we're going to work on. And another project we're going to be working on is use our future land use map and our comp plan to study several noted commercial nodes in the plan. And examples of those are NC 96 and 56. You will be having in March a rezoning on NC 96 and 56. Also areas Hester and 15, Lawrence and Bruce Garner, Cornwall and 96, Tuning and 15 are just examples. And I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone has. And I've tried to be succinct, and I hope I haven't rambled.
You did an outstanding job. Any quick questions for Mr. Baker?
I do have one last word.
While Sue's thinking of a word, Commissioner Jay.
Go ahead.
Ladies first.
No, well, I just, the people up north that are worried about the, what's the word I want?
Yes, ma'am, solar farms.
Solar farm.
That's something I have in my later, after lunch.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that is going to be the big issue in the near term in northern Granville, solar farms. It just a reminder, it requires a rezoning. They are legislative functions, and they're not quasi-judicial. They're public hearings, and opinions matter. Y'all's opinions matter. Residents' opinions matter. You have discretion in regard to rezonings. But yes, it is going to be the big land use issue in the near term in northern Granville.
Hey, Sue, we had the same, I don't know if lunch calling us saying to go to eat or whatever, but we had the same thing in mind. That's the same kind of question I was going to ask you. Because it's a lot of forestry land and it's a lot of open land up our way that I know that it's already been, they've been dealing with solar farms.
Yes, sir. To give you an example, there's the largest that have been approved is 50 acres in the past. Some of these solar farms that have had community meetings, and then there's another, are 600 and 700 acres. I don't know that it was envisioned that solar farms, you look in every direction and that's all you see is solar panels.
So you're going to tackle that after lunch? Is that what you said?
I was going to speak to it, but I'm sorry, I interrupted
I'll wait.
you.
I'll wait.
We'll take it, if we already got it on your radar for after lunch, we'll handle that, because that's a weighty topic.
We can go ahead and talk about it now?
No,
No,
we'll take it.
wait.
I'm taking it, okay. Okay.
You already had it on your, so
My other presentation, yes, sir.
We're gonna make you speak on a full stomach.
Any other pre-lunch? This is kind of just, obviously, this is a living document. We tweaked it. A couple months ago, we changed our minimum lot size, so to speak. So, living, breathing document. Appreciate
That's-
Dave here.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Any other quick questions? Barry, you got us back on time. Appreciate you. I hope you didn't feel rushed, but you did an outstanding job.
No, thank you.
Great. All right, and I know that the opening prayer this morning that Commissioner Jay blessed our meals, so we will go ahead and recess for lunch, and we will be back here at 12:45. Opportunity to fellowship with each other and talk about other good things going on in our world. So, back from lunch, you've got Scott Phillips, our Development Services Director, will give us an update, including the CIP plan and permitting that's going on in the county, and then Barry will be the second half of that act, and we're going to talk about zoning statistics.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Enjoyed the lunch. Appreciate it. This is going to be kind of a high-level overview of our capital improvement projects we've got going on and some that are pending for next fiscal year. Our active projects, of course, the first one is the Northern Granville Senior Center.
Yay.
I think we're all kind of familiar with that project. The design has been completed. It's about 7,400 square foot of functional space to expand dining, fitness, craft, meeting, and administrative offices. We've got a bid date currently set for March the 19th. Pre-bid scheduled for February the 28th, which I believe is next week. We're kind of working right now through some zoning issues with Stovall. I believe with the help of Jim Wren and Jerry Coynes, we're kind of getting that under control. But the overall anticipated cost, including construction, furnishings, and under contingencies, at $3.7 million. Second project on our list is the walking trail repairs for the Granville Athletic Park. This project includes asphalt replacement and root trenching, shoulder remediation for some of the most damaged walking trail areas of the Phase 1 section of the park, which was the original construction of the park. We got alternate pricing, includes the asphalt paving. Like I said, if you look back on the first, go back on the first. So base bid numbers are for this primary section, add alternated around the practice softball field. So the bid included a base bid number plus add alternates, depending on how the bid prices came in. This was bid yesterday, as a matter of fact. We've got right now we're evaluating the lowest responsive bid at a base bid number of $95,000 with alternate 1 and alternate 2 totaling about $35,000. We allocated about $100,000 for this work in the current CIP budget. And we knew that with the additional work that was going to be needed, this was going to be something that we will request funding for next fiscal year. So right now, we've got to evaluate the bid prices, talk with county administration about the funding levels, and this will be to your March 18th Board of Commissioner meeting for approval to proceed with construction contracts. Hunt Street demolition, building demolition. This is the former Granville County Public Health Building. This project includes asbestos abatement and building demolition. We've got a request for bids that have been issued for legal review prior to us issuing the request. We're anticipating on trying to schedule the bid in late March in hopes that the work can begin in May. Fiscal year allocates approximately $250,000 for this work. We feel like the bid prices will come in much lower than that with the current market survey we've done. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I'll hold up later. I apologize.
No, go ahead.
What is the footprint of that building, square footage wise?
About 10,000 square feet.
Of the whole, so if you go up, how many square foot do we go up?
I'll cover that on the pending projects,
Apologize.
but yeah, it's probably around 16,000. But the Triangle North Granville utility infrastructure projects that we've got going on, the water line infrastructure is scheduled to bid on March 18th. Actually, it's got about a 9-month completion schedule for the water line. Our existing sewer infrastructure is currently being evaluated by McGill & Associates. Work complete includes, the work completed to date includes some site perimeter clearing around the pump station. We're reconditioning the crane there on the site, and we're doing some additional work to kind of work through the pump station, the lift station process. The timeline for improvements have not been established, but the final work should be completed within the next 12 to 16 months. We got Duke Energy, Dominion, and Brightspeed. They've all been engaged to review their build-out plans and their schedules. Obviously, this is in accordance with not Davenport, was it? Portman Industrial Contract. Our fiscal year budget right now includes about $5.2 million of funding, along with $1 million pending state grant to facilitate the work. The Berea Branch Library alterations. This is something that came to y'all a couple of months ago, was approved. Work includes framing and wall ceiling finishes, electrical altercations, basically what it takes to convert that old storage room into a office meeting room. The contract was awarded on January 2nd, and we're still waiting for a date to mobilize from the contractor. The amount of this work is about $23,600. Another project we've got on right now is the Granville County Expo standby generator. I think Jason Rivas has talked to y'all a little bit about this. Project includes installation of an 80 kW generator with an ATS switch needed for emergency power. Contract was awarded on January 16th, and $115,000 contract. We're waiting to hear back from the contractor when they plan on mobilizing. And last but not least is the Cooperative Extension Teaching Kitchen alterations. This has been a project that we've been kind of working on for, 2 or 3 years now. It entails converting the existing lab space on the second floor into a teaching demonstration kitchen. The project's been kind of delayed. Funding needs and state commitment for a longer lease option has been two of the primary reasons why it's been kind of pushed out. We have re-engaged the design team to start working on plans so we can make application with the Office of State Construction. They're the authority having jurisdiction that we've got to process through for permitting. Our schedule is to have the design complete and submitted for approval in May, with additional funding needs requested in 24 and 25 of this next fiscal year. I think we've appropriated around $100,000 currently for this particular project. Any questions on our current projects?
Scott, would you be willing to bring up to date on the ABC project?
Sure. The ABC store project, which I'm kind of overseeing somewhat on there on the corner of McClanahan, is in the final stages of completion. There's been a few delays, primarily soil remediations that were had to deal with in the parking lot and some weather, but I think right now things are in full swing. We're probably 85% complete on the new store. I think the contractor right now is anticipating the completion date sometime around the end of March, 1st of April. Once the new store is up and operational, we'll go back into the existing store warehouse and convert that to strictly warehouse. So that project seems to be doing well. Like I said, it was off to a shaky start to start with, but I think we're within budget and everything's pretty much on schedule. Yeah. Our pending projects that we'll be looking for in next fiscal year's budget is, first off, is going to be the Hunt Street Design Development Project. This, I believe, was if you look at our 10-year CIP plan, I kind of revert back to that. This was the second project in the sequence of projects that had priority. This basically, what I want to try to accomplish next fiscal year is to focus on the overall site and building design for the property. A lot of times when you look at a building capacity, you have to look at the parking capacities that accommodate the building. It's a 1 acre lot right now. So we're looking at options, either number one, using the existing property and existing parking capacities, and would enable us to build an approximately 10,000 square foot single-story building, pretty much duplicating what's there already, or, you know, potentially looking at enlarging the parking with some, if you go back to the first sheet, the next slide over here, you can really make it out, but this plan kind of shows the potential parking capacity for a 16,000 multi-story building, which basically takes a residential property and basically demolishes this and creates parking. So that's the two options we're looking at right now. We need to do a little bit of study on that, just to check the feasibility of it. I have had some preliminary conversations with the town of Oxford. Oxford's okay zoning wise with us heading in that direction. But there's some things really we need to, I guess, in the sequence of our study, you know, based upon the space needs process, determine the potential departmental relocations for the new space. If we build 16,000 square feet, what are we going to put in the building? Originally, we looked at development service, which was, you know, planning and inspections and construction administration, environmental services from the health department, people that issue the septic and well permits would also be located in this space. Kind of goes back to our old philosophy is having a one-shop stop for people that are basically doing development plans. Where right now, obviously, they get their zoning and building permits from us. They go over to the health department for their well and septic tanks. They can kind of take care of everything all under one roof. Economic development was discussed as being part of that floor print. You know, there's other, like I said, if we're able to create 16,000 square feet of space, we'll need to do some type of design study to figure out exactly what departments would actually fit within the space we're looking at building. That's a more in-depth conversation, which kind of goes along with our CIP plan, is evaluating what we proposed. My schedule will begin construction in third quarter of 2025. This would be the new building. And the estimated value of this project would be somewhere between $5 million and about $9.2 million, depends on what we ultimately decide to build there. So it's a lot of work, a lot of thought needs to be given into this Hunt Street property, and that's really what we're going to focus on next year. Courthouse space needs study. This is something Mr. Cummins and I have been kind of talking with along with the courthouse staff. You know, in our CIP plan, we budgeted money in there for courthouse expansion. We kind of both knew and have kind of expressed that this was just a part of the money that was going to be needed for the courthouse work. The other funding needs would come from state grants. This courthouse space needs study would basically provide the background information that we could use to apply for those grants. You know, we need to kind of retain a design professional, look at the current and future needs of the Granville County Courthouse. You know, look at existing floor plans, you know, find out where building alterations can be handled that would accommodate additional functional space. How much additional floor space would need to be added in the floor plans. And really this kind of work kind of prepares us for those grant applications, which really is going to fund the bulk of the project. Of course, continuing the evaluation of the 10-year CIP. You know, we've had a lot of discussions over the last several months about our 10-year capital improvement plan. And I think to take it, you know, one step forward, we really need to kind of start talking about what I can see in my mind is prioritizations of those projects. You know, we've kind of made a best guess shot at what projects and facilities would start, when they would start. We've given some estimated amounts for those particular projects. I think now we need to kind of dig in a little bit deeper and take them one at a time. Obviously, the Hunt Street project is the first one in the list, and so on and so on. So, you know, it's kind of I look at the 10-year CIP plan as a working document. You know, it's not something that we're saying at this point in time that this is what we're going to do. This is what we're thinking we want to do. But it's going to change as time goes on, as our priorities change. So I would probably say, I know, we'll be working on that in the upcoming year, and probably for every year after that. It's going to be a working document, a working process. And probably the last thing I'll be involved with is evaluation of the county's facility maintenance and repair services. This is something I've been talking about for a number of years. We continue to grow as a county in our facilities. We've done new facilities. We've altered existing facilities. But one of the things we're struggling with is maintaining our facilities. We don't want to find ourselves in a serious maintenance backlog. We want to try to keep up with this stuff. I've always said that, this is, these buildings we build, this is not, the Hunt Street building would not be my building, just like the law enforcement center is not the sheriff's building. It's the people's buildings. It's the people's properties, and we really have a need to kind of take care of these places. But the facility, this review would really kind of look at expanding the preventive maintenance programs for each of our facilities, heating and cooling systems, carpet replacements, cleanings, just anything in a building that wears out is going to have to be replaced at some point in time. In the past, we've kind of looked at this as a reactive process, more so than a proactive process where we plan, we budget, we implement these kind of replacements. And basically in that process, start developing a CIP maintenance program that we can project out 5 years or 6 years and determine large capital expenditures that are going to be needed to make within these buildings. And also reviewing our staff needs for general services. We've always looked at this process of building maintenance to be a kind of a team approach for county staff and privatization for different types of service companies. Going out with RFPs, getting our best pricing, our best service capacities, doing term contracts with these third-party vendors that will assist us in heat and air conditioning, preventive maintenance and whatnot. So right now, I think is a point in time now where we need to kind of review our general services department and try to make some recommendations for future growth and project implementation needs. Any questions? I know that's kind of a quick summary, but.
Yeah, we're gonna have lots and lots.
Good.
And obviously on the CIP stuff, we're not gonna delve into it too much today. It's just a quickie little overview because we've got a lot of, it was the doodle poll, I used that example of what the manager had sent out that we're kind of putting our input in. So this is, scratching the surface.
The overall maintenance staff, so it's not CIP.
There you go.
Our overall maintenance staff, are we staffed up for what you just mentioned?
No.
Okay.
That's my opinion now, That's my opinion. Now, it's, I think anybody, ask the school systems back, they understand your building maintenance. They understand what happens when you get behind, when your project schedules get behind in building maintenance. It's like, I've always said this, you buy a new car, that oil change now is $80. You say, well, I can't afford to, $80, I can't afford to change my oil. Well, maybe not, but eventually, that bigger repair bill is going to come along. So, it's trying to stay ahead of it. It's a very difficult task to stay ahead of it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in a building, a lot of moving parts, and but we've got to start with a good plan.
Thank you.
And then continue evaluation for 10 years in the CIP. is anywhere in there is planned for the not that polka dot billing day?
It is, there is,
Not soon enough.
it is.
Might have to push it up the old kid from there, put me in there.
It's in there. I think that, that there's, I really don't want to dive into that discussion, but, it's the project is, I've been trying to push projects forward. I mean, we've had, I think that Mr. Cummings now on board has seen the realization of really moving forward on some of these facility projects. I know, a lot of y'all have been on the board for a long time. Some of y'all have been fairly new. My personal opinion would be we've kicked the can down the road a long time on a lot of the stuff that we needed to do. And now we're kind of faced with the fact that we've got all this work that we're going to need to undertake. When probably a lot of it should have been done prior years, but it is what it is. The 122 Williamsboro Street, we've always known we were going to tear that building down for the most part, at least in my mind, probably to make space for the courthouse expansion at some point in time. In the way we look at things, the Hunt Street building was going to be the location where the remaining people in that Williamsboro Street office would go to. Once we vacated the building, would tear it down. So, we're still 2 years away at least from tearing that building down. Yeah. My mind thinks about alteration, construction cost, and where can we find somewhere temporary for my department to go so we can go ahead and take that building down? Probably could, but it's going to be money expended just to get a building set up to accommodate our function. I mean, how much is that going to cost? And is it really worth the cost? Should we just wait the 2 years? I don't think that I know this concerned about the structural capacity of the building. The building's not going to fall down. It looks like heck. Yeah, it does.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
But the building's not going to collapse.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't be in there every day and not have my people in there every day if I felt like there was potential for the building collapse.
Okay.
Can you have somebody inspect it? Do you know any inspectors?
Sure.
So, just kidding. Commissioner May, you had a quick point. Commissioner May, you had a question or a point?
You can wait till we have the more general meeting on CIP.
Right, and the CIP thing, like I said, is going to be a long process. I mean,
It's going to be a long process.
We talked. I mentioned to Drew in the lobby earlier about the NCACC, the Quorum Center concept. They owned a lot downtown. They got a private partnership to come in there and build a ginormous building, and they got a floor out of the deal. I mean, is that something we could do on, say, 141 Williamsboro Street, where we retain a small lease percentage in the downstairs commercial district, but the person who builds the building gets the upper residential floors. Sky's the limit.
Yeah, and I think there's even, talking with the hospital.
Trader Joe, but that's besides the point. But anyway.
Jonathan Purnell gave when he was talking with the hospital and EMS services, they've kind of started bringing up the conversation about the need of EMS stations, and that really, EMS stations really weren't an element of our 10-year CIP plan.
Yes.
So there's things, and I can see that CIP plan being something, we're going to have projects that'll be added. We may have some that may be taken out. It may go from 10 to 15 years,
In the short term, when we do the Hunt Street, that can be left as a grassy knoll during, some of we can knock it down and not have to go back in behind and put it back.
No, it's just, it's just a one step out of the way.
Gotcha. Yep.
Moving forward is what it's just moving forward.
Needs to be done. Are you ready to move on to inspections? We go with this? Okay.
Also, we still got on in the back of our brains and everything about the health department, right? Too, right?
We do.
They're on the 10-year.
It's in the back. It's in the back.
They're in there.
Yeah, I mean way back down to the bottom of the totem pole because we promised those folks in the health department 7 to 10 years and already been what?
2 to 3 years.
Okay.
They're in a really nice spot right now.
Listen, that spot is not really neat, a good spot.
It's perfect.
Okay.
We'll wait.
We're going to inspections?
I don't like the order of prioritization, but that's for further discussion, because save it for later date. I'll just do this real quick. Is the height of the two-story, is that based upon city ordinance and parking space?
City ordinance, I think the city of Oxford right now allows two-story max on the height. The availability of parking also dictates how much square footage you build back. So there's, like I said, there's some thought that needs to be given to it,
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You've still got the floor on inspections.
All right. Here we go, we're on red. This is our basic staffing level. As you can see, you see a lot of probationary people within our that's people that are currently in constant training for standard certificates. We were lucky enough, we did hire 2 inspectors this year. Andrew Rice, we hired back in August. He came from us from Vance County Inspection. So it's the first time, I believe, in a long time since I've been there, since we've actually able to hire an inspector that even though Andrew didn't hold any standard certificates, he was already working on his probationary, heading toward his standards. And Bailey Harrell was hired in December. Bailey actually came to us from 911. So both of these guys are local Granville County guys. They're young. We're hoping that they will find a home here with us with Granville County Inspections, and will retire with us. So we got a great team right now. Building permits issued by townships. This is kind of a percentage based, as you see. Brassville, as typical, basically accounted for 26% of our permitting, residential permitting, or about 168 residential permitting. Followed by Oxford. Oxford in the past, Oxford's been barely a blip on our radar. They had 155 single-family home permits issued in calendar year 2023. That's up 145 from the prior year. So you can see how Oxford is really starting to expand out right now. I don't see it really slowing down in the next 3 years around Oxford, at least until the sewer situation's handled down in the southern part of the county. So things have been fairly active this year. Next slide. Our building permits issued by group. We had about 61 additional residential permits. We had 4 less industrial permits, 35 additional commercial permits, and about 25 less trade permits from last year. Trade permits, for those of y'all remember last retreat, we didn't really report on trade permits. A trade permit is a single shot permit, like if you get you change your heat and air conditioning system out, or we're on site one time, or electrical service change out, where we're on site one time. It's not a project, not a house, not an addition. It's kind of these one shot on your site, approve it and leave kind of permit and you can see that's the bulk of our work. I mean, really, we did, over 1,000 single trade permit inspections in calendar year 2023. So that keeps us pretty busy. Building permit revenues. We had 226,000 more dollars in revenue in 2023 than we did in 2022. So some of that is a result of our fee increase we implemented in January 1st of this year. But we're getting busy. And the more permits we issue, the more revenue we have, obviously. Next slide, please. Here is a trend that I'm kind of predicting, showing. This is the fiscal year trend. This starts July the 1st, and this incorporates our new fee structure. And as you can see, this line, the red line, is current fiscal year. Right now, in comparison to this fiscal year last time, we're about $200,000 ahead of where we were last year. So with that being said, you know, we're projecting conservatively about $900,000 in permit revenue for us. The whole intent of doing this fee increase was to begin to generate monies for departmental expansions. So, and it appears that we're heading in that direction. So, as just another note, that, you know, we haven't had one complaint, not one complaint about the fee increases from the contractors or homeowners. So I think it would, you know, I don't think that in comparison when we did our fee study last year, you know, basically what we did was put ourselves back into the normal of our surrounding counties. We hadn't done a fee increase in a number of years. I think a lot of these counties surrounding us went through a fairly aggressive fee structure change the year prior. So we were just really kind of catching up. So, but no, I think it's doing what it needs to be doing. Site inspections, workloads, we were a little bit, we had about 113 additional site inspections this year than we did last year. Nothing too major. And then last slide, you know, our accomplishments, we'd like to say, for last calendar year is we began creating and issuing building permit application guides for residential and non-residential permits. We posted these in our office as well as our website just for general customer review, and if they got questions and answers, there's more of an illustration on how to go through and apply for permits. Again, we implemented a new fee structure for permits and plan review. Also, the plan review phase of what we implemented this beginning of this year was something we haven't done before. Even though a lot of jurisdictions, actually all jurisdictions, had a plan review fee associated with their process, that plan review fee is generated close to $50,000 for us in those revenues. And then we hired and began training 2 new building code inspectors for this year. So, you know, it's a good year. It continues to be a good year. We've got a young group of guys that we're working with right now on training. They seem to be very cohesive, very communicative. They've got good customer service skills, which is always a plus when dealing with the public. So, you know, as I'll say this, in ending is, you know, we're regulatory, you know, and it's a difficult job. I mean, a lot of people look at an inspector and say, he just drives around a truck all day. Well, yeah, they do drive around all day. You know, they're also on sites and they're talking to people, and a lot of times they're telling people what people don't like to hear. You know, it's a very difficult process. You know, I've always told the guys, I said, it's not what you tell somebody, but how you tell it to them that makes the big difference. And, you know, I think we're doing a good job of that. You know, we're not perfect. You know, my phone rings not often, but a lot of times my phone does ring from irate people, you know, wanting to know why, how come, you know, and it's you know, it's just being in regulatory work is not easy. So, any questions? Thank you.
I guess we'll have Barry back up for development services. All right, Mr. Baker, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. This is just to touch on the planning statistics. What Scott just talked about, the building permits, we actually provide building inspections for unincorporated county and in our municipalities. The statistics I'm going to be talking about are the zoning permits that we issue. Our jurisdiction is the unincorporated part of the county. What you'll see is the total number of zoning permits issued last year declined by 14%. The number in 2023 shows 465. We discovered that there was 20 additional zoning permits that were not included. So we issued 485 in 2023. This was a 14% one-year decline. As has been the case for many years, most of the zoning permits we've issued are in the 4 southernmost townships. This year is 68% of the zoning permits were issued in the 4 southernmost townships. That's Brassville, Dutchville, Fishing Creek, and Tally Ho. %42% of the zoning permits issued countywide were for single-family dwellings. Again, zoning permits, we issue zoning permits for dwellings, for fences, for outbuildings, for commercial buildings, for cell towers maybe, co-locations on cell towers, you name it. But 42% of the zoning permits countywide were for single-family dwellings. 64% of those single-family dwellings were site-built. That has an impact on additional tax value. Additional value, 64% were site-built dwellings. We have an upper and lower falls. Basically, the dividing line of the watershed, falls watershed is NC 50. East of NC 50 is what's called the lower watershed. West of 50 is the upper. We issued 56 site-built homes excuse me, let me look my note to myself. 56 out of 67 single-family dwellings, or roughly 84%, were site-built dwellings in 2023. Next. All right, the number of subdivisions recorded. Major subdivisions, we only had 13 lots recorded in 2023. You may remember 2022, we had 722 preliminary lots. We anticipate that many of those lots will come online this year, later this year, or at least get recorded. Now, it takes years, several years for those lots, once they're recorded, to be built on. I want to state that we still have what's called minor subdivisions. They're not in a major subdivision. Generally they have road frontage on a state secondary road. They are created, they do not require, all they require is an administrative approval. We did issue or approve 118 minor subdivided lots. Those 118, the difference is those minor subdivision lots get built on a lot more quickly.
Can I ask?
Sure you can.
The 13, are they lots or subdivisions?
Lots.
A building lot?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Next. This is the preliminary lots approved over a 5-year period. You see, 2022, we had 772. Certainly, y'all heard about it. And last year, we had 15. I'm not an economist. I would imagine some of that has to do with interest rates and the economy. So that's something to keep in mind and pay attention to. The only subdivisions that were approved in the municipalities that we were able to identify were in Oxford. It builds with what Scott said. All those building permits he's issued in Oxford area, those subdivisions, as you're seeing on the ground, are starting to show up in the Oxford area. As I discussed earlier, very excited about the Northwest Area Study. It's really quite an accomplishment. It's the last area in Campo that will have this level of analysis and review. It will look primarily at the roadway issues on 56, 50, and 98 in Wake County and roads that feed into them. As previously discussed, it will also have land use and water and sewer infrastructure components. The anticipated time frame for the study and findings is 18 months and will begin after July 1st. Yes, sir.
Mr. Baker, could you kind of give the board some major roads, secondary roads in between those?
Oh, yes. I mean, Bruce Garner for sure.
Right, so they can understand that.
Yeah, Bruce Garner for sure. I mean, that's where a lot of those subdivisions, 772 were approved in 2022. That's where a lot of folks that you heard from at your meetings. Bruce Garner is one of those roads. It feeds, but runs through our county and runs into Wake County and goes south and then east towards Franklin County. Brassville Road, I would imagine Horseshoe. It's going to entail the areas in Creedmoor, and in Creedmoor and Butner are behind, want this too. So there are going to be roadways looking at the schools that in Creedmoor and the traffic on 96 and 56 from those two schools. And so those are the primary state secondary roads that would be involved, or will be identified.
Thank you.
Sure. Hester Road too. As I've mentioned, it is anticipated that the subdivision lots that were approved preliminarily in 2022 will be recorded this year, probably into the fall. And so you'll start seeing some of those subdivisions that were approved having building lots and homes constructed. As was expressed earlier, in the near term, in northern Granville, the land use issue is going to be solar farms. Previously, the county's largest in acreage solar farm was 50 acres. One in Oak Hill that's had community meetings would be about 650 acres. And then there's another one that would be about the same size that I'm aware of. It is in some discussion. I don't know that it was anticipated that something that large would be what you would want to see in a rural agricultural area where you east, west, north, and south, all you saw was solar panels. You stood specific places. So we'll be looking at that. The good thing is that it is a rezoning. Opinions matter. It's a legislative function. And Mr. Wren can express to you what that is. So, no, well, I mean, he will and probably already has. So, basically, you have.
So what is the legislative function, Mr. Wren, for the board of rezoning?
Distinguished from quasi-judicial function, which requires findings of fact, due process, and that kind of thing. With the legislative function, you just have to have a rational basis for your action and can make basically a political decision as long as you don't take protected class into account and that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You have discretion. And so we'll be looking at that. It's hard to say, even if we were to put some additional regulations in effect, like capping the acreage in a particular zoning district, though we will discuss it. it doesn't mean that, that you wouldn't maybe have or preclude some of these applications that will come in. They are still, solar farms are still allowed in an industrial zone. So if someone wanted to pursue an industrial rezoning out in the country, you know, they have every right. But it probably is, you know, you will see in a next month's rezoning that's not a solar farm, a consistency statement from your planning board and a spot zoning analysis. There is a spot zoning analysis that goes into y'all's, it comes from y'all's planning board. And so spot zoning is you make something different, substantially different, in an area that doesn't have the similar zoning or land uses and is inconsistent with your comp plan. Well, you're not going to find industrial zoning out on your future land use map in your comp plan out in rural areas.
So to legislative action, can we, as a, if a board decided to, could you take something like a solar farm and limit to only an industry area?
That is a very good question. In the past decade, when they were 50 acres or less, the policy guidance was it was a means for property owners in agriculture areas that's no longer making income from their ag property to maybe put solar farm on their property. It's a policy decision. There is and will always be some advocates, property owners that would want that option possibly. The bigger issue is really just how big. You know, 50 acres and then is only 10% of 500 acres, and some of these being potentially proposed are 650 acres.
It's almost a square mile.
Parks and Greenway. The advisory committee, they're in the process of scoring some mini grants that happen on an annual basis, and as I understand it, our master recreation plan is near adoption. So planning will do all it can to help with the implementation of that. Something I forgot to mention about in transportation planning that we learned at the Cartar RPO that will be of interest to you is that the realignment of 56 and West Lyon Station Road off of exit 191 there in Butner, they're going to let the they anticipate letting the contract in the summer, so that project may begin in the next fiscal year. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any of the board have any questions?
I just want to compliment Mr. Baker and his staff for the good work on getting the study with Campo. Those are always somewhat competitive. So thank you, Mr. Baker, and thank your folks for your hard work on that. And thank you for your your monthly attendance of the Campo meetings and chairing the Cartar board on the RPO as well, staying on top of our potential transportation needs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you all.
Okay, we're missing another cell phone. Apparently Commissioner Hinman finding it in her back pocket was not the only one. I believe we may have set it down in the ladies' restroom if anybody sees a black cell phone, or if you happen to have two, and one of them's not yours. So as we move forward here, we've got, oh, there you're already there. Look at that, Ms. Toussaint, our Social Services Director. Social Services.
Yes, Good afternoon. I apologize for my tardiness. I just got off the road from Atlantic Beach from another meeting I presented at on yesterday, so I'm at the end of my day. So I do apologize, but I am here, and I am excited to be here to give you a brief, expedient version of what we do, where we're going, where we're at, and the challenges that we are currently facing, as well as kind of what I would like to see in this upcoming fiscal year, and even educate you all on some upcoming state and federal legislative changes that will affect us directly, both programmatically and financially. So with that being said, just to kind of, as most of you know, social services, we are an agent of the state of North Carolina in the following performance areas listed there. We are state supervised and county administered. So basically everything that we do is regulated by the state of North Carolina and the federal government. So this is from service division all the way to HR management to fiscal management. The state and the federal government regulates all of that with DSS, which is what distinctly distinguishes us from any other departments within the county. Every year, as most of you know, we bring in a lot of revenue into the county. We're averaging a little over $5 million each year just from the work that we do within our divisions within the Department of Social Services. In addition, about $1.5 million of that monies is coming from our indirect cost plan. So because DSS is actually housed within the county, the state provides additional funding for indirect costs. So $1.6 million of that money is going to county administration staff, fiscal staff, everybody that supports DSS, the sheriff's office, all those different pieces and resources. The state provides us probably around $120,000 a month to support that. So that is additional revenue that comes in from DSS. Also, these are just the areas we provide benefits administration, as you know, Medicaid, SNAP, food nutrition services, workforce employment, medical/Medicaid transportation, child care subsidy, energy assistance. And also, a lot of you may not know, we have a department, or a very small department, in other counties it's very large, but we have a very small department called Program Integrity. That department actually monitors fraud investigations for Medicaid and food stamps. So that department is very, very important as well. Currently, we have 109 full-time FTEs, 12 vacancies, but I can just say today, for the first time in several years, we are fully staffed in direct services and direct care services. That's foster care, that's Medicaid administration, everything within benefits administration. The vacancies that are currently there are the Medicaid expansion positions you all approved recently, and a couple of positions within child support. Other than that, this is the very first time we are fully staffed in direct care services. So I'm very excited about that. Staff are very happy. They feel valued, they feel appreciated, and they enjoy working for Granville County. So that brings joy to my heart as well. Also, again, as most of you know, we have 3 locations across Granville County: Oxford, Creedmoor, which is a new location, and also child support, which is up the street from our main offices in Oxford. Yep, next slide, thank you. So my current priorities as it currently stands, being in this role almost 5 months, still have a lot to learn, still have a lot to assess, but just immediately I've noticed some things that we have to address immediately. One of them is our organizational structure. So in order to ensure long-term viability, we must adjust our structure to fit the new and changing economic realities that we currently face, without diminishing any of our core capabilities and competitive differences. So some of the organizational realignment, which involves closing the structural gaps and impeding performance, agency performance. So some things that I am doing is, have done is reclassified several positions to align with the state requirements. Also wanted to ensure that the positions that people currently hold align with their strengths, and also align with the needs of the agency at this time. I've made some small staff transitions as well. In addition to, we also are assessing the need for more positions. So you'll see in this upcoming budget year, There are some positions that I feel like we immediately need in order to be successful, and you'll see why as we go through this presentation as far as the things that have kind of compounded, related to different things that we have observed. So those are some things within the organizational structure that I'm looking at. Also, we have to ensure that we are meeting state and federal performance regulations and requirements. And unfortunately, we have had some findings in the last couple of months that has, as a result of years of not having the appropriate resources and supports in place. So we've had, as you all know, extreme amount of payback. And I'll get into that more towards the end of the presentation. But because we have grown so rapidly and invested so much into hiring direct care staff, we didn't put those resources and supports to support that staff, such as quality assurance, such as training. So staff have been holding and doing multiple jobs as the years as we come into today. So those are some things that we are addressing as well. Also, another priority is increased fiscal and programmatic accountability. I have made most of the changes and transitions I have made is within our fiscal department and arena. And that's just because of some things that have also come down the pike related to how we're billing, what we're billing, the training, the understanding. DSS is the most complicated financial department in the county as far as how we bill. And the people that are needed to run that department have to have the experience and have to have the knowledge to understand DSS and their complicated processes. So a lot of things that I'm looking at is how can we come together as a county to ensure that everyone is trained and understands DSS. Because that's one thing I'm starting to see is that the communication just really has not been there so everyone can understand how to bill monies down, how to maximize revenue. I found several instances where we had so many opportunities to bill down, but just because we didn't understand DSS's processes, we did not bill those monies down, so more money could have been coming into the county, but we just did not know and understand the processes. So it's very important that we kind of work together as a county as a whole to kind of understand those things. Also, something I would like to see, and one thing that, before I get into that, first I'd like to say thank you for the raises and the mid-year raises that we received for DSS. Staff have asked me consistently, does the commission know how thankful we are? We are so thankful for this because they really, really needed that in addition to the sign-on and retention bonus. So again, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. We are further than we were, but still have a long way to go. And that's just by having conversations with the directors across the state on an ongoing basis. We still are not quite where we need to be as far as range and this meeting the state requirements as far as salary range, but we are only a couple of $1,000s less than the bigger counties in our surrounding areas. So we are getting there, but I would like to see more of an annual evaluation of that to ensure that we stay on top of that and retain our staff. Again, as I stated earlier, staff training and education. I just feel like we just need to have more of a bigger collaboration across the county to understand DSS and our processes, because that will help us be successful at the end of the day. DSS local policy procedure development. One thing I have noticed is that the state tells us and dictates us how to run program. And that's just how to be a caseworker within child welfare, how to be a caseworker within adult services. But there really isn't a standard operating procedure on how to do business within DSS because we're so different. So one of my main goals over the next year or so is to develop local policies and procedures because the state does require us in a lot of these program manuals to have certain policies and procedures that we currently don't have. So I would like to work with the county to ensure that it's developed and it's tweaked and meets the state and federal requirements. Building a more positive employee culture. As I stated, I think that we're doing a great job with that thus far. We have meetings. I have monthly meetings with my management team on a monthly basis. I've also embedded monthly or quarterly utilization meetings and budget meetings with our staff. Surprisingly, I had a first budget meeting with my management team. That was the first time they ever seen our budget. It was the first time they ever seen an expenditure spreadsheet. And so walking through that with them so they can understand this is this is how you run the program, but this is also how it should look financially. So that is some things that I have incorporated and have been really thankful for that, because even bringing on the fiscal consultant that I hired about a week ago until we get fully staffed in finance, she has really came on board and dug deep into our fiscal reporting, working with program staff to ensure they're billing down correctly, using the correct codes to maximize and bring more money into the county. So that is some things that I have been doing that we have been working on in the last couple of months. And then also a long-term goal I would like to see is just enhancing our recruitment and retention strategies. What can we do outside of what we do currently to recruit qualified, knowledgeable staff that fit our needs? What are some things we can do and think outside the box to recruit the staff that we need in our position? So that is like a long-term goal I would like to see within the department. Next slide. So just to update you all, I decided to put current updates because I'm not sure how much information was told to you all last year as it relates to some things that went into effect July 1, but also some things that are going into effect 2024-25. So as you know, Medicaid expansion went into effect December of this year, and I'll get into some more details about what that's currently looking like. But also, I'm not sure if you were aware that July 1, the foster care room and board rates went up statutorily. So the governor, they increased those rates July 1. They went up by about $100 to $150, which is very extensive, but it's needed and it's necessary for our foster parents. So that will affect us in this upcoming fiscal year because the foster care room board rates are 50% reimbursed. So it's 50% county costs, 50% state costs. So that is some things I'm looking at while doing the budget as well. 24-25, some things to look forward starting July 1. The state of North Carolina, which is much needed, is something that coming from Florida, I was questioning why we don't have this, but now they're actually obtaining this. They're developing a statewide child welfare system. So for example, in the state of Florida, if there's an investigation in Miami, Jacksonville can see that investigation in case there's any type of cross investigations or cross cases. That you cannot do that here in North Carolina, which is dangerous and it's a big risk. So they're actually implementing, over the last year, they've had a pilot project with some other counties. This upcoming year, they're gonna start the training. So what that means for us financially is that there will be a lot of staff going to more trainings out of the area to ensure that they understand and get trained on this system. Now, they haven't told us if there's going to be an additional cost for the system itself, and it will be any cost to the county, but they have told us that it will require additional training, which will require county dollars related to travel for our staff. So that is something to look for in 24-25. Also, kinship care. So apparently this is something Granville County has been doing already for several years. So kids that are placed with relatives receive a reimbursement. Other counties that didn't happen, but it was actually just placed into law last year. Actually, it's 23, 24, not 24, 25. But we are now going to be reimbursed for partial half of that. So that is something to look forward to because we are going to be reimbursed for that now. In the previous years, we have not been reimbursed for that. Something new as well is the Emergency Placement Fund. This actually came out last month. So the state received some additional monies from the federal government to temporarily assist county departments in addressing identified placement needs for children in the custody of agencies who are awaiting like a Medicaid level treatment placement. So while these children await placement, these funds can be used to prevent them from staying in DSS offices. Now, there's pluses and minuses to that because there have to be somewhere for them to be placed, someone that's willing to take additional funding for the child to be placed there. Because some people, some agencies, some homes, regardless of how much money you give them, they still won't take the child. The child just may have some very difficult behavior issues. But this funding is supposed to help. We did have a child at the office about a month ago, as you know, and that went sideways, unfortunately. She stole one of our cars, but we found the car and got the car back. That those situations in other counties. They have 12 to 13, 20 kids every day in their offices. So this is supposed to help that. So we will have to budget that this year in the budget. Even though it's be 100% reimbursed, we have to budget the amount that is given to us in the state budget for that. Child welfare pre-service training, another additional cost to the county just because the county does not get reimbursed for the time that staff are actually in training. But the pre-service training that the child welfare staff who does now, it's like a 6-week training, they're increasing it to 10 weeks. So that means additional travel, hotels, additional days, things of that nature, unfortunately. The training usually happens in probably 3 areas of the state. That's it. I think it's like Cumberland County, Greensboro, and I think Charlotte. But they're looking at trying to open more areas, but right now it's very limited. So that will be an increased cost as well. And then also as it relates to food and nutrition. Oh, go back to Karen, sorry. Food and nutrition. So effective January 1, 2024, the food nutrition administrative waiver that waives eligibility interviews if all mandatory verifications are completed will end. Therefore, on June 1, eligibility staff will be required to conduct interviews for all applicants and recertifications. So as a result, they're going to expect additional time for application and recertification process, which means it's going to increase the workload tremendously with FNS, and it's already increasing because of Medicaid expansion. So that is an area that I would love to address this year, but we probably will have to heavily address it in next year's budget because they are already at 1 supervisor to 16 staff currently, which is a lot. So again, DSS is exciting. DSS is an exciting time, exciting department, but we have it has its pluses and its minuses. So there you go, next slide. So just to give you some small programmatic updates related to DSS, of course, Medicaid expansion, we have 10, well, Medicaid expansion is going well, but of course, as we expected and anticipated, it has increased the workload. It's more so because 10 out of the 15 Medicaid workers are currently working more than 40 hours a week to handle the increased caseload. And at this point in time, they're only receiving comp time for that. I have placed in the budget for overtime, so they can be paid for overtime for that because it has increased it tremendously. Medicaid caseworkers' caseload average size for 22-23 was about 175. Right now, we're well over 200. Some challenges that we have currently is, of course, the training. The state doesn't offer training for our Medicaid staff. We have to develop that training ourselves. But due to the great relationship I have built with the director in Buncombe County out in Asheville, they have the best and the largest training curriculum that is awesome. And actually the state is looking to implement it. I have been working with him and have him work, his staff working with our staff to implement it here in Granville County. So we could actually have a formalized training system as it relates to Medicaid. Next slide. So if you remember this slide, this is something I showed when we asked for the 7 positions. And you can see my projection went from 18, 19, 20, 21. And then the 2023 projection is at 18,000 applications. We're already at 16,000 and we're halfway in the year. So I can probably see that doubling, way past 18 by the end of June 30th, by June 30th. So you can just imagine where we currently are. Yeah, you can just ponder on that a little bit. This here talks about, next slide. So this here, I wanted to do like a 2-year comparison related to the applications that we get in. I looked at December, January, and February. So if you look at the orange is 2022, 23, the blue is 24. You can see the difference. In January last year, we only had 104 applications. This year at 400. February 64 to 337. So that is what Medicaid expansion has done to DSS. Great for the community, great for the population that we serve. But again, the 7 Medicaid expansion positions will help, but we're going to take a look again next year to see where we are next year. Next slide. So additional departments outside of Medicaid expansion, we also, again, have food and nutrition services. Again, as I stated, increasing caseload due to Medicaid expansion, and the application submission have increased by 42% since Medicaid expansion. And these are the applications for food stamps, SNAP, things of that nature. Other department, as I spoke to you about earlier, mostly, again, the other departments that we have are child care subsidy and fraud. I wanted to kind of highlight this because, again, most of you may not know what we do within our program integrity department. But again, we investigate potential fraud in Medicaid and food stamp benefits. So here you would see this year to date, we've had 46 reports received, 31 investigations, and 15 current open investigations. And as you can see, he is a great investigator. He does a good job. We received, or we identified $140,000 payback in the county of Granville and got about $22,000 of that back so far year to date. So that is just some for you for informational purposes as well. Next, child welfare. So child welfare, along with adult services, is the least funded department within DSS by the state. I have been attending the joint legislative sessions in Health and Human Services for the last several weeks with the other directors, speaking with congressmen and senators regarding child welfare specifically. We go back again in 2 weeks to continue to have those conversations because it's extremely underfunded. So, but just so you can give some statistics here, we have 25 children open to court involvement, 11 are in foster home placements, 8 in residential settings, 3 are with relatives, 1 is in a therapeutic foster home, 2 are in hospital or / detention facilities, and we have 12 ICPC, which is the interstate compact. Those are cases out of the state that come into our state, and then courtesy cases. We have 6 in-home. Those are non-court involved cases. Those are cases where we get a report, we go out to the home, investigate. They may be at risk to be removed, but we can put services in place to keep them in the home. So those are in-home cases. And then we have 23 licensed foster homes in Granville County. So that is kind of the gist of the overview about foster care. Child protection services, as most of you know, we also do investigations related to child abuse, neglect, and abandonment. Right now, we have an average caseload size. The average caseload per work is about 10 to 12, and we are fully staffed. Cases counted by the family, not by the number of children. These are some systematic challenges that that our CPS supervisor, Dana, has identified, hiring and keeping qualified staff. But again, I think we're doing well because at least I think the newest CPS worker is probably about almost a year into the job, which is awesome. And I can also say, just to brag again, we are at the meeting this weekend, there were 65 directors, and I was the only one that raised my hand and said we were fully staffed out of 65. So I think we're doing a great job. Improving relationships with bordering counties. This is a big topic at the meetings that I was at yesterday. One thing, and one of the reasons that I was asked to present is on how did I build certain relationships with certain counties to work together to accept conflict cases. So most of you may not know is that it's been very difficult to get counties to accept cases that we feel like is a conflict and it can't be held here. But what I have done is built a great relationship with Person County and Durham County, and also I'm working with Vance County. It's work in progress. Working with Vance County as well, but we're also working to develop MOUs because when we get those conflict cases, we are also financially responsible for those cases that come from those other counties. But we're looking to put together an MOU to kind of determine those financial costs and to determine, how we can work together to ensure an equitable amount of case transfer within those counties. So I presented on that yesterday to indicate how we have built those relationships and what we're doing to work to develop and build those MOUs. Finding services that families need that are within the county. Unfortunately, we do have to refer families and children outside of Granville County for services a lot of times, because it's just not here, such as, treatment and substance abuse treatment, mental health treatment, things of that nature. So that has been a big challenge, and it's a big barrier. It's just a challenge across all smaller and rural counties. But we are working through those challenges. And then, of course, Dana wanted to highlight she's very thankful for the salary adjustments, and then want to ensure that we continue to look at that on an annual basis. Adult services. So this is a new area to me, and I have learned a lot in 4 or 5 months about kind of what we do in this area. So we do have adult protection services, which is the adult abuse reports that come in on adults in our elderly population. We do those investigations. As you can see, 51 reports were received year to date. In 2023, we accepted 55 reports, but year to date reports, we provide protection of about 38% of adults with verified maltreatment. The highest maltreatment with the elderly population is self-neglect and caretaker neglect. And I really wanted to highlight that so you guys can understand what we've seen, what is here in Granville County. We currently have 32 guardianship cases. Guardianship cases are the cases where the adult population cannot care for themselves, or they need an additional person or advocate for them, and we take on the court responsibility. I can say just 2 weeks ago, I was asked to put in a DNR order for one of our adults. That's a decision I have to make, and unfortunately that adult did pass away last week, and we are responsible for the arrangements of that adult. So those are a lot of the things that we do. A lot of people don't know that we do. Also, one thing is that, as you know, Granville County has the prison system here. And we do struggle a lot with the prisons, because now they're trying to tell us that if an adult is in one of the prisons, they are considered now a resident of Granville County, and they're trying to get us to become guardians of those prisoners. We're working through that with our attorneys. We're working with that through our attorneys. I know Taisha and the attorney have been going to ongoing meetings with the prisons to address that. We haven't had those cases come in yet, but I've been told that that's an ongoing conversation. So that is adult protection services. And then one of my favorite departments, I know it's not good to say you have a favorite child, but this is one of my favorite children. Child support, they do a great job. They meet their numbers. They're perfect in every aspect. They work a lot. And that's another department I will have to probably address next budget year, because they are also at the max. They are at 12 to 1 supervisor. And this here just basically says how many cases they have on a docket. They're consistent. They're constantly in court. They're constantly filing petitions. They're constantly doing paternity tests. So they do a lot. Year to date, their total caseload is about 2,000. And the number of cases open this month was 6. And of course, their quality reviews are always over 90%. These are how much monies they've collected year to date. $3 million collection is the goal. Just to date, halfway through the year, we've already collected $2 million. The percent of goal collected, again, is at halfway percent of that. There was something else I was going to say about this. I'll think of it. Next slide. So, future current DSS challenges. So, as I stated earlier, audit paybacks. So, unfortunately, again, we are dealing with the aftermath of things that happened for the last several years. I don't think we're done with them either, just to be honest with you. As you know, we've already had to pay back a little bit over $80,000, and I just advised Drew that there's going to be another $13,000 we have to pay back. This is all in reference to our adoption subsidy. So we do, once a child is adopted, we pay, that child gets a subsidy payment until they turn the age of 18. We have to monitor that. But we do not have the checks and balances did not have the checks and balances in place to monitor that. So unfortunately, as a result, the supervisor it's been on his shoulders to do it all. He's just a supervisor. He can't be on call, handle cases, work with his staff, but then also ensure that there's an annual review of all the adoption subsidy cases, making sure all of the paperwork matches, making sure we're taking the right money out of Title IV compared to state dollars. It's very difficult, very challenging, and very complicated. And so he has been taking it very hard. But as I explained to him, like, you know, this is, you know, a perfect storm, because this is right here is going to tell us exactly what we need to move forward to address this. The reason I say it may not be done yet is because the feds are coming in the summer. They are coming to audit the state of North Carolina. And they usually pick a couple large counties and a couple small counties to audit. We haven't been chosen for audit before in the past, but just a little birdie, I've heard that we may. So that's through the grapevine. So that's just one thing that, and they are going back several years. It's just where these paybacks are coming back. They're coming back from like 2012, 2017. So that is something that I am addressing in the budget as well, to ensure that we try to cover as much as we can with that. Also some challenges, lack of resources supports, as I stated. So I'll be addressing some of that in this upcoming budget by asking for, on the child welfare side, an administrator, someone that can oversee the quality piece and the programmatic piece, and also provide some relief to our on-call supervisors as well. And I'm also asking for a deputy director under myself to make sure we have policies and procedures in place and following those regulations. So that is just 2 of the 3 positions I'll be asking for in this upcoming budget season. As I stated earlier, underfunded programs, adult service and child welfare. The best thing we can do right now, and what I've been doing, is just going down to Raleigh every other week and making sure we advocate that we need additional monies from the state to assist us. Staff retention, we're great now, but we do have a long way to go to ensure we keep that retention, which is why I ask for, or why I recommend the annual review of our salaries and our retention activities. And then also just making sure we maintain those equitable and competitive salaries and minimizing any compression issues that we have. And then also, of course, since we are regulated by the state and federal government, we have to ensure whenever there's change in the state, in the federal government, or even this is an election year, there could be changes, there will be changes within DSS. So we saw that when it went from, you know, changing from different presidents, and then with change from governors, you'll see the funding fluctuate. So, because we are totally funded by those 2, in addition to some county funding, majority of our funding comes from the state and federal government. So those are the challenges that we are facing and the future challenges that we could face. Of course, legislative session is still going on, and usually the governor's budget doesn't come out until the end of the summer. Last year it didn't come out till like fall, but there could be more changes, which is just to give you a heads up, there could be a budget amendment because we've got a budget estimate, but those are not the final numbers. So just giving you a heads up with that. Once the budget season once the legislative session has finished, the governor puts out his budget, then we'll have a more prettier idea as far as what the numbers will look like. And so that concludes my presentation. A little bit over, but I apologize. I know you probably have a lot of questions, but that's it for us.
Just real quick.
Mm-hmm.
On page 82, the FY 22-24 and legislative updates, all those programs, you talked about state funding and how much more. Is that wash? Is that a wash, or how much more are we looking to pay?
For which?
For the aggregate.
It varies. So that's why I said DSS is complicated. So some of these, every type of program or funding pot, it has its certain percentage of county
So I guess
involvement.
to make it simple is that it's not gonna be a wash. There's gonna likely
Some
be
of them could be a wash. Some of, like the new emergency replacement fund.
Some additional funding.
That the new emergency replacement fund, that will be a wash.
Okay.
The kinship, no, not the kinship care. That's really it. That's really all the wash. Everything else is more so, it just varies. One thing that you guys probably don't know is that we are reimbursed. The revenue comes in based off of the work we do on a day-to-day basis. So staff do a time sheet or a day sheet. And that day sheet, all the activities they do in 1 hour, that is a certain rate. The next hour. So an 8-hour day, they have rates. So if they don't go to work that day, they don't get paid. They don't do a day sheet for that day. So we don't seek reimbursement for that day. So that's why it's very important to be fully staffed because it's based off of your productivity.
And one last question. The state institution with the adults and so forth, you're talking about the state correction system, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so, I guess I would ask the county manager that should we get into those kind of discussions that we fully deploy our legislative team to look at that. I mean, again, we don't need additional burdens brought to us by the state on programs they initiate.
Yeah, that's the first I've heard about that issue, so I'll have to brush up on that and figure it out. But, you know, if there's an issue that we can bring up with our legislators, I know they'll
That's all,
go to
Mr.
bat
Chair.
for us.
All right,
Thank you,
Commissioner
Chair.
Wilford.
One question and one comment. If we are chosen as a county, rural county, how far back can they go?
As far as they want.
It's no limitation?
It depends on the family. So the payback we recently had,
Yes,
they had 3 siblings, the age of the child.
okay.
Depends on the age of the child.
So there's no limitation, there's no, they can,
I mean, if the child is already 18, they won't audit it. So you're right, there isn't a limitation, it depends on the age of the child.
okay. Question, you answered. Comment is, speaking for me, this is the least department, I have the least knowledge of this department of any of it. And the more I try to educate myself, I find the less I know.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to thank you for the job you and your staff are doing. I want to thank our 2 commissioners, Inman and Cozart, for the hire they made. I can tell already that you have hit the ground running and are doing a great job, and I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say to Director DSS that I've been very impressed with your leadership. And when I listened to some of the numbers that you gave for direct reports, knowing that we're likely to have even more activity there at DSS, I just want to commend you on looking at the organizational structure, because without that in place, it'll burn you down and burn your key reports down as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm anticipating that we'll need to look at some more support so that you'll have the kind of structure in place to make things successful. But thank you for all you're doing.
And just to respond to that, so I there's a lot I like to look at, but I'm trying to limit it this year because there's so much going on. I'm just trying to prioritize kind of what's more important, you know, and when I'm looking at our administration executive leadership level, I feel like we need to put that in place so they can actually take an additional look as far as, you know, what additional resources that we need. And that's where, like you said, like I am doing 5 jobs right now. I'm the fiscal officer, the HR director, all that good stuff. So, but what I can say is that we have made 2 great offers for our business officer position and accountant, and they start next month. I'm excited about that. They are coming from, one is coming from Person County, the other one has had experience in Vance County. And they are awesome. And that is going to be a great asset because we really need people in here that can really take a hold of our finances.
I just have one comment, and I'm concerned about the gentleman that's doing the investigations on fraud. I mean, we just heard from the sheriff the number of people that they're trying to do and the number he's doing, and he's amazing. He's outdoing the sheriff's department hands over.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to look at, I mean, was he included in the pay raise? And
he was included in the pay raise. He should be making more than likely, but that is another department. I feel like I said, that needs a supervisor and probably 3 or 4 different staff, but I didn't address that this year because there are so many other things to address. But I know next year, once we get a clearer picture, because I'm only 5 months in, so I can't ask for everything. Once we have a clear picture, have some data, have some statistics, have some analysis, we'll be able to better be able to ask for what we actually need next year.
Because, I mean, he's doing the work of 2 to 3 people.
He is.
And,
Mm-hmm.
and we're paying him to be half a person.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for what you're doing, by the way.
All right. Seeing no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we want a stretch break before we jump into schools? Okay. Let's, go go by the clock on the wall, and we'll get back when it says 6:30, even though it's not. So seven. All right.
I think they got the clock fixed.
Close to. We're still working on the hour, but the minutes are still accurate. So we are back from break, and it is 2:31. So we're a little off schedule, but it'll be all right. We'll make it up on the back end here, no problemo. Now we've got our school systems here with Dr. Stan Winborn and his team to talk about our Focus Forward. I'm excited.
Well, thank you, Chairman Karen and commissioners and county manager and administrators. I appreciate you having us here today. Also joining me and Mrs. Vicki Hines, our Chief Finance Officer, we have some members from our Board of Education. We have our Chairwoman, Ms. Glenda Williams, who's here. Ms. Danielle Hayes is here. Ms. Ethel Anderson is here, and Mr. Leonard P. Sr. is also here. And joining from the administrative side, we also have Ms. Courtney Curran, who's the Executive Director of Human Resources and our Public Information Officer. She's in the audience. And Mr. Jamar Perry, who's our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction and Student and Family Services. So, again, thank you for having us here. Our slide deck is only 350 slides, so. Yes. I know, I thank you because I know that you've been sitting a long time for day 2, and we plan on sharing with you in a sort of an abbreviated version of some of what we covered at the joint meeting, but also I'm going to bring some kind of highlights to you about the state of our schools. But thank you for that joint meeting. I think it was a very productive time for us. I know that I received a lot of positive feedback from our Board of Education about that. I think it helped. The information that Mr. Cummings provided and the opportunity for the question and answer and discussion that we had was very, very powerful. So it was time well spent. And for those that are in the room today, I've included some bullets of highlights of what we talked about. We, of course, kind of went over the timelines with both boards. Drew provided a nice deep dive into funding and revenue, sources and projections looking out into the future. And then we shared some of the things that we're trying to partner and collaborate with one another about, and that included some of our desire to continue to create partnerships with our athletics facilities and the community and how we can work together and they can benefit from that. Some grants, we're working with the public library system. We've submitted a technology grant with them we're excited about. Maintenance, of course, is an ongoing issue. Scott earlier was singing our song about the importance to try and be proactive and maintain our facilities. And Drew and I have been brainstorming about ways that we could join forces and kind of, economies of scale for getting contracts and perhaps putting out bids for special projects and things like that. So anyway, lots of good stuff happening. And of course, there's energy efficiency. But before I get into talking about our priorities related to budget for next year, next slide, I wanted to go through and give you some highlights on where we are thus far this school year. I'm now in my 8th month in this new role, and it's been a what I believe is successful but busy school year. For those of you that were at our convocation back in late August, I shared with all of our employees, we were all packed there in the Granville Central Gym, that we would be using our strategic plan to guide our work. And we have a very strong one that was in place, and we're continuing to tweak it and simplify it and focus that plan and try and be as specific as we can with what we'd like to try to accomplish. And I highlighted 4 areas for our staff that I wanted to focus on for this year, and they were safety, academics, attendance, and student behavior. So next slide. When it comes to safety, I first want to give all of our school resource officers huge amounts of praise, both at the sheriff's office and with our municipal police departments. As a reminder, this is where we currently stand. We have 9 school resource officers. 6 are from our staff with the Granville County Sheriff's Office. We've had a little turnover this year, and the sheriff's been wonderful to work with. He's been very supportive of us, trying to make sure that we're getting a pipeline so we have as few of those positions vacant as possible. But there's been some turnover there, and we're working through that. We have 2 through Creedmoor Police Department. We increased that this school year. It was previously 1. And since Hawley is now within the city limits of Creedmoor, it's increased to 2. And then just in February, Butner Public Safety came on board, and they are now providing 1 school resource officer. And that individual, she's bilingual, and she's a certified SRO, and she serves Butner STEM Elementary School, Butner STEM Middle School, and Granville Early College High School. And then you can see on the funding side, they're all fully funded at this moment. 4.6 directly from the county, 2.3 from the district, and then 2 through a grant through NCDPI. And in that box, I'm just trying to project and let everybody know that we have the grant application cycle is coming up again this summer with the state. It's a 2-year cycle, and we plan on applying for a total of 6 more. So that would make 8 funded by the state. And really our goal is to have 1 SRO for every campus. We have 15 campuses. Right now, each of our high schools has a full-time SRO, and then we sort of distribute by rotation the middle and elementary schools. So, and if you'd like to pause at any moment and ask any questions about this, a particular topic that's on the slide, please do. Yes, sir.
You said the middle school, how many you have in the middle school?
Well, our middle schools none of our middle schools have a dedicated SRO except for Hawley, GC Hawley, and that's because it's in the city limits of Creedmoor, and we have a full-time officer there. I'm sorry, did you?
I'm sorry, why
yeah.
is that not what the sheriff is saying to us?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what.
He's saying there is SROs at all the schools.
You said that they would deploy or have SROs stop by all the schools, but they weren't assigned to all schools. Is that if that's correct? But there are only 6 Granville County SROs, not 7.
Well, that is correct, but not all of those are staffed right now. That is varied. We were down to 4 at one point this year, and we're about to be down to 5. So it's varied. I know that the sheriff has struggled with issues related to full certification, because we need an SRO that has completed basic law enforcement and also has gone through the SRO training. That's what we call an SRO, and that's what we are able to fund. But you know, he has sent officers by schools, regular patrol officers, as sort of a backfill.
And you're engaged with the legislators on the School Safety Act in regards to getting that funded?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, we actually had a legislative committee this morning with Senator Bodie and Representative Sussman and Winslow, and we discussed this very matter. So they've got our backs. We're going for the whole enchilada this time, too.
The reason why I said that is our main thing is that middle school. SRO just walking in and staying there just a few hours and gone. We need an SRO there constant.
I agree 100%. And I'll say our SROs, they're not just security officers. Our SROs are mentors, they're guidance counselors, they're social workers, they're big brothers. You know, they create relationships with these students throughout the day. You know, some of them volunteer coach with us. They do so much, and they're such an important part of our school communities. They get to know our families, and it benefits the municipal and the sheriff's office efforts in that respect. So it's just a win-win. We're very, very happy with all the service they provide us.
Board, I want to correct the record. The sheriff does have 7 SROs, but one is in
Oxford Prep.
Yes, thank you. So that way. So stand corrected.
All right. Next slide, please. Just a little continuation on safety, some other developments that have happened this school year. We hired a retired chief of Creedmoor Police Department, Keith King, to be a new part-time safety coordinator officer for our school district. And he works for us 29 hours a week. And his job is to perform safety audits, inspections of our schools. He also does special trainings with our staff members, and he acts as a liaison with law enforcement. And he's also behind the scenes working to improve our emergency response and our action plans in case of any type of crises or threats. And so he started in February, I believe, and has just really hit the ground running. And we've contracted some with Doug Logan, retired emergency management director, to help us with some of this work too. So that's a huge upgrade for us. We continued to work on some physical security upgrades with our schools, camera modernization, actual fencing, the physical parts of our school that need hardening, we're working on continuously. And then this school year, I have mandated at a minimum a weekly student screening at every school, elementary, middle, and high. And that is students walk through a metal detector, and we usually don't require every student to do it. We may pick every third or fifth or something like that. And we do it in conjunction with law enforcement officers, and then they search their bags. And if anything beeps, they use the wand to check everything else. And that's proven to be a real strong deterrent. And it's something that our parents are very much in favor of. We surveyed them prior to implementing this. It's working quite well. And then, of course, training, just constant training. You know, we have a turnover in staff, and so when new people come on, we have to bring them up to speed. And that's something Keith King has been helping a lot with, too, trying to get those in place. You can just go back up. This is not directly related to safety, but it's connected to health, which in our strategic plan, those two items are basically as one. For those of you that missed the announcement, starting February 1st, we became eligible for the community eligibility program for school lunches. And now every Granville County Public Schools child receives free breakfast and lunch. And it's a wonderful thing. We've seen a major uptick in the number of children that are eating at breakfasts and lunches in our schools. And that's been a huge benefit. And that's at no cost to the district. So we're excited about that, and we hope that we can renew it for the next 5-year cycle moving forward. Very proud of that. All right, next is academics. This is goal number 2. And, academics, there's many ways to think about this, but of course the state has an accountability model, which they hold us to. And my goal for this year is that we have 0 low-performing schools, none. Last year we had 7. We also want every single one of our schools to meet or exceed academic growth as measured by North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. A little over half did last year. I want all of them this year. And I want every school's proficiency, that's their scores on our tests, the straight up percentage correct, to be improving at a greater rate than the state. So those are our main goals. Next slide. The single most important factor to making that happen is a classroom teacher. It's not about, really any of the central office folks. It's about that teacher in the classroom with those students every single day. That is where the difference makes. And so we have pushed really, really hard to address this problem of vacancies. You can see the data there for our certified staff. Last year, we were averaging about 50 vacancies a month, and now we're down to 16. And I just checked with Ms. Curran, the number of actual core classroom teachers is in the single digits. So it's a huge difference from last year. And same for our classified staff. Now, I'll say though, this is still a huge challenge for us. Recruiting and then retaining staff is really difficult, but it's the single number one factor to impact student achievement. And so when we talk about some of the priorities we have for next budget cycle, it's directly connected to this right here. Next slide. Attendance. Of course, if the kids aren't in school, right, it's kind of obvious they're not going to be learning. And some of this we can control, some of it is parents, families. But our Board of Education led the way, and they revised our attendance policy, made it much more aggressive, and gave a little teeth to it. And we have been following a very strict procedure about that this year, and we've been referring more families than ever, unfortunately, to the magistrate for truancy. But last year, our attendance rate was about 88% for the year, and that was including excused and unexcused. Our goal for this year is 96.5, and you can see that was last month, I believe, January, where we stood for the different grade spans. And if you hit next slide, you can see month by month over time. We took a big dip in December. Cold and flu season hit us real hard. Plus, high school kids tend to take off a couple of days around exam schedules and stuff, and those, if they don't have an exam, they don't have to come to school. But that counts as an absence, so we took a little hit there as well. But it's, you know, it's still a real area of concern, but progress. Next, behavior. Again, we get them in school, we got the teacher there, but then these kids have got to behave. They've got to be engaged, and they've got to be held accountable for their actions. And we have stepped this up in this area as well. And this is just some real high-level data for you to look at. We share this information with our board every single month. But year to date, we are down for our total office referrals. And an office referral is actually a semi-serious or serious infraction. This is not like a teacher having to discipline a child informally in the classroom. This is when it gets serious enough that the administrator needs to get involved. And that's down 300 referrals from last year. And then our suspensions are also down. That includes in-school and out-of-school suspensions. I'll say, I think I mentioned this before, but in that bottom half, our out-of-school suspensions are actually up a tick. And I attribute that to, and I'm not going to apologize for this, strictly enforcing our code of conduct when there's any threat or act of violence in our school. That is dealt with seriously, and so we've seen a big increase in the number of out-of-school suspensions. And those kids go to our alternative school. So that's it in a nutshell, just kind of the big picture updates with how things are going this school year. Very optimistic. All of our state testing occurs in May. We usually get the raw data back right away, but the results aren't usually out until mid to late summer. But we, of course, will share all of that with you when it comes out. Any questions before we move on to funding? All right. Ms. Hines, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you take the next couple of slides.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, sir.
I thought Commissioner Williford was going to raise a comment. Dr. Winborn, knowing what I know about how schools work, OSS being up, I hope that the community understands that if you're going to be serious about that, that likely could happen.
Yes, sir.
And I just make a comment, and just speaking for myself, I want you to know that I'm not surprised when I heard your convocation speak about making the school environment something that we cherish, that we protect, that it's likely you'll have that. And I don't know what kind of response is out there. I haven't heard anything negative myself, but I want you to know that I surely support that. If we get that right, we're going to sell a lot of people that we can do this. When people hear that, the schools are orderly, and sometimes it just means removing some people.
Yes, sir.
Just want you to know that I firmly support that, and I surely ask this board to support that if they hear of complaints. But you just can't have it both ways. Sometimes you've got to lay the law down, and I appreciate your leadership on that.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hines?
Thank you, Dr. Winborn. The slides you're about to see are going to seem very familiar to you because they're just they're either the same or very similar to the ones that you saw at the joint session. But it's a lot of information, so we thought it valuable enough to walk through it again and slow it down, see if you have any questions. and we'll move on. Again, our school district fund, every school district in North Carolina is made up of a variety of different types of funding, including our operating funds, which is state and local. Those are the main funds that we talk about. And of course, on the right-hand side of that chart, you see those capital funds. Those are the capital outlay funding that we receive from the county as well. And then we have the other governmental fund types, our grant funds, which is our federal funds. Right now, those are our regular titled funds, but of course, as you know very well, we have our federal ESSER funds right now as well. And of course, our other restricted fund, or what sometimes we call, you might hear called Fund 8. And those are just our other miscellaneous grants, pre-K, ROTC, things like that. And then we have our business type funds, child nutrition, community schools. Those are both basically enterprise funds. They're businesses. They are intended to be self-sufficient and are funded by the fees that are incurred. Next slide, please. And again, this is the funding that our current year funding, 23-24 funding. And you can see all of the different types of funds and the amount of funds we have. On a typical year, the state funding we receive is typically over 50%. And it will be, once those federal COVID funds are gone, we'll be back above 50% for those state funds. And you can see the separation between the federal funds, that the total there is our regular titled funds, and then our federal COVID funds are separated out simply because those funds do expire on September of this year. And of course, then on the right hand, in that chart on the right hand side, that's just a summary of the funding that we've received from the county this year. And I do want to, as you see noted there, the totals for local current expense and capital outlay don't match between the charts because of the use of our fund balance. Okay, so the chart on the left, those totals is from our budget resolution that includes the use of fund balance, and that's why there's a discrepancy there. Okay, any questions? Okay, next slide, please. And this is just a bird's eye view of our budget resolution for this year. You can see that 67% of our funds are focused on salaries and benefits, and that's across the board. The next largest category of expense is our operating expenses. We have our fixed assets. That's our massive, our capital type improvements. And then, of course, we have transfers and others. That transfers line includes the portion of our county funding that goes to charter schools based on our per pupil each year. Okay. And again, this is a deeper look into our budget. That top section, they're kind of broken up into different sections of our budget. That top section is what we call the 5,000 series. That is focused on school-based instructional, all of those expenses. This is how our budget is, this is how our budget resolution is developed, and how all of our budget amendments go to the board, and broken out into these categories. And you can see that top line, that's our regular instructional services. It makes sense that would be our largest category of funding. But you can see that those 5,000 series, that's 71% of our funding. That is our school-based instructional part of the budget. The area below that is our 6,000 series, and that is where we get into district support services. This is district level funding. What's interesting to me is that 65 down there, that operational support services, because that's a large line. That's 14 million of that line. That is where we get our maintenance. That's where all of our maintenance is coded to. Our capital outlay mostly is coded into those 6,500s as well, and that's why that's such a large portion. Transportation as well, absolutely. Okay. Thank you. Now, when we look at our students, all of the funding that we receive from the county serves all of the students in Granville County, not just Granville County school students. Remember that the county funding also serves all of our charter schools, all of our Granville County students who attend charter schools anywhere in North Carolina. And this is just a breakdown, a historical breakdown of what that enrollment between Granville County Public Schools versus charter school looks like. And you can see this last part of the graph, you can see that that bottom line is Granville County Public Schools and the top is charter. You can see this current year, we have 8,602 students in total. Those are Granville County students, so students who reside in this district and attend some public institution in the state. 75% of those students are in Granville County Public Schools, 25% in the charter schools. And again, it's just important to recognize that we take that county funding and we have to determine a per pupil amount, and that per pupil amount follows each student to their location, wherever that might be. And we are paying about 38 different charter schools across North Carolina at this moment. And if you've been around for a while, you've seen this chart before. It's just a helpful chart to think about whenever because we know that what we are presenting you with our need, that's part of what we do in our budget. We talk about what we need to do to move forward in our budget. But we also know that when we ask for funding, part of the funding you give us is going to have to be given out to the charter schools. So we always have to adjust our funding request to account for the portion that goes to the charter schools as well. Okay, so this is just a pictorial of if our need is $1, we actually have to request $1.33, and that's to account for the 25% of who are charter school students. Okay, so and you will see that in our request and as a summary at the end, what that looks like. Next slide, please. So everybody talks about their challenges, and we are no different in that. And of course, we've talked ad nauseum about the end of the ESSER funding and the cliff that we are experiencing. And you know, we are well aware that that funding ends on the 24th. And right now, that funding for us includes positions, and it includes programs and bonuses that our staff are used to getting for the past several years. And we're going to talk about how we're addressing that moving forward. We also know that there are increasing costs. There are state mandated salary increases, as well as increases in retirement and health. And of course, we know we have to address those. Utilities, I would imagine you all are experiencing the same. You know, I noticed on a personal note, I noticed my personal electric bill just exploding in the last couple of months. And it took me a moment to say, wait a minute, let me look at how our bills are looking in the school district. And by golly, it takes your breath away a little bit. And that's just an increase, and that was an unexpected increase in our budget. So we know that we just have to account for these increases all the time. And of course, our final challenge that you were hearing from DSS as well is that competition. Staff retention is a challenge and something that we have to focus on. And student retention. We want to build our own Granville County Public Schools to be the best that they can be, and that's the best way to retain our students and our staff as well. So these are really the focus, the challenges that we're focusing on at this moment. Next slide. So I'm going to hand it back over to Dr. Winborn to talk about how we're moving forward.
Thank you, Vicki. So you might recall we talked about this at the joint meeting as well. We're gonna walk you through some of what we believe are our funding priorities. Again, these are not the requests per se. Our Board of Education has a finance committee that's meeting next week, and they're going to go through with a fine-tooth comb and make final recommendations to our board at the March 4th meeting, and then they will adopt their proposal, which will then be sent on to you. But again, we're just trying to forecast and signal what's important to us. But before we ask for additional funding, we need to look inward, right? We need to help ourselves first. When Vicki referenced buffering this cliff of the federal COVID money, we're not relying on you guys to backfill that in any way, shape, or form, okay? We will not be coming to ask for a single penny of that from you. We're handling that by cutting those positions and programs and services that we decided to use that money for. So I want to make that really clear. We're also looking to try to maximize our efficiency. We're seeing some dividends from our board's very difficult decision of closing a school last year, so that has certainly helped as our capacity percentages have gone up. We've got to reduce the total number of positions in the district. As our ADM falls, so does our staffing allotments. And I'm going to be pushing those positions down as close to the school level as possible and protect the impact on our schools. As I referenced at our joint meeting, we've got some retirements that are coming up, and so I've already made a plan to reduce 2 high-level senior staff and district staff level positions in the central office. So that'll be where I'm looking first. And then we've got to work on just being smarter about how we spend our money. And so for the first time ever, we're looking at what's called zero-based budgeting in our departments. Instead of just taking last year's budget and carrying it forward, they've gone back to zero, and they're coming to Vicki and the team, and they're making a case for what they really, really need. And so we're optimistic about being able to tease some savings out of that. Next slide, please. Again, Vicki mentioned energy. Drew and I have had some conversations about this. We believe we can cut our energy bills by being more efficient, using more LED lighting, looking at our control systems, insulation in our crawl spaces and such, but also looking down the road at solar panels. I heard, of course, the conversation, 650-acre solar farms. Well, I mean, we've got a lot of roof space, and we even have a lot of green space at many of our schools that we could be installing solar panels that could, I'm hearing benchmarks from other districts where it's savings as much as 20 to 30%. So that's huge. When we're paying $2.5 million a year in utilities, maybe? Could be three, I mean, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars of savings potentially, but that's something we're looking at and pushing hard. Next slide. So again, and I'll let Vicki go through each of these in detail, but these right here, these 4 bullets are really our priorities. And the first one, of course, is just the 3rd installment of that $15 an hour state mandated salary increase and our local scale decompression. So installment number 3. And then increasing our continuation funds for our locally funded positions. And then recruitment and retention of staff. That is so critical. And so those first 3 are on the operations side. And then, of course, on the capital side, as we discussed, trying to increase our capital outlay funding. Again, as Scott said so well, it's about pay now or pay a lot more later. And we're hoping that as our school debt service declines, those monies can be redirected right back into our master facility plan. So Vicki, I'll let you go through these one at a time.
As Dr. Winborn said, the decompression plan funding, we again thank you, our classified staff, thank you very much for your commitment 2 years ago to take on this project with us. In that year, the state had mandated a minimum $15 an hour for all classified employees. What, of course, they did not mandate is the funding for that. So it was an unfunded mandate, and it continues to be an unfunded mandate because the state salary scales are still $15 an hour for many, many years of service. So our classified employees definitely appreciate the partnership between your board and ours to manage this. And again, this is the 3rd and final year of our commitment, of your commitment to do this. And and we'll be set from there. Next slide. The next priority, of course, is continuation funds, and these are the things that we tend to see every year. Again, as I said before, 67% of our overall budget resolution was salaries and benefits, and but we're not looking at that kind of request from you all because we know that many of those positions are just position allotments from the state. They're covered by the state, or that they're dollar allotments. And when it's a dollar allotment and it's state funded, we simply have to figure out how to make it work within that budget. And that's how we've managed it. We've not typically asked the county to supplement that funding. But when we know that our health insurance is going up 7%, and we are hearing that our retirement could likely be going up that much. Salaries are going to be an average of 4 to 7% increase, depending on the position. When we look at that locally paid portion of salaries, that's the increase that we're looking at. So, and here's that cost moving forward. Next slide, please. And then, of course, we talk expansion-wise. If you want to look at it from that term, would be something new. Is to look at that local supplement. When we look at recruitment and retention of our staff, we know that we have a lot of competition, and we have large, well-funded counties who are our competition, and it makes it very tempting for our employees to move to other counties with a much larger local supplement. Currently, you all have committed to a 10% certified local supplement, which is fantastic, and we appreciate that. In the past 2 years, we've paid an additional 2% to our school-based, classroom-based certified staff, and we paid that out of fund balance, but it was very clearly limited to 2 years, and that was part of our desperate attempts to recruit staff.
Can I say something
Absolutely.
here? I want to correct something that I may have said in error before. I think that I previously referenced that this 2% had been covered with ESSER funds, and that is not the case. We used fund balance to pay for that. So I just wanted to make that clear, and I'm glad Vicki had corrected me on that. So apologies for that confusion.
It's easy to get that confused. So for our other district level coordinator certified staff, technology folks, there's a 7% supplement. And then our classified staff receive a 1% plus $500 supplement. And interesting, it's pretty rare to see a classified supplement at all in reality. However, we feel it important to have a supplement for all of our employees. Next slide, please. And what we would like to see in our ideal world, we would like to see that supplement increased for our staff, specifically for our classroom-based certified, because we have lots of certified employees. Some are at district level, but most of them are classroom-based, and that's where we want to focus that energy. And what we would like to do is, in an ideal world, we would like to see a 14% supplement for them that is definitely more competitive with our surrounding counties. And I think, and what we'd also like to encourage is increasing our classified supplement. I said we're one of the few who have a classified supplement. However, our classified employees are the hardest working folks in the barrel, and we just want to show our support for them as well. Yes, sir.
What's a classified?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a very good question. Classified employees, they are typically your hourly employees, right? They are your child nutrition, your custodial staff, bus drivers, teacher assistants, office staff.
The ones that make everything run.
Yes, absolutely.
get it done.
Absolutely. And as a part of that supplement as well, is the advanced degree pay. And advanced degree pay was defunded by the state for anyone whose degree is after 2013. And that was defunded years ago. And we brought that as, again, one of our recruitment and retention programs that we used ESSER funds for. And we see a tremendous retention from some of our folks with masters and other advanced degrees, and we would like to be able to continue that.
How much is that per degree?
It's a percentage. It's a percentage of their salary, correct?
It is, and I'm thinking it's a small percentage, like for each individual person. I apologize for not having that information on me, but it is a small percentage. We just have a lot of employees who fall in that category.
The majority of those are teachers,
Yes.
classroom teachers. Yes, sir.
Under the classified, you're currently doing the 1% plus $500, which is the local cost is $246,000.
Correct, yes, sir.
I'm just making sure I understand this.
Yes.
The minimum would be a 4%, which would be 176, recommended 5%, which would be additional 282. So we'd add that back to the 246, which would bring it somewhere around 528,000.
That is correct. That is correct.
That would be the total cost.
No, well, the total cost in total, part of that is already funded, right? So it's really just.
246 is already
The
funded,
two, exactly,
correct. So
exactly.
it would just be an additional, okay.
Correct.
Great question.
And to clarify why that minimum is there, is that minimum is there because that $500, it kind of goes a little wonky when you try to put that $500 and change it into a percentage. But that minimum makes it so that nobody is decreased, because that's not a goal at all, to have a decrease. Any other questions? And finally, definitely not least, is our capital outlay and master facility plan. We know that our current annual allocation is 1.5, just under 1.6 million. And we greatly appreciate that. You see that our 5-year projected needs, HVAC, $10 million, roofing, $20 million, $15 million. It's a lot. If you gave it to us today, we wouldn't be able to use it today. But we do know that there's a critical need for an increase so we can start nicking away at some of this deferred maintenance to our buildings. And so we are requesting that we, as Mr. Cummings has presented in our joint meeting, that we are able to increase our capital outlay as able. Next slide, please. This is a lot of numbers. This is how my brain works, folks. I apologize for throwing all those numbers up there. This is just a summary of our requests, priorities, yes. Because they're not requests yet. But what you know where I'm coming from. I have to always talk about the amount that goes to the charters as well. So I needed you guys to see what that additional amount potentially we would need to request in order to fully fund what our need is, plus what needed to go to the charter school. So I just really wanted to put that out there. It's a lot of numbers. And if you have any questions, feel free to jump in.
What is your current fund balance?
Current fund balance, we are projecting by the end of this year, it's going to be sitting right at about 6.5%. I don't have the number in my head, Mr. Mann. I do apologize for that. If I remember correctly, it is about $6 to $7 million, but it's right at that 6.5% is what we're expecting by the end of this fiscal year.
Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely.
I believe that's the last slide, right? Next slide.
Yes, it is. That should be the end.
Yep. So happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you for your presentation. Lots of questions from the board?
I have one, sir.
Fire away.
I'm still very, very concerned about all these schools that should be closed. And I don't understand why the reasoning was to not close these schools, to save that money. Because that would solve a lot of these problems. So,
I think that is a good point to make. I think that it is a very complicated issue. I shared with you all this fall some updated information about where we stand with our capacity. And certainly we are not at maximum efficiency by any stretch. But we are further down the road than where we were several years ago. We've made some progress. And this is something that I know our board is going to continue to look at. But it is a delicate balance, because the minute you start talking about closing a particular school, it causes a lot of disruption and a lot of anxiety, and there are costs associated with that. We lost a lot of staff when we had our last round. So I don't want to speak for our board, because this is their decision. It's not a superintendent decision about closing schools. But I do know that they're going to continue to watch this carefully. They continue to ask me for information about where we are. They spend a lot of time in our buildings, and they ask about how many classrooms are not being used, and so on and so forth. So, Ms. Hinman, I take your point. It's something that I imagine we will continue to look closely at.
that and my wire.
Yes, ma'am. We got it going on this summer.
Yes. In regards to Holly School, is it temporarily parked at the previous Creedmoor Elementary campus, or is that going to be its permanent home?
So that's a great question, and one I can't give you a definitive answer on. I just know that when the board made the decision to move the students out of the old Holly campus, we just simply couldn't safely have kids there any longer. I don't believe it was a permanent solution, okay? It's certainly working for the moment. We hardly have any capacity at all in that campus. We could take maybe another 30 to 50 kids. And then we've got this whole issue with the facilities that those students are having to go over to the old Holly campus to play athletics. And we've already engaged with an engineer and architecture firm to look at that campus, because we need to demolish most of that campus sooner rather than later. Yeah. And you know, we're not certain if the gym can be salvaged. So we've got to find a spot for these young folks to do sports in the meantime. So that's a big question mark. And so it's kind of plan B. What is our plan B, since we know that the funding, our most recent funding request to rebuild Holly didn't come through?
And I believe that was, what, the fourth try? Third try.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So on that topic,
yes,
we're doing our 10-year CIP. We had Monday Fun Day here for the start with our municipalities, and ironically, Creedmoor had, at my behest, asking for partnerships with us to partner with something around the Holly area.
Yep.
And I'm going to get, strung out for this, but it's not in my district. But I would absolutely love to see, from a southern end perspective, that campus turned into soup to nuts from a recreation community aspect, whether it be the additional new senior center in the southern end, a community space, the multi-use fields that we've talked about with school priority having it. Love to see, synthetic fields and done right.
Yeah.
And I want a pool, aquatic center, and we're talking about building partnerships. At some point, we're gonna have to make a decision to get off the word go. Y'all have had 3 times that you've gone to legislature asking for funding. We've supported you every single time, I believe. But now is the time. If we're gonna do anything, I would love to put a soup to nuts aquatic center / community center down at the intersection of Lawrence and Bruce Garner Road, except for you'll have leakage. And leakage is bad no matter what you're talking about. Leakage because it's 7 miles from Wake Forest.
Oh, right.
So when Johnny and Sally go to the pool or the rec center, Mom and Dad are gonna shoot over to Wake Forest and get some groceries and go to dinner or grab a snack. If you put it at Holly, you're right there at Creedmoor. You got the Food Lion, you got downtown to grab a snack, you know what I'm saying? So putting it out in the country in my district, where there's no ambulances and no fire department, it's not a good idea. You don't have the infrastructure. But putting it where the school property is already owned, already a county asset, shifting the dynamic on that facility to be again, cradle to gravy, the schools would benefit, everybody would benefit from that. So we just need to move on that.
But
Thank
there's
you for that,
still
sir.
a school there.
What's that?
There's still a school there.
Yeah, we need to knock that sucker down and move on.
And one other question. You're talking about the COVID ESSA funding cliff.
Yes, sir.
I know you weren't responsible for this, but what was the thought process behind using one-time funds for recurring expenses every year? Because you know those one-time funds are going to run out, and you're going to have the cliff.
Yeah.
So what was the thought process there?
Well, I think to a certain degree, we actually tried not to do that. Granted, there are some positions that were funded using the ESSER funds, but all of those, when those individuals were hired, they knew the fund source, and so they know that those are being sunsetted. We used the lion's share of that money for summer programs, remediation, curriculum materials, and bonuses that occurred during that time window. And all of our staff have been told repeatedly these were sort of one-time shots that we were getting. But it's actually, I think there are only a dozen or so positions. I have to kind of look to Ms. Curran, I don't know, it's in that neighborhood. 16 positions that were funded with ESSER. And we believe almost all those can be handled through attrition. Or those are folks that knew ahead of time that they were funded as such. Some districts are finding themselves in a much worse scenario than us, so.
I understand, but for us as the group, the county commissioners, we've always looked at one-time funding going towards one-time expenses.
Yes, sir.
Or not annually recurring expenses. Such as, all right, maybe use it for heating and air conditioning for buildings or something. You use it somewhere that it's not an annual recurring expense.
Yeah, sure, absolutely, because I know.
But some of the ESSER funding was specifically and earmarked for at-risk, serving these students, these at-risk students, basically to increase what they've lost. And part of many of those positions that were hired were specifically instructional coaches. And it was designed to support these students in their return back to school and getting kids back on target. And what we found is that they've really been working great. And that's one of the reasons we're going to that zero-based budget, is because, yeah, those are positions that we really want to keep. Because they're at the school level, working with our kids, supporting our staff in teaching our kids. And we really want to encourage that to continue. And that's part of the reason we're doing this zero-based budget. And so we're not asking you to fund those positions. Our plan is to fix our budget so that we can maintain as many of those positions as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions we have?
Mr. Chairman, if I may just make a closing comment. The challenges of public education now are tremendous. And when you look at society in general, and our schools are pulling kids who have this right to an education, they come in all different forms, all different styles. To be able to put in place support systems for those kids, and I would say very humbly that to serve what may look to be a fewer number of students, we can be deceived into thinking it takes less money. It is not all in the numbers anymore. It's about the uniqueness that they bring. It's about the challenges that they come with. We're even seeing in childcare centers where there are very, very different kinds of challenging behaviors, even in little childcare centers with kids. So just hats off to the school staff throughout our county for being able to work with this diverse set of needs our kids bring. Yes, there are those who come and all you have to do is provide a place and a teacher, they just run with it. But there are so many who need so much embrace in so many ways. And I just want the school staff to know how much I appreciate being able to have staff who's there for that hug, there for that extra in so many different ways to help our students be successful. So hats off to you for the great work you do.
All right, Commissioner May, you've got one last item?
Superintendent Winborn, this year your first year, am I correct? Yeah.
8 months
I want to thank you for your hard work and the amount of communications that you've maintained with both commissioners, our staff, across the board. And it's challenging, and education, not a commissioner on this board doesn't care about our children's education, I can assure you that. We all may have different points of view, and I don't think it's really fun for the superintendent to come for any commission and ask, this is what I need. But that's the process that the state of North Carolina designed, and that's the one we live in. So we're gonna trust our county manager to provide us with the best advice possible. But I did want to take time to, I was at your convocation, and you have made sure that commissioners are aware when each and every event is occurring in the county. I appreciate the representation of the teachers, and as a child of a teacher, I can tell you that, I'd love to see as much as we can do within the means we can do based upon the recommendations provided to us by our manager. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, so we mentioned at the joint meeting, we appreciate that, the joint meeting we had together. This is not, our boards, we're not in purpose and function. Look at the money that you're requesting from us and then not dictate to where it's gonna go, but encourage as best we can that you do things. And I think that the school board has made some very difficult decisions, political decisions that aren't fun. And obviously, in the last few years, the school board races are the mostly eyed, contested, or whatever you want to call them, but most public scrutiny, so to speak. But I would encourage that the board, after like the Mary Potter campus, the reason why you still have the Delacroix, I know that there was at one point a string or something in that building that would ring to the schools individually that you had to pull, so that was why you had to keep it. But I say that jokingly, getting the kids out of the school and then still having it, you might as well just left them in the school in the first place. So I mean, the idea that you moved on Joe Toller and got rid of that, but Mary Potter still kind of hanging there. You're still paying all the expenses to keep it up. You still use it once in a while. I mean, there's no huge savings there. I mean, the same thing is kind of with the Holly campus. You have to keep it somewhat, going. And I realize that you do need the facilities. And I know that South Granville is an old school and needs to be, some spit and polish put on it. But again, there's nothing wrong with those Eisenhower era buildings. I mean, there's lots of places still use them. We need to invest and glean other monies from other places. If it's going to be a community association that pays you $100 a night to use the facility or something, I realize there's extra wear and tear on that, but from a taxpayer standpoint, we really need to do that. So it's a lot of money, a lot of stuff to look at as we move forward, and I'm sure we'll work with you. I know we've already got some kind of pinky promises in place as to how we're going to ramp up some of the funding, and those need to absolutely stay, but that's a big nut. And ironically, never have I ever seen the charter schools, except for once talking about half a bus they want to split with you. I'll come in and ask for more money to the traditional public schools so they can get their cut. But I guess they just let you be their mouthpiece to get themselves more funding. So
They'll let us do the dirty work.
The new electric bus that you all have been awarded through the state, where are we charging that bad boy?
Great question. So fortunately, included in the grant were the charging stations.
Thank you.
Yes, so it'll be no expense to us, and they will be installed at the bus garage. And it's actually 4 electric buses, and then I think 1 or 2 propane buses that we're going to get. And There's a little bit there. We probably won't take delivery till the fall, I'm told. Chris Ham has been working closely on that, Dr. Ham. But as soon as we get them, we'll call y'all, take you out for a spin.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Is the power grid going to support the charges?
I think we need to. The Duke Progress Energy does need to come and change out a pole and possibly a transformer or something like that. Yeah.
Will that take 4 years also?
I sure hope not.
All right, we ready to?
I'd just like to say, please look at, transportation, seeing our little young children getting on the bus in the dark and getting off the bus in the dark. If we can, it hurts my heart when I see little children getting off the bus in the dark and getting on the bus in the dark. If we could figure a way to how to handle that, please look at it.
Yes, sir. We'll look into it.
All right.
Well, I just want to thank you all, and I want to continue to extend to you an open invitation to visit our schools whenever you are available or free. I will try my best to get every single event in front of you so you know about them. But again, just please call on me or our staff, and we'd love for you to come and visit anytime. Madam Chairwoman Williams, is there anything you'd like to share?
Just like to thank everybody that worked on the presentation. I'm excited about the zero-based budgeting, and I think the direction of focusing our resources as close to the classroom is the right direction, and as long as we keep those children in mind, we'll be in good shape. And I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
All right. All right, Drew. You gonna do it from there, or you gonna go up to the podium?
I'm going to do it from here, I think.
Okie dokie, that'll work.
Next slide, I'll kind of start talking from there. We do have a little bit of turn. I'll wait a minute or two if people need to leave or stretch or do some jumping jacks.
That's not a bad idea.
I know. Capital improvement plan. I think to some degree, yes. Yeah.
I'm just wondering what kind of growth would possibly impact.
It could. I mean, certainly be more kids. Where they go to school, I think, is maybe a more difficult question to answer. Right? There's going to be more kids.
Okay, I'm really enjoying this.
Okay, good.
As the schools, they have extra and that's laying around.
Okay. I'm going to see if I learned anything at the Barry Baker School of PowerPoint presentations and see how efficient I can be working through this slide deck. And I want, they have already gone out the door, but I do want to thank Stan and the other presenters and all the attendees who've been a part of this event. It takes a lot of work to pull off events like this. This is an important kind of punctuation mark in our year. The event itself takes a lot of work, and the things that we talk about here take even more work. They take out a huge amount of kind of effort and bandwidth from all of our employees, school employees, other public employees. I find it hard to talk and think about where we're going without kind of dwelling, at least for a little while, on where we've been and where we are right now. And as I started thinking about it, I realized how many places we've been in the last 6, 8, 10, 12 months. There's a lot of details on this slide, but these are really only what I call big rocks sometimes. Each one of these things on this chart represents, at the very least, dozens, in many cases, hundreds and hundreds of staff hours to kind of move these big rocks down the road in a productive way. And so I'll spend a little bit of time talking about each of these items in the coming slides. Next slide, please. So Jason really covered this earlier, so I won't belabor it. I did want to add again, right, that due to the daytime firefighters, response times are starting to drop. That's a key reason why we have made this fire tax, why we're making this investment as a county. And I also hope that a lot of the departments will, or several more departments will take advantage of the improved first responder incentives. We have some additional data analysis to do, but I think this is an important supplement to our EMS system, what our 12 volunteer fire departments can do to respond to medical calls. And in general, I've said this to all of you in different ways, you know, in small group meetings and so on. I don't think I can emphasize enough, you know, if you put it in reverse for 12 months and think about where we were 12 months ago, we didn't know if these contracts would get done. We didn't know if we would get budgets. We didn't really have any expectation that we would have made all the progress we've made in the last 12 months. And I think that's a big deal. That's a big accomplishment for the county, and really due in large part to the efforts of our fire commission members and our staff in emergency management and fire marshal's office. You know, occasionally our legal team and so forth. It's been a lot of work. Next slide, please. This is another one, and the more I have worked on it and thought about it, the more I think that this landfill operations RFP has been really is one of the most critical processes that the county has seen in a long time. You can see the sort of the timeline there, and you've seen that information before. I want to just kind of dwell on the second to last bullet there. There's so much going on with this proposal, so much balancing of our county financial interests, but also all of our residents' sort of future, sort of current and future, both financial interest and quality of life interests are wrapped up in how this works out. That it was worth the hundreds and hundreds of staff hours that have gone into this, the money that has gone to our consultants at Garrett and Moore. It is an important process for the county. Staff will be, you've received some briefings on the current state of affairs on this. Staff will be bringing a recommendation on March 4th for permission to enter into negotiations with one of the bidders. And we will be working then to have all of those contract details and associated details worked out for a July 1 start on that new contract. Next slide, please. This has been, you know, another curveball in the last year. We went from 3 employees in our economic development department to 0, and have had to manage that this whole year. David Hartigan, in the last couple of months, who has done some contract work for us over the years, has been pulling a little more weight in economic development. New director's anticipated start date is March 18th. I'm very excited about that. I think he's great. Terry is working with him on press release now, where we will share more information about him. But I'm very excited, and not only about his hire, but about him taking on the task of rebuilding that office and taking advantage of all of the inquiries and feelers that are coming into the county. Interestingly, we kind of redirected the Economic Development Office's email and telephone to me while it has been unstaffed, and it is a lot. There are a lot of people interested in, a lot of companies and people interested in Granville County. Next slide, please. On a related note, I don't know that we're going to have a whole lot of extra time at the end. You have gotten some briefings, and I'm sure we'll continue to from the county attorney. But Triangle North has been a big rock this last year. We have the pending sale of 127 acres of the park, about a quarter of the total acreage, expected to close this summer with development work starting soon thereafter. We've been heavily engaged with Portman Industrial, helping them to meet with City of Oxford folks, with Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina representatives, Vance Granville Community College folks who are working on the Advanced Manufacturing Center also in the park. Water and sewer work is progressing as quickly as possible. The grant agreement for the $1 million we got from the legislature has just about been completed and submitted. We're still waiting on word. The federal government's still kind of dithering a little bit on their budget. We're still waiting to hear about our $2.5 million grant application through Congresswoman Fouchie's office. And actually, what I neglected to put on here is that just last Friday, we submitted another $1.5 million grant application that took a lot of work from staff in to sort of hopefully bring in some additional funds to Triangle North. Next slide, please. We've been talking a lot about this draft 10-year CIP, and just to kind of reiterate a couple of key points. The capital funding plan, debt funding model acknowledges the impossibility, I think, of cash funding our upcoming capital needs. It's just not possible. And so planning for that debt service and figuring out how to space projects of whatever particular size those are things that we have to figure out to really manage the construction of the new facilities that this growing population needs. We've been working closely with the financial advisors from Davenport, with our bond counsel. You can see the sort of rough order of magnitude of that draft CIP over 10 years. As you know, we're continuing to solicit feedback from you about these projects in the hopes of when we finally do bring that project forward for public hearing and hopefully for adoption, commissioners are as comfortable as they can get with it. And I think we've have been starting to wrestle with, and will continue to wrestle with a little bit, kind of the additional dedicated funding that might be required to make that happen. The next slide would have been about fleet management. We've already heard from Mr. Scheck-Snyder about that. So next slide, we will move past that item to benefit and pay improvements. Again, you've heard about these, but again, in the end, for you all, right? I mean, you all got briefed, and in the end, you took a vote to make sure that these pay improvements were approved by the board. But there were dozens of hours of staff work behind each one of these recommendations, making sure that these could be managed within the county's budget. The ones that happened mid-year this year with DSS are funded for the remainder of this year, but will be a small claim on the county's budget next year. Just kind of parenthetically on DSS expenses, I think that Ms. Toussaint has been doing a really great job kind of digging through how DSS finances are handled. And I really have full faith that whatever the level of reimbursement we have been getting from the state thus far, we will be getting more in the future. I'm sure of that. And hope eventually to have a pretty clear tabular analysis that I can show you and the public that will prove that. But just based on what I've seen thus far, I'm quite certain that will be the case. And again, public safety, DSS, animal control, other individual cases, these are things that we have to do to remain competitive. David Scheck-Snyder, in the style of a good, quick management analyst, when we were talking about transition costs, what does it cost to train a new employee, brought me a note that says, for DSS, the current literature suggests that every separation costs 25 to 40% of that position's salary for a year. So 15, 20, 25, $30,000. That's the true cost of the turnover of one position. So if you think you can't afford slightly higher salaries, try affording 20 or 30% turnover rates year over year, right? You have to take that into consideration. Next slide, please. So you all know that we've been working at kind of a long-term succession planning and strengthening effort with finance that has, hit a few road bumps, but we're still working away at it. Grateful for Steve's continued efforts here. We've been benefiting from the efforts of retired Butner Finance Director Susan Hiscox, who has been helping out about 20 hours a week. And we're also looking at possible addition of a purchasing specialist next year. And also, I think some of you have forwarded me information. We usually get it directly as well, but the kinds of staff people, interns, whatever you want to call them, fellows that we've gotten through the NCACC, through the School of Government, we try to take full advantage of those programs and find people who are well suited to fill specific kinds of needs in our organizations. So we'll continue doing that. Next slide, please. There were the listening sessions, and again, I want to thank Commissioner May for really pushing this when he was chair. I appreciated the value of those a lot more after we were done than I did at the beginning. I think they were a great idea. There were 7 of those between September and November of last year. And I think that multiple staff who attended, and commissioners shared and received a lot of good information from the people who attended those meetings on lots of different kinds of topics. And I want to also note that we've made plans, and I don't know if we've got location pinned down, but we will be continuing those quarterly, just picking new locations around the county. And so not in quite as condensed and concentrated a way, but continuing that effort. I think that was, it was a good idea and worth continuing. Next slide, please. She was already there. Reval, you all have heard and will continue to hear a lot on this topic, both from your staff and I'm sure from constituents. But just again, what we're trying to do is to repeat as many of the key core messages of this reval as we can over and over and over. Make sure they're in mailings that go out to people, make sure they're front and center on our website, make sure they're being posted on social media, where every once in a while a piece of misinformation or disinformation gets posted about how the reval works or what it is. But so just to kind of reiterate these key points, this is required by the state. I don't think they put it in sort of strictly legal terms, but they did come to us and say, you need to move up your reval. They did say that. I saw some people doubting that online. That's not the case. They really did come to us and strongly suggest that we move that up because our values were changing so quickly. And you might ask, well, if we took some of the, the online commenters' advice and delayed it for another 2 years, where would the values be then? Right? It would be even more of a shock to the system if we waited another 2 years. And with the attendant possibility of the valuations and the taxes associated with those properties being even more inequitable for those additional 2 years. In North Carolina, market value is the benchmark. That's always the benchmark. And so what we are always trying to get to for every property in the county is what would its value on the open market be? And there are a lot of inputs into our best answer to that, but that is the goal. Actually, can you stay there? You all know we've seen major appreciation. There was also a software changeover in there, and I think that we are uncovering a few hiccups here and there in the valuation, some of which I think can be attributed to that software changeover. We are already in the process of making corrections. We will continue to make corrections, both potentially at just the individual property level, also in some cases maybe with small classes of properties across the county. And it's funny, I'm looking at that second to last bullet. the county attorney counsels against making predictions like this, but I decided I would do it anyway because I will eat my shoe if the county's tax rate does not drop significantly as part of this reval. And for any residents who do have questions about their value, call 693-4181. We have our own staff, we have contract staff in the office right now through the end of reval who can help answer questions about individual properties, who can also at an administrative level, if the evidence is strong enough, can go ahead and adjust the taxable value right there, right? That's the whole point, right? There are 33,000 pieces of real property in the county. We can't get the value exactly right for all of them. We weren't inside all of those buildings, and so errors can be made and have been made here and there, and it's our goal to correct as many of those as we can without people having to come to the Board of Equalization and Review, without people having to go to the Property Tax Commission. We can solve a lot of these issues at the office level. Next slide, please. This is kind of a good example of something happening in the background that is very important nonetheless to the county. This is sort of similar to the fleet management transition, but for all of our computer hardware and software, all of that was decentralized in departments. Remember after I came on board, Chris Brame, our IT director, told me he was trying to network and maintain between 12 and 15 different kinds of computers. It was whatever departments felt like going out and buying with their, their computer budget for the year. And not only was that difficult, more difficult than it needed to be for them from a technical point of view, it really hampered our network security. And so we are able to be much more efficient with our equipment purchases, software purchases, and do a better job with our network security through this centralized purchasing and policy. That policy has not been fully finalized and adopted yet, but is well on its way. Next slide, please. Oh, actually, back up there just for a second. I did want to mention that I can't remember if commissioners were aware of this. Some of you may have been or not. About 2 weeks ago, we had a pretty significant phishing attack that got through to the finance office and then out to a number of employees, where a couple dozen of employees fell for that and put in their credentials into a system. And we started seeing logins. Our system was monitoring logins from all over the world as a result of that. This is the kind of danger we're in on a regular basis, and why network security is so important. I've also told you the story about how right at the beginning of COVID, Durham County, where I was working, suffered a major cyber attack, denial of service attack. We were out, no network, no files, no email, no calendar, no contacts, no nothing for a month, right as we were opening our emergency operations center for COVID. It was a nightmare. And so we're moving towards a variety of new efforts in that regard. We're moving towards multi-factor authentication. I think that will probably affect commissioners as well. It will take you a little bit more time and effort to log into your computer, your county computer. That's so that if somehow you were to fall, right, for a phishing scam, which people do, right? It is possible to get something that confuses you and to put your information in, but that just means that there will be a second step that somebody in Russia or Nigeria or wherever cannot complete because they're not in possession of your cell phone, where an additional message comes saying, is that you trying to log in, right? And so that's what that is. And you know, we had some follow-up conversations with IT experts after that attack the other day. They say at this point, it's not if other people get in too, right? Because they're gonna get in at some point. They may already be in, just lurking, waiting to shut your network down. That's how Durham's was. They had been inside for several months before they decided to flip the switch and shut our network down. So there's a lot of network security work that happens in preparing for that moment and figuring out how we rebuild quickly and rebound and recover all of our lost information. Next slide, please. You all know that this review took place Cherry Beckert folks provided their final report on our asset forfeiture and other federal grant programs around Thanksgiving of last year. We've had a number of conversations and meetings pursuant to that, and we'll have a kind of a simplified version of all of our follow-up plans based on the recommendations that Cherry Beckert brought forward, some of which really kind of belong to the sheriff's office, others of which belong to the rest of the county. And as a side note, I've mentioned this before, but we are also in the process of standing up our Amplifund grants management program, which should also help track and make sure that all these grant funds are handled appropriately. Next slide. Scott talked about this one a little bit. And this probably it took dozens of hours, not hundreds of hours, right? But the reason I put this on here is that getting the state, right, the Department of Agriculture in North Carolina is very stingy about giving up any of their property or property rights. So I felt like it was a big success to get them to extend the lease on that building for 20 years. And thinking about that in terms of our capital improvement plan, that's a $5 or $10 million capital project we don't have to do, because we're getting that for 20 more years for $1 a year from the state. And we'll continue to kind of push a little bit on that front to see if there is additional acreage or buildings there that the county might be able to take advantage of that they're really not using at all. Next slide, please. Again, I doubt we'll have extra time at the end to talk about this, so we may kind of rest on these bullets. This is an important document for the county. It's been underway for a long time and became Karina's baby after Justin Jorgensen left. Lots of iterations. I can't tell you how many times I have been through that report and the slide deck associated with it. It's important that it be right and that it be a good guidepost for us. We have robust community discussions about recreation infrastructure, and so this is going to be an important document. We want it to be an appropriate guide for us. Final plan is near completion and will be coming to you before too long.
I have them today.
Okay.
So we have a copy for you today because you'll be getting it at your March 4th meeting, and we printed a copy for you to take with you today.
Okay. Great. Even better than I thought. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. This one, I think if you think about it, you'll know this to be true. The amount of time that staff, Karina and other folks have been putting into, the amount of time that you as commissioners have put into understanding and pushing for the county taking maximum advantage of all of the funding that's available now for broadband expansion. Just the amount of back and forth with the State Office of DIT, with the internet service providers, with citizens, legislators, developing good public information, all of that has taken a good deal of time, but I think it is already bearing fruit and will continue to bear fruit across the county. It bore some fruit at Commissioner Jay's house. I don't know. Are you staying up all night long watching movies now, Commissioner Jay? Yeah. He is. See? See what broadband will do for you?
And also, what is it? No.
He needs to end this.
Only the spectrum been around passing the
flyers,
and now Brightspeed is around in the same area passing out information.
Yeah.
Isn't it? It's so funny, right? That for decades, forever, right? No internet service provider would come within miles, and now they're competing for your business, right?
The only part that we had in that was our Brightspeed project was one of the first great grant that you had approved, and because Spectrum was in the area working on their RDOF projects, they decided to extend their infrastructure. That was on their dime, so couldn't have been foreseen, but good for you. And I think Commissioner Cozart's also would at an advantage for the RDOF project being worked in his area.
Yeah, to my surprise, lines are being ran out. They were within less than a half mile, 2 days ago. So good things are happening. Very excited about it. Good.
Might put it in an EMS station up there.
I'm running around the EMS station.
Yeah, they might put it
Next slide, please. This might be the biggest rock, since I have come on board with the county. Just all of the cooperative work with the sheriff's office has been a lot. I think that this is kind of what it takes, though. A good, active, multifaceted relationship to ensure that we, the county organization and the citizens of the county, are getting maximum benefit from this most critical of departments. You can see some of the topics that I know all of you know. We have spent a huge amount of time working with the sheriff and his staff on. We continue to work on all of those fronts with the sheriff, but it's been largely a good relationship. The sheriff's door is always open. He picks up the telephone. We sit down from time to time, and so it is all moving in the right direction, and that's important. That's all you can hope for in a situation like this. So thank you to the sheriff, who's no longer here. I guess Rob Bayless is here. So thanks, Rob. You can pass on my thanks to him. Next slide. Yep. We've talked about a lot of these. The VSO was a good hire, and he's got a good person working under him, Danique, now as well. I just wanted to point out that Economic Development Director, Finance Director, DSS Director, those are extremely complicated recruitments and hiring processes. And they take a lot of time, and these are, we have to kind of make sure our pay and our benefits are up to snuff. We have to make sure that this is a person who is kind of wants to be in Granville County, is ready to be in Granville County, will hopefully stay in Granville County. I have a weekly check-in with LaToya just to make sure that I'm helping her troubleshoot the stuff that she's running into, which is a lot. But you think about her having been here 5 months and already having dealt with all of these things that are noted here. And I think having dealt with them with great facility as well, I'm impressed and hope we can hang on to her. She's very competent and energetic and insightful in her work. Next slide, please. You all know that we have continued pretty intense engagement on groundwater issues, working with residents, legislators, the local health department, state, multiple state departments, continuing to work on that county information page. I'm sorry that's not up yet, but it matters a lot what that says and doesn't say, so we're being careful about that. Really appreciate Jim and his office putting together the legal analysis that they did of those issues. That was really important, I think, improved a lot of people's understanding of exactly who has authority to do what in that arena. And but also, this general kind of set of conversations has prompted some additional reviews of related zoning and water and sewer utility issues, and we continue to assess sort of options that the county might have for engaging here. Okay, next slide. I'm sorry that I took so much time with that, but I did feel obligated on some level to kind of go through the issues that are really taking up a huge amount of county bandwidth. And I think not just to say we're working hard, but we're making progress on a lot of really important fronts, a lot of them. And I feel encouraged about that, occasionally worn down by it, and have to watch out for other key staff getting worn down by it too, but still I'm encouraged about how much progress we're making. So, all of these, things that we've been making headway on, I think, are setting the stage for kind of a positive, vibrant, well-managed future for this county. But this budget season and next year are also going to bring a host of new challenges and puzzles for staff, some of which we can see and are noted here, some of which we can't see yet. And I think that's actually kind of parenthetically another reason why it's so important to have a really good, talented, energetic staff ready to receive whatever that is, right, coming down the road at us. It's how we stay ready, right, is keeping a staff of that kind of high quality people ready to react. So, next slide, please. Lower sales tax growth. So this is a little bit of a disappointment, and David and/or Terry will get into a little more detail on this in a minute. But after several years of very strong growth, even with a conservative estimate this year, the actual growth that we're seeing is a little lower than even what we projected. So we'll see how we end the year up. We receive sales tax reimbursements from the state with a 3-month lag, so we've only got, I think, 6 months of 5 or 6 months of actuals at this point. So that could change by the end of the year. Maybe the economy will pick up a little bit, but that's something, again, that as we roll into budget season, we're not going to be able to put as aggressive a sales tax number in there. So that means that we either can't do as much next year, or we will have to find the revenue somewhere else. Next slide, please. You all heard from Adam and Jonathan the other day. They're proposing one more 24/7 ambulance and the staffing associated with that. I think you all appreciate this, but to staff every full-time 24/7 365 position takes almost 5 bodies to cover. Each ambulance has 2 senior paramedics on it, right? And so what he calculated was, I forget if it was 8.4 or 8.6. 8.4 new FTEs they would hire to kind of keep people on that truck 24/7, 365. And that's why, right, it may come as a surprise to some people. Why does it cost $700,000 to staff an ambulance? Well, if you want to keep it on the road every hour of every day of the whole year and allow people to be sick and have vacations, right, which they're going to need, that's what it costs. And we had actually had more. There's a slight reduction sort of in the capital funding for next year compared to this year, when we still were paying for some of the ambulances that we replaced before, but that's still would represent, if funded, about a $650,000 increase, or a little less than a penny on the adjusted tax rate for next year. Next slide, please. All right, this is an important slide, and I waited until I got the school's presentation to kind of see exactly what was in there. I understand that these are sort of not quite official requests yet, but wanted to kind of assemble in a slightly different way kind of what was being proposed, or what may be proposed, and add it all up in one spot. So several years ago, the county committed to that 3-year decompression work. That's just a hair under $500,000. The increases they are asking for health and retirement benefit cost increases and some raises, $651,000. 4% increase in the local teacher supplement. And again, I was a little bit confused. I thought I had heard in the past as well that the ESSERS money had funded some of the local supplements. On some level, it may not matter what it was funded with, right? They have to drop the time-limited supplement back to 10% and are hoping that we can bump it back to 12 and then up to 14. As you saw in the superintendent's presentation, that has a considerable price tag associated with it. The smaller supplement for classified staff, $282. Advanced degree pay $450. The $423,000 for additional capital funding is what we were showing. What we were showing in our draft capital improvement plan, right? It is associated with. It's not sort of dollar for dollar, but it is associated with the slow reduction in debt service payments for the schools, which are made with a combination of dedicated funding, the sales tax funding that's required to go to that, and local funding. But again, our kind of general presumption now, what we've baked into the draft CIP is moving from something like $1.58 million total for those categories of funding to $2 million next year, $2.5 million the following year, and continuing to increase after that. So Superintendent and Ms. Hines and I have continued to talk about kind of what that looks like, but I think we grasp that that we will need to be increasing our capital maintenance budgets for all the schools to make sure that they stay in good condition, whatever group of schools we're talking about, and that is kind of baked into our assumptions. And also, so maybe to say this another way, already in my head for the manager's recommended budget, what you all already agreed to, right, and the increase in the capital funding, the two numbers in bold, are already kind of in my head as things that would probably have the first and highest claim on additional county dollars. For next year, clearly a lot of additional funding has been requested, not including the capital money. That adds up to $3.24 million, and that would be a 17% increase in current expense funding. If you could go to the next slide. 17%. 3.24 million equates to a 17% increase in the current expense funding.
If I'm understanding this correctly, because what funding is going to be used for, this 3.2 million increase becomes part of our base for the following year. It increases their base funding by 3.2 million. So
I think
whatever we're funding now, you just add 3.2 to it, and that's your base for next year before they ask for anything extra.
I think, legally speaking, there's not really any such thing as base funding.
Okay.
But practically speaking, politically speaking, once a horse is out of a barn for higher supplements, higher pay, advanced degree pay, right? Those things are, I think everybody understands, are hard to walk back. And so I think in principle, I understand what you're saying. And those would be recurring expenses that would need to be considered. These bar charts, total current expense funding, and this is just current expense funding, and the current expense funding per student, which includes all the students that utilize that funding, so it includes all the Granville County Public Schools and charter students. Both of those bars for 24-25, the one on the left would go up to 22.24 million. That would be a 17%, and on a per pupil basis, it would be the same thing, 2184. So on the other side, Karen, 2184 would go up to over 2,500 per pupil per year.
I just want to make sure I understand. Are you saying, County Manager, that it costs $19,000 a year per student?
Yes.
No, that figure over there is an aggregate total number. So the county's current expense funding to Granville County Public Schools in the current year is about 19 million. What it equates to is 2184 per student.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, got it. I got it.
That's in the current year,
Yeah,
right?
got it.
So what is proposed, right, is roughly, for both sides of that chart, is about a 17%
Because I was going to say,
increase.
my gosh, we might as well send them all to
Yeah.
Harvard.
Well, I mean, it is interesting when you take all of the state and federal funding and the local funding per pupil. That's a number that we don't often look at because it's sort of, we don't need to know it to think about kind of where this number is or can be. Right? But, the total funding per pupil in the district, considering all their sources of funding, is much higher than this.
Right, that's.
Yeah. I wanted to kind of preview these two slides, but I'll say it now. One of which is that I really appreciate the relationship that I have with the superintendent. I attended the convocation service at the beginning of the year, and I appreciated the focus that he brought to that event and that he's brought to kind of improving attendance, working on discipline issues, and so forth at the school. I think that's that's much needed and welcome. I've appreciated the creativity he's shown in bringing in highly qualified teachers that were so hard to find in previous years. And I appreciate, the way that North Carolina is set up, the way we do school funding. I appreciate the necessity of the schools coming to us and the superintendent coming to us and saying what they believe they need. And honestly, I would like to live in a world where they got all of that. I really would. The question of what the county can and cannot afford ultimately is a political one. And I will listen as carefully as I can to commissioners and other folks and try to bring forward as balanced a budget for the whole county, including this piece, as I possibly can. Next slide, please. We already talked about that. That was a duplicate slide. Sorry, next slide. We really have talked about this as well, but that's a project that we've been working on a lot and will continue working on a lot into and through next year. So it will continue to be a big rock. Next slide, please. I don't need to talk about this a whole lot more. That additional recruitment to fill out the rest of the office will be key. I think there's an interesting question out there about how we kind of run the advisory function for economic development here. We have a committee now that meets periodically and has provided some utility to the department. I've heard from a lot of folks, including some of the candidates for this top job, who really believe in a kind of a nonprofit wing and economic development commission or kind of a partnership approach to that work. I think that that's something that the new director can help us explore more fully, and we'll see where we land with that. And I also hope that, I mentioned this when I spoke at the Creedmoor retreat the other day, I hope that this new director can also help us expand cooperative economic development efforts with our municipalities. So, next slide. The only other item that I thought about after the fact that might be worth mentioning that could become a reasonable sized rock next year is if and when we get in the clear following this reval, you all know that we have another tax-related big rock that we need to kind of start working on, and that would just be to kind of launch a slow and thoughtful approach to the review of all of our present use value properties in the county. But again, my goal is to give that one a clear Heisman for now and wait till we get through the reval before we talk much more about that. Any questions on items from sort of the current year or that we've been through, anything else that you all have been thinking about coming up that I might be able to address now, or at least kind of make note of for staff to respond to later?
You know when we're going to start streaming, or when we have the capability to do our...
I heard, what I heard was, do you know when we can start screaming? I said, any minute now.
That's what I heard.
Any minute now, I'm gonna.
I'm trying not to speak too loud.
That's funny.
When is the audiovisual stuff going to be?
I don't know if you all noticed, the cameras are up in there now. I'll need to get a clearer answer from Chris. I'm not even sure if all the equipment in the back room for the monitoring and the operation of the cameras is up, but that's moving forward. I would expect, a couple of months maybe.
Yeah, the last we heard was going to be a few months because they've got to do final setup, testing, training. Got to train somebody how to run the equipment, and then some little testing to make sure that it all goes well. So
We'll probably do a number of meetings as trial runs before we actually start streaming what we're filming, just to make sure that we can get it right before we go live. Good question. Any other questions? All right. Well, with that, I wanted to invite David and Terry up. They've got a number of additional slides that they're going to run through for you. And then I think we will be at the end of the county manager's office updates.
Good afternoon. I am back. I'm going to go pretty quickly through these because a lot of them you already know. I know we're behind time. I'll stop just for any interesting things. We're going to take a look at some demographic information and economic outlook information for the county. Just want to show our population sitting there about 62,000 and growing. Household income is slightly above the state average. We are a little bit older than the state average, and more on that in a minute. And then we just have the racial demographic breakdown to the right as well. That's all in your slides, so you can review it and ask questions, but this is a snapshot as of 2022. Next slide. Just a little bit more on aging. That trend is expected to continue. I think, brown line is the over 64 population, and that's going to continue ticking up towards 22% in 2030, and that trend is expected to continue. Next slide. I'm proud. Here we have the projected population growth, and that's according to the state demographer's office. That puts us at about 66,000 by the year 2030. If you're listening to our municipalities, I expect we're going to smash way through that number, but that is what the state is currently projecting. You see us benchmarked against our neighboring counties. That's Franklin with the growth rate that I kind of think our line's going to look more like that. And then you see Person and Vance pretty flat. Next slide. I did want to just call out, as I was looking at our unemployment rate, something that really popped out to me. We are the Granville red bold line at the bottom, overlapping Durham and Wake counties. Our unemployment rate has mirrored theirs for the last few years now. We are significantly lower than both the state average and the other neighboring counties. And what that means in real terms, you see our actual unemployed job seekers in the county is under 1,000 people who are actively looking for work. And now if you kind of tie this into some of our recruitment issues and some of the things that Angela was talking about with the HR update, and understand still that 900-ish is, that's just people looking for work, not qualified people looking for work. So it's a very tight labor market that we face here. I'll slow down a little bit on this one. Drew mentioned this earlier. This is the tax rate, sales tax collection rate. Again, big caveat here, these numbers are through November, so it's only the first 5 months of the fiscal year. But projected, if we project out what we've received so far, we're looking at about a $450,000 shortfall from what was budgeted this year. It's still an increase, as you can see here. We are still growing from last year, but it is going to be short, most likely going to be short of what was budgeted.
What's the cause?
I'm sorry?
Do you know the cause? I mean,
this is a statewide trend. This is sort of probably people reducing their spending rates as all the economic anxiety of nationwide is kind of, so, and I think we're actually doing a lot better. Some of the other counties so I think I said, 96.7% of forecast. There's some counties in the state that are closer to 90% of forecast, so that some people are really hurting here. And that's all I have. Were there any questions for those slides that I just flew right through? All right, thank you.
That's good stuff.
So I'm just going to quickly go through a few more data points for you. So here you can see this is personal income versus personal expenditure. So this is per person, not per household. You can see both have gone up over the last 10 years at similar rates. Income did drop recently, though expenses kept on going up. Next slide. So here's some housing data. The chart does include 2024, but only January, so that's why that 2024 number is so low. So this is total listings and sales. See very high in 21 and 22, dropped considerably in 23. We're just now starting to see data from 24, so we'll see if that trend continues. Next slide.
I think I'll get this right, but high interest rates have made people a little less excited to sign up for new mortgages.
So as you can see, even with that drop in listings and sales, the median and average, so median in red, average in black, sales price in Granville County has risen sharply. Unfortunately, we don't have any county-specific data pre-2021, but this, kind of confirms what we all can see just from casually looking at the real estate market.
And I think if you can imagine 2020, 2019, 2018, right, with a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 shift per year in pricing, that's the reval we're looking at, right? That's the shift in market-based price for housing that we have been seeing. And this is real data. That's all real sales data from Triangle MLS.
That's every residential sale in Granville County for the last 3 years. That's what's included in there. Next slide. So kind of put some of those numbers together. This is from the Census Bureau. Granville County, about 76% of housing in Granville County is owner occupied. So that median housing cost, that's per month, about $1,400 with a mortgage, $481 for those who no longer have a mortgage. Average rent, or excuse me, median rent is $937 a month, and renters are spending about 28% of their income on housing. And for rent in Granville County, that's the median that people are paying right now.
That's all one bedroom apartment, or?
That's just all rental occupied housing total, yeah. So that's
Average
everything.
across the board.
Yeah.
I would point out, this will be an interesting, these percent of income spent on housing for homeowners and for renters will be an interesting number to keep track of. Right now, you would look at this data, at 19.4%, you would say most Granville County residents who are not housing cost burdened, right? When that gets above 30, 33%, at least the federal government considers somebody to be a housing cost burden, but those new houses that are getting sold, right? This includes everybody who got a mortgage 20 years ago at a value from 20 years ago. So there's if you were to look at the distribution of this and kind of that percent for the new people signing up for new mortgages in Granville County, that number is going up, and very quickly people, especially people making public sector salaries, will be or already are housing cost burdened.
And I'll point out, these numbers are 2022, so this is from the most recent Census Community Survey. They usually put those out each summer, so we'll compare when the new one comes out to see how much it changed in 2023. Yeah, that's all I have.
All right. I think that is the end of updates from the county manager's office. Any question on those sort of demographic and economic trend slides or information?
I have just one on the sales tax. We don't charge all the sales tax that's available to us. I know there's Article 46, which is an additional
County option
county
sales
option.
taxes.
It's restricted as to what it can go for, I believe. I think it's transit related or some type of transportation related, I should say.
We could get some information for commissioners on just the kind of additional optional sales taxes that could be levied here and that happens by local referendum if you want to do it.
Right.
That gets put to a vote of the local population.
And I know that a huge, talking about a burden on our citizens, which you never want to be, but a huge portion of our citizenry from a sales tax percentage is where the leakage comes in. They're buying things and it's not point of sale for point of purchase, so to speak. It's
Right.
When you go to Raleigh or Durham or, our neighboring counties, is you're paying the 8% as opposed
Just
to
going there.
6%. Right.
Yeah.
So people are already paying it. It's just they're paying it to somebody else.
Mhm.
So
Good
we
point.
Look at that.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll, that's right. Go through commissioner wrap-ups here. Thoughts, takeaways, whatever you want to say. It's your moment in the sun. And we're going to start with District 1. Once he gets done on his coughing jag. So, of course, 5:30 on the clock on the wall. So, we sped it up a little bit. So it's right on the minutes, though. It's at 4:30. So, Commissioner Jay.
Okay, first thing I'd like to say, thanks to, Drew and staff and everything, and for making the report, making their reports and their budgets and everything come up, and, I appreciate it. And all the information that everybody have given here, in the last 2 days, and we saw that, I see, like, I can't think of nobody else, I see that we are getting ready for the growth, and we're not sitting, but everybody have reported, we're not sitting, waiting for the growth to come up, or waiting for it to happen, but we getting prepared for it. It's through first we start with we got out the finance and let us know that, where we stand at, what our ratings at for the county, and we stand in a good place for that. The hospital is growing, and it got into my ear. I'm not gonna sit beside him no more. We got into, Adam did a good report on our hospital, how our hospital ratings and staff, and they are growing, and also the we see that EMT on our EMS, saying that we need more EMTs, and they're looking out for the future, and also our legislators explained to us and told us about how they have been at our disposal and sending and helping hand and bringing funds into the county, and they're looking for to help us more. Also, our county staff have came in when our HR was talking about that we have bounced off our not being a bedroom, well, not bounced off, but we don't got up to not being a bedroom, just a training ground for our community, for our visiting counties. That looking good, and told us what they expect to do to keep us in the ball game. Also that, I think, I'm gonna take that. On our mails and stuff came in and told us that they're seeing growth. And when you come to growth, you mean money and looking out, and each municipality came and spoke to us and told us that they are looking out for growth. And that tell us, and we all in this together, because if the municipalities grow, the county grow. So that tell us we have to be ready for this growth coming in, and that's what we are. I think the staff have told us through presentation, and they have told us, special DSS, our director, she really told us from where we was at, where we came from, where we at now, and what she expected us to be in the future. So that was good, and each one of the departments that have came before us have told us. And our school system told us, I think Calais was telling us that we have been doing good, but they need no more money. So we got our hands full, try to find out where we can find this money to help each and every department. It's not only just the school, but every department. every department. And the fire department, I'm glad to see that we on the right track. We are looking for the future because there's programs and there's funding's gonna be in situations to help out those gray areas in the county. We're not just looking just for the ones that already, but the ones that in the gray areas, we're looking for the help them out so all of us can be in the fire protection together. So with that said, I think this was a very good retreat. We appreciate all y'all leadership and effort and struggle that y'all put forward to bring this for us. So when budget time really come here, we know what to expect. Thank you.
Okay, I will follow up and try to make it very brief. It's my second budget retreat. I think it improved dramatically. I do say the upgrades here have made a big difference. The speakers, the IT, all of this is improved. I'd like to also thank the staff, Deborah, Deputy Clerk, Karen, Karina, Terry, everyone for making it what it turned out to be. I'd like to thank our chairman for keeping us on task. Gavlin, myself, and Commissioner May when he needed to shut us down, keeping us on time schedule. Couple of talking points. I think the Fire Commission has done a great job. Kudos to those folks and for Commissioner May for serving on that. When I ran, that was a hot topic, and I understand why. I didn't know it was such a hornet's nest, but I see why. They're gonna be flush with cash. I don't think there's any question that they're gonna have more money than they could possibly imagine raising, selling stews, chicken, whatever. I hope it's put to good use. I think when people see what their new values are gonna be for their homes, they're gonna want that protected. And eventually, as Commissioner Hinman, I hope it's in my lifetime, that we'll have eventually a 24/7 funded, paid volunteer fire department at some point. I'm excited about the Triangle North possibilities. I think that's something in the next 2 to 3 years that will be good for the county, good for the whole area. It sounded like from the department heads, the overall theme was a better package, benefit package, the 401k. Yes, competing with the surrounding counties, we've got to pay better, but I think better health insurance, possibly lower health insurance, if that's a possibility. The 401k, I think, is a huge benefit, and I don't think we need to forget about the current employees we have. It's like being a customer at the bank. A new customer, let's give them the best rate on the CDs or the new toasters, but the guys that have been there forever, we forget about. So I think we need to remember that we have those people there that have been with us for a long time. Let's not forget those people. The maintenance folks, I think it's important that we maintain a good, strong maintenance department to keep our buildings in the condition they need to be so that we don't face those bigger expenses later on. The sheriff's presentation was, I thought, much better this year. I appreciate it. Seems like he's making good strides. I think there's some areas he needs that can still improve, but I think he's coming along. I think we'll have some growth in Granville County, both sides with, and we'll need to partner with the municipalities to make that better for both of us. The DSS director, kudos to her, kudos to our two commissioners that serve on that board for the hire there. I can't even begin to understand what she has to do every day, and it's amazing just what she has to go through. So I think we have the right person there. I do think we have the right person at the school and also our school board. I think we have one member present. Kudos to the board there, and I appreciate what they do. And that's it. Thank you.
Well, first of all, you know, every year at this time I cry. I think it's only been 2 years out of 8 that I haven't cried, because I just feel that we had the best, and the best meaning employees and volunteers that North Carolina could ever dream of having. And I'm glad we were able to give them that little bit of a bonus or raise that they deserve, and I dream of the day that we will be able to pay them what they are worth. So we don't have to discuss any longer about being a training board and moving on to other counties to get the pay they deserve. I want to be that county. So I just, again, we have the best, and I can't even, I'm not going to cry. And so, and I'm glad that we're now talking about keeping up the repairs on our buildings. I'm sad that we weren't able to do that earlier, because there were some buildings that, like Scott said, that, you know, we probably could have saved if we would have done something a little earlier. And I feel that same way about the school. I am very disappointed with the sheriff. He tells us that we're wearing our sneakers wrong, but he didn't tell us how. So I'm disappointed if you'll let him know that. But other than that, I think it's his information this year was much better. He still jumped around, but was much better than it has been in the past. But here it comes. One school board member, keep your ears closed. I'm very disappointed in the school board and how they have closed 3 schools. And in reality, they only closed 1 school. They have kept the other 2 schools up and running with other schools in them, saying that they've closed them, and then all the trouble that it's caused in the community. I don't think it would have caused that much trouble if they would have kept that school closed and used it for something else. They moved into Mary Potter as their office, but they kept their old office open. They have this beautiful gym that would be big enough to hold almost the entire county at a school board meeting, and instead they choose the library. And that means people can't come to talk about the schools, good, bad, or indifferent. They can't be there. So why they've moved into Mary Potter, I'm not sure. I'm really complaining here, I know. At Mary, like I say, down at Holly, that they have a school still going on in there. It's not even just the gym they need. There's a school there that could fit into the high school easily. So we've got a building being used that should be torn down. I'm so upset about that. That's why I'm not crying. And I want to. But let me see, I've got notes everywhere. But I do appreciate everybody else coming in and talking and telling us what they want and how they need. I don't feel the schools would need the money they need, and I understand they need it. I want our children educated. I want them educated properly. I'm thrilled to death that they're handling the disciplinary problems the way they're handling them now, instead of the way they have in the past. But, and that's gonna get some of these kids back from these charter schools. But, you know, if they don't do what they've, I'm just scared to hear that electrical wire that I've been asking for 4 years, that they showed me. I didn't even know there was anything wrong with it. They were the ones that showed it to me and then have not repaired it. And now, you know, now they're saying they have to get in with the electric company. What's the problem there? So anyway, I will be done complaining now. My staff and employees are the best in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I think when I look at all this collectively, and on Monday, when I mentioned or made the comment that out of all these years, I think it goes back to a year when, and just to let you know how far it goes back, I was extremely watchful of the county manager's budget. If I'm not mistaken, it was 2009. Things kind of dropped out. There was some uncertainties. I believe it was the year Governor Perdue came in, and I was extremely watchful of what the county manager would bring to us because I felt like there were some unknowns about what the economy might do. Well, this year, because of a number of things, and one is, and my colleagues have shared many, the fact that we haven't talked a lot about upkeep of our own buildings. Most of the times when we have talked about buildings, it has been something about a school. Well, now you bring into the conversation the buildings that we use for county services. The other thing is, I think we're going to be in a great position from an economic development standpoint, but rebuilding that team, you know, and how long that would take and all these kinds of things. The other piece that's kind of out there is we have done so much with salaries and benefits, and the conversations I keep hearing as different department heads came up is when is that going to end? You know, we would like to think that we have leveled off, but this whole capacity to keep people and what it's going to cost to keep them, I don't know what kind of a strain that's going to put on our budget. Our managers already had some challenges with a couple of key spots, and a lot of that had to do with salary. So that's one of those things out there. The other thing that I think is going to be, you know, extremely interesting is this whole DSS situation, because I think we are getting a fresh look at just what it might take to really have the kind of organization down there that's going to make it work. And all these things come with some degree of a price tag. So we're right here in the year when we're having property revalued, and a tax rate ultimately will have to be set. And I'm just going to close my comments by saying that I'm very happy that I'm probably like everybody else. You know, I'll tug at the county manager about this or that I think is real important. But I think collectively, we are really going to have to kind of get out the way a little bit. And I really want to see the truest form of the county manager's recommendation. What we do with it is up to us. But some of these things are so complex, I don't have my hands wrapped around it enough to really, even if I wanted to, suggest a whole lot. I just have some pet peeves that I might want to talk to them about. But I honestly believe, and I know in years past, we have come as a team and we have said, bring us back a budget with X, Y, Z. I think there's a great danger in that now. I think we need to say, Mr. County Manager, you've heard all of this. You have far more information than we have. You have your hands around more where you can project better. Bring us the best budget you think we need, considering the fact that after reval, historically, it's been extremely hard to come back and raise taxes a year or two right after reval. Politically, it's hard to survive that. And so I said that on Monday, and I say it even now, Mr. Drew, that this whole process, a lot hinges, I think, on our flexibility. You're a very progressive manager. I really like the way you're working with the superintendent, trying to see how we can maybe even get into some shared efforts to work with maintenance and some other things in our schools. But I say to all of us, this is a year where I really want the uninterrupted recommendation from our manager to value that and what he come back and bring to us, because there are complex moving parts right now. Some we think we can see and some we know they're likely to be unpredictable in years to come. And so where we set it at this year, we're gonna have to ride with it probably for a spell. So I wish you all the best with it, and thanks to all of you. Thank you, Ms. Deborah, everybody, for Ms. Karina, all of you for coming and bringing all of this information and giving us this nice book for reference. I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. May.
Thank you, county staff, and thank you, everybody, all the employees are here, department heads, and all folks who work for the county. I try to, I think every commissioner does try to thank you every opportunity we get, because we truly appreciate what you do. And I also know it's been a year, last year has been tremendously difficult for a county manager just coming in, and we've had a lot of challenges. And so I want to appreciate the county manager, assistant county manager, and the entire, everyone here and all the other employees for taking on the tasks that you've taken on and the demands. I heard everything everyone said, and it is what it is. It's my thoughts. We have to come up with a budget. The evaluation is hit, and we have to make sure whatever we do that is as closely to perfection as it possibly can be. We have to make sure that our current spending is managed appropriately, that all the departments, every one of them, are spending what they need to spend, not whatever you want, whatever your budget has in it. It'd be awesome, you know, to see return funds from budgets. You know, a lot of people gauge government on, I got $1 million budget, so I gotta spend $1.1 million, because if I don't spend all of it, my budget won't be increased. I know we don't operate like that here, but I would like to really see some discipline. Not saying it's not being done, but that's what I'm gonna be looking for. I'm gonna be looking for, where did this budget end? And how disciplined we were about spending. Where we were forced to spend when we didn't think we were supposed to spend, the decisions we made, or spending that we were totally, spending that was unnecessary because someone had a want and not a need. And that's challenging, but that's the reality of it. We want to make sure that all our employees work in a safe environment. They have all the tools and resources possible to perform the services that are necessary to provide the services to the taxpayer that they're paying for efficiently. And so that's where I'm at. So when I look at the EMS, which is obvious, it's obvious to anyone that's been around that kind of work, and I have most of my life. That's a need. It's not a want. It's a need. And there are other needs in here. And I no longer want us to be the, I've got to be careful because terms I use my generation you can't use now. I don't want to be that child that's already left behind. I don't want to be the county that's always left behind, and that includes how we compensate our employees, that includes how we operate the county business. I mean, I want us to be a highly efficient, very professional organization that the citizens of the county can look up to and be proud of. And I hope that we are. I believe we are. We should always strive to do that. And with that, that's you know, I'll respect the county manager's decisions on regards to this. Clearly, I will have some pushback on the CIP prioritization. I want to make sure that is done in a way that's equitable. I know I like to use that word, but also aligns with some of the proportionality of the tax base. And so thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, employees, and thank you for the opportunity to be here and to just listen. A lot of great information, and I am very happy and pleased with the direction that the Fire Commission is going. Still work to do, and I credit the county manager for a lot of work getting there. You have 14 personalities and to corral and they're all strong personalities because what they do, and I respect that. So thank you very much, county manager, assistant county manager, and staff. Steve, thank you for the work you put in. I appreciate it. You as well, Jim. Appreciate you and the guidance that you provide us. And thank you for all the presenters today. Not all our questions are asked because we're trying to pick or jab at somebody. Many questions I asked is that so that the public will be aware, because it may have come from the public or a question from the public, and the only way they're going to know it is if you actually ask that question. And I'd rather hear it from the representatives than hear it on Facebook or instant message or whatever these things are called. I want them to hear it from us, instant messenger, excuse me. or TikTok, or Instagram, Twitter. Oh, God bless my grandchildren. Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank all my fellow commissioners here. You guys have covered everything. You hadn't left me much to say, so I won't say much. Except, can anybody spare a million so my buddy can get an ambulance here? Seriously, I just want to thank everyone who attended this. I want to thank all those who made presentations here. We appreciate them coming. We appreciate what they've said. I want to thank the county manager and each and every staff member that worked many, many hours in preparation for this. Thank you for all your work there, and thank you for your time spent here with us today. I know today's been kind of a marathon day, and hopefully we're winding it down, but just some thoughts. Prices are increasing everywhere. Needs are increasing. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to come down to dividing it into three categories. Your needs, your wants first, your needs second, and what you absolutely positively have to have and can't do without. And that's the three categories, and if we cover that, what you can't do without, then we got money left, we go to the needs. And with that, I'm done for today.
Outstanding. I would say it's 4.5 minutes per commissioner. I think we're hitting it about right. Thank you can't be said enough to our staff who put this together. Retreat, sometimes a starting point, not a finishing point. So this is a work in progress. Everything is. We've made great strides in the last years since I've been on the board, 12, 13, 14, whatever it is. But there's always somebody to move here and move there from a staff perspective as far as, physical location where you have them. And we've done, I think, a yeoman's work on reusing and repurposing the Granville County way. And like you said, on the vehicles, squeezing every last, mile out of it, and then you squeeze a couple more after that. So coming into this decade or century or whatever we're at now, 2024, with the technology we've got available to us, is some of the ways that we always did it around here just aren't adequate. And we need to move up and realize that it wasn't a bad way to do it, it's just that there's a new way. So, we've got a long budget process ahead of us. The reval, I'm excited to see that there's a lot of prognosticators out there who already know what the rate is gonna be. I'm anxious to see what it actually turns out to be. I did the math. It's fun when math is hard. Figuring percentages changed, you have to take some adding and subtraction and some multiplication and division. I think you used all those in there, but the formula for the, what your new assessment rate is minus your original assessment divided by the original assessment times 100 equals your percent and change. But that percent and change only tells you that you've increased in value. I don't think we've had anybody decrease in value, but that number, to go get excited of, oh, I've got 40%, or oh, I've got 70%. It doesn't mean anything. If people would slow down for a second, like all the information about the landfill. We were going to be taking trash. I had a guy call me and say that he was very upset because we were going to take trash from other countries. I said, no, sir. You said counties. I said, no. I understand you're going to be taking trash from other countries. I said, okay, it's counties, but the public in today's climate with the social media has no problem in putting things out that they either heard on social media, they think they heard on social media, they made up when they were going to get their mail out of the post office box. So we're telling where the stuff is coming from. But we live in an area right now where, again, it's ready, aim, shoot. And I would really, ready, shoot, aim. And I would really hope that we take the time, consideration of, as we look forward on these. I know Russ has mentioned a couple times about changing the order on the CIP. I've talked about Yahtzeeing it myself as far as shuffling that deck up and going forward, but y'all know I want a pool. So with that, I'll call for a motion that we adjourn unless you've got
Mr. Chair, we do have one, county attorney has one small item that we need to take action on, which he can
Is
describe.
it public or closed?
I believe it's public.
Okay.
I'll be very quick. In connection with the work on Triangle North, we have gone through an easement acquisition process and gotten owners Creek Road to sign an easement for the water line that will go into the park. And we just need the board to vote to authorize, staff to, accept those easements and move forward with it. We'll also have Carter Regional Economic Development Corporation do the same thing. But these are, water line easements with Elizabeth Lane, Spencer and Jerry Dean, William Spencer Dean and wife Deborah W. Dean. Carter Regional Economic Development Corporation is also giving an easement. And Duke Hayes Reynolds is giving an easement. These will ultimately be turned over to the city of Oxford after we complete construction. But we were able to acquire the easements. Everybody was cooperative, and I think seemed to be, according to Jerry Pointers, who handled this for me, seemed to be happy to see the water line coming, and there's no compensation involved with it.
Okay.
I'll make that motion. Exactly the way you said it.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Sue Hinman, seconded by Commissioner Webber to accept the easement
Easements
for the water line at Triangle North. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries.
Quickest business you've ever done.
That was good. Good.
I'll make
Okay.
a motion that we dismiss.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Sue Hinman, seconded by Commissioner Jay. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're adjourned because we were gonna take trash from other countries. So those are, you said counties. I said, no, I understand you're gonna be taking trash from other countries. I said, okay, it's counties, but the public in today's climate with the social media has no problem in putting things out that they either heard on social media, they think they heard on social media, they, made up when they were going to get their mail out of the post office box. You don't know, telling where the stuff is coming from, but we live in an area right now where, again, it's ready, aim, shoot. And I would really, ready, shoot, aim. And I would really hope that we take the time, consideration of, as we look forward on these. I know Russ has mentioned a couple times about changing the order on the CIP. I've talked about Yahtzeeing it myself as far as shuffling that deck up and going forward, but y'all know I want a pool. So with that, I'll call for a motion that we adjourn unless you've got
Mr. Chair,
one
we do
last-
have one, county attorney has one small item
Okay.
that we need to take action on, which he can
Is
describe.
it public or closed?
I believe it's public.
It's public.
Okay.
I'll be very quick. In connection with the work on Triangle North, we have gone through an easement acquisition process and gotten owners along Tabbs Creek Road to sign an easement for the water line that will go into the park. And we just need the board to vote to authorize staff to accept those easements and move forward with it. We'll also have Carter Regional Economic Development Corporation do the same thing. But these are water line easements with Elizabeth Lane, Spencer and Jerry Dean, William Spencer Dean and wife Deborah W. Dean. Carter Regional Economic Development Corporation is also giving an easement. And Duke Hayes Reynolds is giving an easement. These will ultimately be turned over to the city of Oxford after we complete construction. But we were able to acquire the easements. Everybody was cooperative, and I think seemed to be, according to Jerry Pointers, who handled this for me, seemed to be happy to see the water line coming, and there's no compensation involved with it.
Okay.
I'll make that motion. Exactly the way you said it.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Sue Hinman, seconded by Commissioner Webber to accept the easement
Easements
for the water line at Triangle North. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries.
Quickest business you've ever done.
That was good. Good.
I'll make
Okay.
a motion that we dismiss.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Sue Hinman, seconded by Commissioner Jay. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're adjourned.
County attorney has one small item
Okay.
that we need to take action on, which he can
Is
describe.
it public or closed?
I believe it's public.
It's public.
Okay.
I'll be very quick. In connection with the work on Triangle North, we have gone through an easement acquisition process and gotten owners along Tabbs Creek Road to sign an easement for the water line that will go into the park. And we just need the board to vote to authorize staff to accept those easements and move forward with it. We'll also have Carter Regional Economic Development Corporation do the same thing. But these are water line easements with Elizabeth Lane, Spencer and Jerry Dean, William Spencer Dean and wife Deborah W. Dean, Water Regional Economic Development Corporation is also giving an easement, and Duquesne's Rentals is giving an easement. These will ultimately be turned over to the city of Oxford after we complete construction. But we were able to acquire the easements. Everybody was cooperative, and I think seemed to be, according to Jerry Pointis, who handled this for me, seemed to be happy to see the water line coming, and there's no compensation involved with it.
Okay.
I'll make that motion. Exactly the way you said it.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Sue Hinman, seconded by Commissioner Webb Williford to accept the easement
Easements for the water.
for the water line at Triangle North. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries.
Quickest business you've ever done.
That was good. You're good.
I'll make
Okay.
a motion that we dismiss.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner Sue Hinman, seconded by Commissioner Jay. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're adjourned.